Everybody, welcome to our pre-budget or preliminary budget meeting, I guess. First of a whole bunch of meetings between now and the time we pass this budget in hopefully April, end of April, early May. Let's acknowledge our friends and neighbors of the Prophet River and for Fort Nelson First Nations and recognize the traditional territory that they've called home for thousands of years. Also, I'd like to say that that this meeting is available to the public to attend virtually and is being streamed and recorded. So the agenda is like really big. Like you're not expecting to do all these tabs today, are you? Like, okay, so so this meeting will just run. We'll just recess it right between
That's
the
correct,
different times. So
it'll be one big meeting.
Yeah, okay. We'll just keep it one meeting. I thought it was a little aggressive to be able to get through all of these tabs at the same time. Yeah, it was just, she just prepared one for me to cover page. All right, everybody's okay with the budget process, okay? Then let's do the review of the 2023 preliminary budget, and I will turn it over to you, Mr. Barry.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Welcome, everyone. And yes, it's a very large agenda, but the intent is to do a stop at 1 today and then reconvene at 5, from 5 till 7 tonight, and then recess again and then reconvene again tomorrow, and so on and so forth. The intent is we'll go as fast or as slow as council needs. We'll dig into whatever is required. There's a PowerPoint that's up there, but it's just use the guide as we walk through, and for people that are tuning in virtually, the intent is we'll go tab by tab in the document as we go forward. Department heads will be presenting their budget, so I'll be sitting in the chair the next between Jay and Councillor Enax and presenting their operational budgets, their special projects, and then once we get to the back of the binder, any capital and renewal that's there. And the budget today, the budget you see, or the draft budget as part of these preliminary discussions is it's a working document, and for discussions and for council to provide feedback, any direction to staff, and it's been built based on the existing service levels that we currently provide. Jump right into the next slide before I hand it over to Trevor. Trevor will walk you through the intro piece. Just in terms of the municipal tax levy, we chatted about it, discussed it last week in terms of what that tax levy is, and that's the taxation required after you remove any other sources of revenue within the organization. This year, the tax levy, based on the information that we have in this document, is currently at $22,295,000, which is about a $1.4 million increase over last year's levy.
Can we just change that screen because I can't see that last one?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. There's your increase over last year. Yes, that wasn't smoking there. Cover up the bar. Of note is if you go back to 2016, the levy was about 23.7, and 2015 was close to 25 million. So if you look at the reductions that have occurred over the years to the levy, the capital projects, I'll say, have been right sized in the IDCA agreement. So there's a reduction of the funding from the province, and then additionally, there's been over the years, there's been a significant work done in the background to create efficiencies and to provide similar services without increasing costs. This year, some of the impacts that we aren't able to overcome from a service level perspective, the wage increases, which we chatted about it in the meeting earlier last week. The increase from 1 year to the next is in the neighborhood of about $830,000. And that's the overall personnel increase from 1 year to the next. It's not specific to an increase in terms of just increase in wages. We'll get into this slide later, but just a note, out of that number, about 570 includes base wages, and which includes overtime and on call and whatnot. But 165 of that is for CPP, EI, EHT, and WorkSafe. So the statutory benefits are required to provide and pay for. 85,000 for our group benefit increase. And of course, in addition to included in that 830,000 is about 50,000 for the regional health recruitment liaison, which is an additional expense or cost this year based on council's initiatives with the recruitment retention program and the health side. And then we have an intern budget for this year too, because we were successful in the application for an intern, which is also an increase of 47,000. And we'll get into that detail as we go farther into the program here. And then additionally, some of note increases from last year to this year, about 310,000 for health initiatives. So the budget that used to be looked after in the regional hospital district budget is transitioned into the general government side now. Under council's budget, actually, you'll see an increase in council's budget about $310,000, which is everything around the housing piece, the liaison positions, and there are any additional contract services, the health advocate, for example, the community health plan costs that we incur, our share of the cost of the community health plan. They were coded before as part of the regional hospital district budget. So they're at an increase. And then lastly, with this year's document you have in front of us, the asset renewal process, the asset renewal expenses or costs are at a level that were recommended during the asset management presentation to council. So that's where those, so buildings show an increase of $500,000 from 1 million to 1.5, sewer from 600,000 to 1 million, and increase of mobile equipment from 720 to 860, so $120,000 increase there. Any questions, comments? Okay, without further ado, I'm going to walk through the document. I'm going to hand it over to Trevor to walk through the intro part.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Scott. So the just a brief overview of the binder itself. It's in 4 sections, starting with the overview, and then it gets into more details, the department operating summaries and details, along with the special projects. Then we have grants to groups as a separate section, and lastly, the capital and renewal projects. I'm going to speak to the budget overview, first couple of tabs that you find. I wasn't going to read the reports, but rather I'll just sort of give a highlight of each of the sections. And then if you have any questions, please just jump in. So Scott touched on the idea behind the preliminary budget being it's a starting point for our discussion today and over the next couple of days. So the first area, the net tax requirements. One thing that I was going to say about this table is essentially it's what we're doing with the information is presenting the same information in different formats or perspectives. So what we should be able to do is take some of these numbers and really trace them through to the other areas within the budget binder, including the budget overview and the more detailed areas when we get into the departments. When those numbers don't agree, that is on me. And I'm going to work pretty hard to get those sorted out if we find any errors today. Onto the revenues section. I did describe a few of the major or big changes that we see in the revenue year over year, but when we get into the details, the directors will be able to provide more context for those changes.
Ask a question about table 2.
Sure.
So I noticed that the very last column is change over prior years, exactly the same as 2022 actual. So is there a reason for that? Is that just sort of we're holding that as we work through it, that'll change? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I meant to have that column hidden. And so once we get to the final, that empty 2023 budget column will be populated by the final budget, and then we'll see that that actual change.
Okay, so it just brought it forward so that
That's
it
right.
works in your spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you. Question, Councilor Gray?
I just have a question going back to page 2, net tax requirements.
Yes.
I'm just wondering why, well, I mean, I think Scott addressed it a little bit, but there is a higher contribution to reserves this year, and there's less contribution coming out of reserves. And are we dealing with that on an individual department by department basis, or do you have an overall explanation as to why those decisions were made?
I can provide more, but it is more of a general answer. Transfers to and from reserves won't necessarily be consistent year over year. And the reason will become apparent when we get into primarily the capital renewal projects. It's really dependent on what work was carried over from the prior year and what new fundings might be required for this year's plan to be implemented. So they will tend, especially with reserves, some surplus activity, they will tend to vary quite significantly year over year. Does that?
No, not really. I understand the concept, but I can ask on each one of those projects too, where, you know, what the rationale was, why we are not taking this truck purchase out of reserves as opposed to, you know, putting it on the tax rolls. Like, yeah, I mean, I can ask the question as we come to each one of those projects, if that makes more sense. Just kind of was wondering that general rationale, especially with the budget increasing by, sorry, I could have moved this. Just wondering why more didn't come out of the reserves or less contributed to reserves.
So just to add to that, the contribution to the reserve funds, besides the changes I said that were made this year between sewer, mobile equipment, and buildings and reserves, there's no change in terms of the contribution. So water still has the 900,000 contribution overall. The roads are 2.2 overall, and so on and so forth. Sometimes from a financial perspective, and sometimes you do a good job of confusing you, not on purpose, but it happens unfortunately, is how the information is actually relayed. We talked about it because this year was a bit of a change based on the system we're using. And instead of saying $1 million into this reserve and we're going to use 1.2 out, we've said, well, the first $1 million is going to be contributed to those projects, and then we're going to take 200 out. We're not going to contribute anything. And it's 6 1/2 dozen the other. And if you even look at the document here, it shows, you know, the transfers from reserves in 2022 was 13 million. And this year's 3, and then the carry forward 686, but 8.4. And that's that combination of both. If you were to add it together, it's a bit of a flush. And it's how, I think it's how from a financial perspective, the information has been also presented. So at the time, when we go through each one, we can talk about that because it'll have a pickup truck that might say it's a net tax levy, but if it was a net tax levy of a round number, if it was a net tax levy of 100,000, then that would reduce the contribution to the reserve this year by 100,000, right? If we didn't have enough of those contributions to make up the amount, then we'd be pulling money out of reserves. And so the same amount is going in to reserves based on if we're taxing, I guess, the same amount for each reserve, with the exception of those ones I commented on that have increased this year, being sewer, the mobile equipment, and the buildings piece. So once we get into it, we absolutely ask the questions and we'll walk through each one. But overall, the contributions are still static. It's just how we're communicating today.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I understand it. So let's just say that the envelope was $900,000 for whatever reserve. And we are going to purchase a piece of equipment for $100,000. So that, and we're going to do the tax for that. So then the contribution to that reserve for that year becomes 800,000. Okay, good.
Yeah.
And that's across the board.
That's how
No
that's how it's been,
exceptions.
that's how it's been displayed. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Where
I
I'd
get
be
it.
honest, it's much easier, I think, and we've chatted about it. We're gonna changes. It's a function of the system and how the new system that we've been running the past couple of years, and our reliance on the information. We recognize how it presents that information. I'd much rather say $900,000 going in the reserve, and this is the value of what's coming out. That's easier to trace, track that way. It's similar. I use the example that when your paycheck goes in the bank account, you don't subtract everything. Your paycheck says this is what you've got, and then any mortgage payments, everything else comes out of your account after that, versus what gets deposited has everything deducted first, which we know.
The only point that I'd like to hear you add to that is you always need to understand what's in the reserve, right? So there's what's going in, there's what's coming out, but you've got a 5-year capital plan that your reserves are helping to fund. And so you want to also keep track of or be aware of what you want in that fund over in the reserves over the longer time. So it's a balance, right, between putting in revenues, taking it out, expenses, and how much you have left in the reserve for future year purchases.
That's correct. Yes, okay. Yeah, because we go 20 years with our plan, and that obviously as you get closer, farther out you go, it's more of a which way the headlights pointing. Yeah, but the intent is that plan is self-sustainable based on the information we have today, and when you play everything, it doesn't mean that reserve cannot go into a negative balance per se, and it just means that once you get to the end, it shouldn't be in a negative balance. It should always be sustainable and be able to fund your projects based on that information. Right? If it starts to build too much, we reduce what would go into it, and we only find that out as we go back and look at the work that we've done. Because if we can defer projects, we do. We see that in the roads piece that we've been able to defer some projects in the past, which helps reduce the potential increases of that picking on roads, helps reduce or defer the need to increase the contribution to that fund over today's numbers, because we go and reevaluate that on a regular basis based on what's in the fund, what's needed for the fund. Is it doing what we said we do? It's that, plan the work the plan program.
Go ahead.
What would the scenario be if we underfunded our capital needs in the long term and the short term? Let's say we wanted to save a pot of money this year. What would the long-term implications of that decision to save a little bit on the taxes this year? How would that affect the organization down the road?
Well, from a simple response, it'd be you run the risk of underfunding it and not having funds to actually be able to provide that service, or increase the risk of that service not being able to be provided because of a failure, right? Because we try to, the intent is to proactively replace things prior to when they hit what that projected end of life is. And there's a number of factors that influence that, of course. It's not just, we don't say, okay, this is going to fail at year 15 and we say remove it. If it's vehicles are a perfect example. We base it on what typically it would look like. And then we say, oh yeah, well, this truck or pickup or plow truck, we can get another year out of it, another 2 years out of it. But the risk you run is if you don't have it funded and it does fail at its projected timeline, then you don't replace it, or you're looking at borrowing, or you're trying to play catch up, right? So I mean, to pick on the sewer one as an example, if you were to go and not fund it at the sewer one, we know that it's underfunded at 600,000 annually, which is the previous funds, which is what the typical contribution has been. If we were to not raise that by to the million where we feel it should be today based on that capital plan, then you run the risk of underfunding that program or needing to catch up, because it comes down to the service level piece. And catch up would be, well, if you break it out over 20 years, it could be $40,000 annually in addition to the extra 400 that you have to put in annually based on that. So the simple thing is you can underfund it and not be able to replace or renew equipment or infrastructure based on the timeline that we have projected, or you're playing catch up if you're deferring costs also, right? And those are all conversations and discussions that council. I mean, all we do is try to provide you what that, I'll use the word consequence may be, what the result may be if you do it, right? And again, it's all around projection.
So from a taxpayer perspective, the same thing sort of applies. Is that you end up taxing future taxpayers for wear and tear on today's equipment, right? So you might put it off and not fund, but then today's taxpayer is not paying their share of the wear and tear of the equipment that you're gonna have to replace someday. So at some point, you're gonna have to raise a whole bunch of taxes to buy some stuff. And so if you don't continually do it along the way, then there's gonna be a whole bunch of pain somewhere. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I think we were just moving past the revenues page. So on to page 4, we present some information about the tax levy and assessment. And I just had a couple of notes just with regards to how they interact, the budget and the tax levy. And I think Scott and Aaron touched on it and presented it well last week's committee of the whole meeting. But just as a summary, I see the budget as the reflection of council's decisions on the services to provide and the levels of those services. But deciding on those levels of services, the impact on the taxpayer must be considered. And so that's where that tax levy and the information we're presenting here ties together. It helps council and staff understand what the impact is on the taxpayers and the community. Are there any questions on some of those tables? A couple of them have changed. The assessment table, we provided a bit more detail this year than previous years. Anything jumping out at anyone? Okay. So if we go on to the operating budgets, page 6. So this table here, this is the only place where we actually consolidate some of the expenditures, both across operating and special projects. Otherwise, throughout the rest of the binder, those amounts and those details are separated out to be considered specifically either operating, special projects, or capital. Again, I presented a couple of the very high level reasons for some changes, and we'll get into more detail and provide more context as we go through the budget binder. And the last table I wanted to just reference, and it's been referenced before, is the impact of changes to the proposed or preliminary budgets. And that table 9 just indicates what would happen if the preliminary budget was reduced by $100,000, the impact it would have on the general municipal tax levy on a taxpayer. And so on to the budget summary. All right, so I like this table. When I first saw it and worked on preparing it again for this year, I think it tells so much information in a small spot. I like how we've laid out both it presents itself the same way that we talk about the binder. So we start with departmental operating, grants to groups, and then on to capital and asset renewal. And then we break it out again by department. And it gives us a good idea of the activity of each of our departments. But one thing that numbers don't show is the impact of that activity. So, you know, for general government with departmental operating 4.1 million, you can't just compare numbers across departments. We need to consider all of the impacts that it has on our community. And then moving on to, sure.
So under revenue, departmental operating, comparing the actual of 2022 to the forecasting for 2023, just wondering why we are forecasting a reduction. going from 7,237,000 to 5,857,000? Or will we get further into the weeds of that as
We will get into the details. So that's just the revenue component. And what I think a big part of that is going to be is grant revenue.
okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
One of the other summary pieces of information we present in the budget binder is the sample properties. And so this takes a look at some specific properties within the NRRM, along with a couple of examples or made up properties that hold the assessment value constant to see the effect of particular tax changes over the years. Again, I found this one interesting when putting it together. We keep the same sample properties year over year. And interestingly enough, one or two of them this year had significant changes. And the reason for one of them was simply a split of the assessment value between property classes. Last year, one property was all residential and it went through a split from BC assessment. So, things like that, we don't necessarily see all the time, but they're happening behind the scenes. So I found that interesting. And the last one, just behind the sample properties, is the tax rate comparison. And I think this is the table, Councillor Gerwing, you had asked for last week, the tax rate comparison. And this table we pull right off the province's website. So they get their information from us when we file our local government data entry filings each June. And then they put it together and summarize it nicely for everyone to see.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Just on these tax rate comparisons, which community is similar in size to our community?
Good question. I don't know what the answer is on that one. Let me think. Population wise.
Population would be possibly Chetwynd, but I think the other thing to factor in is no one's like us when it comes to how our taxation works because of the region municipality. So Chetwynd would tax within their area in terms of their town site, and then the province actually taxes on behalf of the regional district outside, where we're the only municipality in BC that actually taxes the rural residents, the rural properties in the hinterland, for lack of better words, at the organization, right? So typically what a regional district would do is they would say, this is our cost to operate, here's what our budget is. And the various service levels and whatnot they provide. And then they, for lack of better words, put a requisition in the province and say X, they back up the budget, and then the province basically creates the tax bills and sends those out. So it's hard to compare apples to apples that way. And then the other function is how we chatted about it last week as part of the budget 101 is how a tax rate's actually determined based on that required tax dollars assessment, kind of spits out the tax rates too. So
We're the only community out of these ones that support our airport, right? Because with the Fort St. John Airport come out of the PRRD, how does that work?
So I can answer that question
Okay.
because I sat on that board for 8 years. So actually the Peace River Regional District is owned by, the airport is owned by the District of Taylor, the District of Hudson Hope, the City of Fort St. John, and the Peace River Regional District. Taxation has been zero. There's been that airport operates itself. So there has been no tax money been put into that. They have a tax levy ability of $10 in order to set it up, because it had to be set up by the regional district originally, and then it went into an organization where they're running it themselves and not for profit. Yeah, it's self-supporting. Yeah, so they get enough from their Yeah, the landing fees and the airport improvement fees that they're actually able to hire somebody to operate the airport and then provide for the capital. They had to take a loan, however, for their runway, right? So they're actually a nonprofit group that borrowed money against future revenues at the airport to pay for that. Where here was tax dollars that paid for it. Correct? And plus whatever you got from the government.
So
ACAP.
So ACAP funded the runway 100%. There was no.
Oh, 100%.
100%.
Lucky. Wow.
Yeah, so any sched, we're a tier two level one sched flight airport. So basically we have sched flights without security.
Right.
And then I'm not sure where Fort St. John would be. I'll pick on Dawson Creek because they're a little bit more from a size and perspective. They have security, so they fall into a bit of a different level from a scheduled flight perspective. But our scheduled flights is a minimum threshold of scheduled flights that are required to meet, which then looks after, so any of the equipment, there's a list, but the equipment to look after the main runways, so 0422, the threshold and the apron one, anything that would be linked to scheduled flights is 100% ACAP fundable based on their schedule. So the full project last year, well, we included up last year, the year before was 100% funded.
Based on the airport designation by the feds.
Yes.
Right, which is based on traffic.
Yes, you get larger airports, then there's
They
a
pay.
requirement that they pay and fund
Right.
themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So for instance, Vancouver Airport, YVR doesn't get ACAP funding to replace a runway. It's all part of their larger business plan as a business.
So to answer a little bit further, Councillor Dickey's question about which of these are closest, I mean, they're still competitors of ours from the perspective of potential residents,
Yes.
right? And tax rate has an impact on people's decision about where they live. So for me, when I'm sort of looking at it, I'm looking at Tumbler Ridge, Chetwynd, and Mackenzie. Those seem to be the ones that stand out for me as the comparators that I might look at, recognizing that it's different in its setup. But when it comes to the tax rate that people have to pay per 100 on their house, it's something that we have to consider because people will consider it when they buy a house somewhere. Yeah.
Okay, the next slide next tab is tab 4. This is the Consolidated Departmental Operating Summary. It's both by department and then by expense type. And Scott, were you going to speak to this one or?
If you're fine.
Okay, so with this one, I am going to read more directly from notes, but please jump in any questions you have. So with regards to personnel, base wages included negotiated collective agreements from QP and IAFF, as well as 2022 grid adjustments for excluded staff. Base wage adjustments were estimated based on actuals from 2022, including $50,000 increase in firefighter overtime. This was due to increased call volume and first responder calls. And I don't mean to steal our chief's thunder here by getting into some of these details, but we'll carry on. Group benefits, statutory benefits, increases in premiums and rates that were set by providers, such as Blue Cross and the provincial and federal governments, result in approximately a $250,000 increase. And this personnel information, I think we went over as well in the committee of the whole meeting a couple of weeks ago. On contract services, so this services column on tab 4, a couple of the changes that come into play here are we changed a couple of special projects into operations. They were happening each year and more appropriately classed as ongoing operations. So one of those was the visitor center operations. Hiking guide special project was moved into operations, and contract services for regional development and planning. One of the other things that is included in this is deferred training and development of $58,000. So although we recognize it as an expense, this is one of the areas where we're actually going to not tax for that amount again in 2023. So it'll be pulled from surplus, general surplus.
That makes sense for council? Okay. It's what we've done is there was training that didn't occur, some training that didn't occur last year that we taxed for last year. That's required training, and I mean, the pandemic threw a wrench in their training plans and deferred or extended expiry dates on certain required training and whatnot. So we, it didn't make sense, honestly, to have those funds specific to that training tax last year and then tax it again this year. So any of the unused training dollars that we still need to train for, we had to provide that training this year. That wasn't done last year. We basically, we call it carry forward, but basically what it is those funds last year got put in the general surplus, and then we took my general surplus this year. It's for the tune of about $58,000. 58,000 for that portion of training that we actually taxed for last year that didn't occur, that will be occurring this year.
And that's across all departments?
Yes, yeah. We don't have the rolled up training document in here because we had some tweaks, I think, right?
No, we don't, but you can see that carry
You will.
forward at the top of every green
Yeah.
sheet, department green sheet, there will be a carry forward line, and you will see that.
That's for training, yeah, for some, yeah. And then additionally, there was a couple others, while we're talking about some carry forwards. An example is chief, the fire department annually orders a certain amount of bunker gear, turnout gear. Last year it was ordered early in the year and didn't arrive, which we would have taxed for that as operations. So we elected, it was a tune of 30 or 40,000, I don't know what the exact number was now, but we actually we'll be getting hopefully 2 sets of bunker gear this year, and only taxing for one of it. We pulled funds out of surplus to look after those costs, as another example. There's different items that we looked at to help mitigate the impact of taxation this year based on the fact that we've budgeted already once for it and taxed for it once. Sure.
Okay, and so that was services. For materials and supplies, a couple of the changes or reasons for the changes. Health initiatives that we moved from the NRRHD, the hospital district, into general government has impacted materials and supplies. Scott touched on fire rescue, increase in supplies. That's to account for the supplies that weren't received last year. And organizationally, the fuel budget has increased by approximately $84,000. And we estimated that based on current pricing. Utilities saw just a minor decrease over the prior year. And that's it for the departmental operating summary. The next tab in the binder, tab 5, is a summary of all special projects. It organizes them by department and then shows the total expense and how those special projects are proposed to be funded, whether from carry forward grants or government funding or through taxation. So again, when it comes to the special projects, we'll be able to get into more details with the directors as we move that into that part of the binder. And so without any questions there, we start to get into the nitty-gritty and look into general government. I'm sorry. Okay. How might you do that, Jay?
So the stacks I passed out to you The pink sheets, the stack of pink, will just maybe walk you through, they're in addition to your binders. So each page is labeled at the bottom, the tab that they belong in, and they can become the first page of that section. Unfortunately, the page numbering got a bit goofy, so just assume it's one of one, but there's going to be more behind it. So that summary page is going to be the top page of each of the tabs that it's labeled at the footer.
And, so tab 18, the white and the green,
Those
like,
are replacements.
is there a difference though? Because I didn't see a difference, but
I assume there was. I'm
sorry.
not sure what the difference was, but I was advised that they just need to be replaced, tab 18 and 19.
Well, I get that. I just
Yeah, there
couldn't
was,
see a difference. So
oh.
got my notes. I
Um,
don't see a difference.
160, 951, 7. Oh, that's good.
So I don't know if the right one came out or it
29,
appears to be
745,
exactly the same.
It does.
And 19 is the same as well. So
Oh,
don't,
I thought I had, so I may have put that printing in the wrong spot. I apologize. We will be getting replacements for that. The numbers did change somewhat.
sorry, I can't hear you.
The numbers did change somewhat from what you had in the binder. We'll get updated tables for you.
Okay. Yes. They are. I think the wrong copy came out is what I was trying to say.
That's exactly what happened.
That's okay.
That's okay.
Just so you know.
This binder, there's lots of information together, but we had little mistakes like that.
This is probably not the last time we're gonna hear click, click, click.
Yeah.
We're quite used to it. I warned Trevor on Friday. And that's okay, because we're not gonna get to that tab. So we can make sure that we update that one. Okay.
Oh. Yeah, it's actually at the end. Maybe we'll, well, we're at 15 minutes now. Are we at a place where you can pause, or have you got something that you'd like to finish before we recess?
This is a good place.
This is a good place here now? Then we'll take the question. I just think that's a good spot, is that when you're at that, you know, when we're at that hour or that 2.5 hour mark, that's the time to maybe take some questions.
Yeah, because now we've got the roll-up portions kind of done. We're gonna get into the actual next spot now is general government, which is a department. So
Okay, so from a general perspective, it's probably a good time to take questions. So we'll take a question from somebody online? All right, so is it a written question then?
I have no written.
Just somebody's got their hand up, but they have no audio. Oh, that makes it tough. Can they go into the chat and put the question there?
She was just wondering how the additions, how members of the public can access the additions that you just happened.
Right.
Electronic.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's easy. The electronic, that's the easiest one, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that question's answered then. Good. Are there any other questions from council to staff, to Trevor, over the general portion, the general aspects of the budget? Does it make sense to stop and start up again at 5? I mean, I know we're 15 minutes early, but, or do you want to just get right into it?
It's up to council. We might be able to make it through general government or a portion. It's up to council. We plan on doing a hard stop at 1. We can stop, but I mean, there's some stuff that can be discussed in general government if you wish.
Okay,
If you want.
let's do it.
You good?
Okay, so starting at tab 6, I'll just first describe the layout of the green sheets. So really, the operating budget is presented in the same format as a statement of operations or an income statement. You start with your revenue by type or source, and then your expenses generally by function. In our case, when we're looking at departments, we look at it by major activity or program area. So revenues at the top, expenditures by program area in the middle, then net operations by program area. We'll see that take effect when we look at public works, which does have several program areas that they report on and manage. And then the bottom area is the distribution of expenses by expense type. And that information links back to that departmental summary where we showed it by department by expense type. And so getting into some of the explanations for changes and what we can expect this coming year. Expenses associated with strategic health initiatives are now under general government. We've included council's strategic planning services. Allowance for bad debt has decreased, and currently there's no amount recognized for allowance for bad debts, and we're in the process of determining actually a recovery and along with recommendations on how to approach that recovery. Elections budget has been removed for the next 3 years. One of the things to mention here is, although we've identified the main program areas, we also have sort of sub-activities within those. Some of them are corporate services, financial services, and the common services that we have that are shared across all the departments. Technological services is one of them, IT. And over the past few years, staff has been working on consolidating some of those common services that make sense, like advertising. Although departments can still have their own advertising or own specific costs in some of these common service areas, where it is deemed to be common, we amalgamate it and manage it under general government.
You have a question? Question, Councilor, go ahead.
So I note that under expenses, general government, line 31, it says council. So the budget for 2023 is 721,247. And I just have to tell you that going through all these budgets have finally taught me place values, so I can actually say these numbers now. But the actual for 2022 was 299,998. And I know that you've said some of this increase is because of the health recruitment and retention, and then the recruiter position, but there's a difference of 421,249. So is there an explanation for such a big difference? I guess, yeah, the actual for 2022 versus the budget is quite a bit different. And then moving forward into 2023, are there more that has been moved over in there that you probably told me and I didn't write down?
Yeah, unfortunately with this situation, we do lose that comparative value because the actuals for the hospital initiatives are actually sitting in the hospital district. So that's why your actuals are significantly lower. Now, there's probably other areas just where budgeted activities within council didn't occur. Now,
I can Okay, we can both can. Travel's a big one for council, as an example. So there was a travel budget, and we actually do a line by line item that council can take a look at where your budgets are. That you can take a look at. It's not in this document at the moment, because typically it hasn't gone in this document, but an example would be is we budget for council to make trips. So last year when the budget was developed, it was in place to look after what typical travel would be, which be if it's UBCM, NCLJ, whatever it might be, but anything else that you typically would travel to is in the budgets, because that's where a lot of those funds come from. If the travel didn't occur, and some conferences, for example, last year went back to in-person, others didn't occur, others maintained virtual. So that's one example where you'll see the actuals different than from one year to the next, or the gap between actual and budget this year. And then of course, a significant portion, it's over 300 grand, is linked specific to the health initiatives, which weren't in council's budget at all previously. They were in the RHD budget. But typically council approves their budget on that line by line item, which you will again this year, and it outlines all the specific travel, the various conferences, whatever it might be, mayor discretionary fund, and then you have the ability to reduce, but it's also budgeted to making some assumptions that you're going to be traveling to certain conferences and whatnot, anywhere from one to all. Less travel, as one example, reduces your actual. So you'll see some changes there.
Okay, so then just to recap, one of the reasons why it was budgeted in 2022 for 410,000 and the actuals came at 299, a large portion of that is lack of travel.
One would be, yeah.
And then the increase from, let's just say the typical $410,000 to the $721,000 is that health recruitment and retention and the recruited position.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
And then there's other initiatives in that health portfolio. So
Yes.
it's all the housing. It's the CHP coordination fee, even though 2/3 of it is offset by partner contributions. There is a line item in there for health advocacy. That's at council's discretion. There is some additional contract and materials and supplies fees for the READY program. So like not only the cash incentives, but the value of dispersing those welcome packages, because I think it's a $1,400 value or $1,700 value in addition to their cash incentive, but it's a cost to municipality. So all those things have added up to be that 310 in total. Yeah.
So a question, so is there a place that explains what you just said? Yeah, so there's another, because I haven't got through them all. So there is a page that sort of breaks 31A down into its different components. This is just a generalization of it all.
Yeah, so when we prepared the budget, you and I had walked through that list of kind of council initiative line items. And I can certainly circulate that for council's reference. The health initiatives, we don't have a detail of that in here. It was pulled out of our HD from past years and embedded in the council budget, but I can definitely enhance that kind of listing so that it includes everything.
Thank you, Jay. Any other questions on that? Okay.
The breakdown and the summary of it, because it's such a big increase, I'd like to, when this gets presented to the public, is it shared that all those changes have been added? Yeah, because I would hate to have people say, how come your guys' budget's so high, right?
Yeah.
Such a big increase.
It's such a big increase, yeah.
It is, it is when you view this, it appears to be a big increase, but taken in stride with the RHD budget, it would show that same reduction.
Yeah.
So that's where it's a little bit of a skewed, we lose that history in doing that reallocation. But that council detail budget is usually part of the final, but we can include it in this and I can republish the electronic, so it's in this version too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So that's the general government operating budget. We move on to special projects. So the pink that, one of the pinks that you just inserted into your budget, I think tab 7. With general government, we have 3 special projects. 2 are carryovers from previous years where we're just wrapping up some financial system changes. There's Great Plains Cloud Services that we're still in the midst of finalizing. A few pieces remain outstanding, and the asset retirement obligations is an accounting standards project where we need to do some work. Basically, we go through our leases, our legal obligations to determine whether we have future obligations that will need to be reported. And so we're well underway with that project, and it's in order to present that information within the 2023 financial statements. And
Can I ask a question about that?
for sure.
So is it because it's the first time we've done it that you're calling in a special? Because that just seems to me regular admin. That's something you can be doing all the time, right? Is preparing that and understanding what your future obligations are. So are we just buying software, or is it a project that we're doing one time? Or, and then that's why it's a special project, hoping that it'll get then moved into the operational. Is that sort of the plan?
That's essentially it. And so what's happened is a new accounting standard was issued.
Right.
And so it's not just regular ongoing work with the standards that are in place. It takes a significant amount of work to implement this particular standard. That's not always the case, but this one does. So we've seen, and we continue to see, other changes in standards where we wouldn't have a special project for us, just through normal course operations that will integrate that into our financial statements.
All right, so special project this time, and then it's just gonna get dovetailed into regular operations.
That's
Okay,
right. Yep.
thank you.
And yeah, behind the summary page, we go into a bit more of the details for each of those special projects. The last one that we have within general government is for the replacement of some furniture. And that's all I've got for general government.
Just to add to the furnishings is the gallery chairs, that's the old wooden ones that were here. We're looking at replacing those, which, and then some of the tables in the Raven room, which are in extremely poor condition. The intent would be to, if down the road the rental of the building, we carry that for those furnishings. We wouldn't buy new again. It's just the old furniture that's in this building is old.
It would be hypocritical of me to argue against that because there's new furniture in the office. That rubber stuff is finally gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't think we could ever get accused of spending too much on furnishings or anything for this facility. So we push it to end of life and then beyond.
Yeah.
So just, I think this is a good stop point there.
Yeah.
We're general government for the most part that concludes that. Any questions that council may have? To your point around special projects, we typically only add a special project if it's a one and done or requires additional, which one wouldn't be rolled into operations. And that's, and we do that so that it provides a consistent year to year. We do what we can to provide a consistent year to year comparison on the operational side versus peaks and valleys, and just having those special projects rolled in there. And I mean, the change of DRHD blend is a perfect example too, where it adds expenses to that department that weren't there previous to this year.
So I think the only thing that we have outstanding then is that line 31A, the council line will actually be broke down in the new electronic version. Okay. Good. Are there any other questions for staff based on that general government services? Seeing none, then we'll recess till 5 o'clock tonight. Thank you. This meeting to order again. We've been recessed since lunchtime. But I did an acknowledgement of the traditional territory of our neighbors. I just didn't have my mic on, but I'll do that now. Are there any questions? Do you have any questions from lunchtime? Councillor Andrews, I neglected to watch you there to see if you had your hand up or anything over the lunch hour. So do you have any questions for the information that we covered at lunch?
Nothing yet. No, it's been pretty clear. Trevor's doing a great job explaining it for me.
Okay, so are there any others? Councillor Souls, I know you know so far. Okay, all right, then let's turn it over to staff and we'll move right into it.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, next on the docket is the fire. So I'll ask James if you can come up. But in the meantime, we provided council with the legislative budget for information. So I don't know if you just want to take a look at it later, if there's anything you want to go through now. I'll leave that to you, Mayor and Council. If you'd like to go anything with that, or you'd like to just receive it for information.
Well, unless there's something on there that you guys want to explain.
Jay, I'll let you jump in if there's anything. So
there's been some really just minor changes to the general council budget. There was the change year over year from last year in that budget. Obviously, council devices have been removed because that purchase was made in 2022, but a like cost was replaced with strategic planning for this year. So in that balance, there's been very little change in council's budget. There was a small increase made to the Christmas social account, which is where we do our annual service recognition awards and the event for management staff, present and retired council members, just to account for the number of staff in the organization and inflation in the cost of offering a meal, which is what that does. There was a small change to the cost of the Resource Municipalities Coalition contribution. I think just as a result of the change in census, I believe that membership fee is population based.
Yeah.
And then obviously, as we discussed at lunchtime, the biggest change in that budget is a result of the health services initiatives, which is page 3 of 3 in that document, which is detailed there for council's consideration. So I appreciate we just circulated this this evening, and so if council wants to chew on it, and we can talk about it more once we reconvene later this week if there's any changes to that we'd like to make.
Right, so that was the full accounting of line item 31A.
Correct.
Essentially is what that was all about?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, let's bring it up the next meeting tomorrow. We'll give everybody an opportunity to have a look at that, and we'll ask to see if anybody has it. It looks pretty straightforward to me, but if anybody has any questions, we'll bring it up again tomorrow. Okay. And this tab 18 bit, does it replace what's there already, or is it in addition to?
No, it's a replacement, so you have to pull the page that you have and replace it for tab 18
Okay.
and the first page of tab 19 as well.
Good. Okay. Fire. Okay, I'll hand it over to
Protective
Services Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. So this operating summary is going to be talking a little bit about 2022 budget and then how it versus the 2023 budget. Operational areas are the Fire Rescue Department, Emergency Measures and Safety, Animal Control, and Bylaw Department. So the 2022 Protective Services annual budget versus the 2023 budget. The 2022 Protective Services operational costs were under budget by 2.2%. We were unable to get some of our fire department training for the firefighters as they were updating new standards, and they weren't available last year, but now they're available this year. So you'll see a carry forward for some training there. Also, we ordered some personal protective equipment from our suppliers, And we're still waiting. It's been a year for waiting for some equipment that's still on back order that we haven't received. So some of it has come out of the 2022 budget, but the majority of it is going to come back out of the 2023 budget. And we'll need to order more equipment this year to account for that. So you'll see a carryover there. In 2022, calls for service were up by 114. The majority of the increase was due to medical calls, working with PCEHS. In 2022, we had 4 new paid on call members that were hired and they completed their recruit training. They are now doing their NFPA 10,001 training on Tuesday nights with the rest of the firefighters. We hope to do another recruitment of paid on call firefighters here in the new year and hopefully get our numbers up a little bit more. In 2022, fire apparatus service pump testing and the servicing of all the rigs was completed. And we had 0 mechanical issues or any breakdowns of our apparatus last year. 2023 protective services budget versus the 2022. So for protective services, our personnel budget for 2023 has a 9% increase over the 2022 budget. And that's mostly due to the increase to the wage increase from the IFF, QP, and the management wage increases. The protective services contract services budget for 2023 has a 5% increase over the 2022 budget. And this is to account for the training we couldn't get last year, to bring in outside instructors to teach AutoX because they didn't have the new standard completed. And as we used our training burn facilities this year at the end of the winter here, last year, we noticed that some of our equipment just needs to be replaced. So we didn't get that done last year, but we're planning on replacing some of the burn props this year. The protective services budget for materials and supplies has an 18% increase over the 22 budget. And that's due to the fact that we're still waiting for personal protective equipment that we ordered last year that hasn't arrived yet. And our utilities budget, you'll see a little decrease, or it's going to stay the same versus last year's budget. We don't see any increases there. Just give you a little update on some upcoming apparatus and age of our apparatus. So Quint is 26 years old. So in the next year, hopefully carrying forward to the 2024 budget, we'll be bringing council some options on refurbishing the current truck or replacing it with a used or brand new. So that'll be in 2024. In the last 2 weeks, our truck 1 has lost its motor. So right now we're using a public works truck for our standby firefighters. That truck is being bought forward to this budget to get replaced this year. The truck was due to be replaced in 2023. It just lost its motor a week ago. So
Can we find it again?
oh, we found it. It's over in the compound. We're still working on numbers for what the revenue was for the fire department and emergency services. So we'll get that brought forward once we get the numbers from Trevor. Last year in 2022, we had property value that was at risk, and that means like properties that responded to actual fires in that area or that building. It was approximately at 4.3 million. The fire total save was 1.7 million, and we had a 2.6 million total loss in 2022. This is the first time since I've been a member of the department that our fire loss outweighed our fire savings. And this is mostly due to the fact that there's a lot of human caused suspicious arson fires right now in our area. So I don't know if Mayor and Council has any questions on that.
Particularly to the arson or to this budget?
To the budget so far.
Yeah. So any questions so far? So I guess I had one around the contract services. You talked about training, so you must be hiring contractors to do your training. You talked about the burn props. So is that hiring a contractor to actually build them? Is that?
No. So currently we have a training facility and training ground down at the landfill. So our vehicle prop that we practice vehicle fires on, we just need to replace that with another vehicle that we have at the training ground. A lot of the work will be done in-house. We work with Fortis Gas. They come in, they'll remove some of our gas lines and replace them, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But there is some welding work that we'll have to get a contractor in to do welding and stuff like that.
Right. So can you explain to me some of the other contract services that protective services might?
Yeah, so we use any mechanical breakdowns.
So we don't have a mechanic, that's all done.
Yeah,
by
we bring
contract?
in Profire. They have an apparatus mechanic that works on the apparatus themselves, so we use them a lot. Our ladder testing is all contracted out. Our pump testing is contracted out. The pump servicing is contracted out. Our SCBA, our self-contained breathing apparatus, that's all contracted out. They have to come in and do bench testing and certifications on all of those. Same thing with our cylinders get sent out and they get hydrostatic testing, so that'll be under contract services. And then if we, like for example, we're bringing in, we budgeted last year, the auto extrication 10,000 NFPA 10,006 full course, but the standard was the old standard, so we decided we'd wait for the new standard versus getting outdated training. So that'll be a third party. Justin's BC Fire College instructors will teach that, so that'll be a contract service as well.
Okay, thanks.
I'll add, sorry, to 911, big one. 911's a contracted service. Sorry?
In the protective.
In the protective services.
Right. Okay, so that was the other thing I wanted to talk about was line 47, where it talks about you're actually paid for 911 emergency service 23,216, but we're planning on, we've budgeted 71,800. That's a significant difference. So is the increase in 911 services gone up by that much? Almost 300%? Wow.
Yeah, it's based on, they changed the way they do the calculation, and I believe it's a legislative requirement out of Alberta, how they do it based on population. So the charge is based on a per capita amount.
Originally it was called.
I mean, originally it was call volume.
Yeah.
So that's where you had a budget of X and our actual, we just would, for lack of better words, have a projection what we think the call volume was, and that's how we determine it. Now it's based on not call volume, but the per capita.
Right. And that contract was established with the RFQ, direct award.
We went through
Is
some
that-
significant investigations to find a service provider that would work with our telecom. So being Northwest Tel was our telecom, we had some major hurdles in using a traditional service provider for that. So Ecom, who provides 911 services across the province, wasn't able to integrate with Northwest Tel system.
I see.
Whereas GP Fire was close, they were familiar with our type of geography, and they were able to integrate with that system.
That's good. I just was wondering if there's another opportunity to maybe to put that out with the price the way it is, but I understand where we're coming from. So we're kind of held captive to these folks to some degree, just because of the way the system integrates. Okay, thank you.
And that dynamic may change when next gen 911 comes into play.
Right.
But for now, with it being the service that we have, that's the relationship. The other thing is that this year and for future years, we've identified an opportunity for some cost sharing with FNFN. So that just with discussions with their group, so that'll offset some of that increased cost.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I had. Anybody else? Okay, continue on, Chief.
Thank you. So last year we did, the fire department did over 220 business inspections for fire prevention to all the public buildings in our area. We did 195 hours of public education to the community members. We've done over 50 members of the community received fire extinguisher and or fire safety training that we've done through the fire hall. We issued 91 burn permits for the area last year. And the firefighters completed specialized technical training for a total hours of 2,518 hours logged for 2022. 9 members have completed their EMR training. We have 2 members that have completed their associate certificate in trauma and crisis intervention. And we have 4 members currently enrolled in the program. And we've been offering that to the community, and it's been going really well. We had 1 member complete their Fire Officer 1, and they are enrolled in Fire Officer 2. And we've completed live drills in water rescue, high angle rescue, and aircraft emergencies. And that's pretty well it for the fire side. Moving on to bylaw and animal control. The bylaw officers responded to 138 bylaw incidents last year, so that'd be investigations. And the main focus in bylaw right now was to have interactions with the community and educate or respond to any complaints that we receive. So we do a lot of education to the public when it comes to the bylaws. Animal control responded to 68 calls for service, and no cats were euthanized last year, and no dogs were euthanized. And they received 2 complaints from rural areas outside of the bylaw area that they didn't respond to, but they did give complaints. The bylaw wildlife attractants, the bylaw officers work with the Fort Nelson Wildlife Coordinator, as you'll see as in the budget there. And we continue to work with her through planning and Sean on dealing with any complaints or issues we get with animal contractants through the municipality and our bylaw area. So in the total for the Protective Services Department, for total calls of service last year, counting fire and bylaw, it was 655 calls for emergency and non-emergency calls. Any questions?
I'll wait till the end. I want to go back to fire, but I'll wait till the end.
Yeah, we're pretty well done the overview there, unless you have any questions when it comes to the operations and
Okay, so I'll go back to the fire if I can and talk a little bit about, maybe you can explain some of the fees and charges. So I know that, the province will pay for some responses that you go to. And I was also wondering about some of the public training that you did. Are there fees involved with those, or any of them, or is that all offered for free to the municipality?
that right now is all free to the municipality. We are working on a fire services bylaw that there are going to be some fees added to certain things like responding to false alarms that we continue to go to the same place over and over. They'll get charged, whereas today it's as many times we get called there, there's no fees attached to that at all. But today, yeah, all of our public education is free to the community.
So the fees and charges that are listed there as revenue are almost entirely from the province for responses that you do on their behalf?
Yeah, so that'll be highway rescue responses, which we're getting a total number for. The contract for providing protective services for the Fort Nelson First Nations. And I believe that's the majority of the 2.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions, Chief? Thank you very much for your time.
So moving over to tabs 9.
Sorry, you weren't finished.
So the push to talk radios, you'll see that's a carry forward from the 2022 budget. And that started off as a grant to get push to talk satellite radios for the EOC, and moving forward to give us more reliable communications with the municipality. Like if rescue is in Hot Springs or Muncher Lake, we'll be able to talk with the other EOC or the fire department. So that's a carry forward. I don't know any questions on that one. And the Bear Aware on the next page there, $6,000 for the wildlife or Wild Safe BC coordinator.
Yeah, I think we've dealt with that one already, right? So, yeah, okay. Questions on the special projects for the chief? Oh, you're getting off easy.
And as you see, when we get into low end, that's where the truck one is in the budget there.
Okay. Good.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Next. There's lots of pink in this one. So get out your red pens.
Tell me about it. I forego a binder, so excuse me. So good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you because, as most of you know, I'm pretty passionate about the work that we do and excited to share what we have planned for the year ahead. And it's also a great opportunity to gauge whether or not we're heading in the right direction as far as strategic priorities. And I recognize you haven't necessarily set yours yet, but making sure that we've got the support of Mayor and Council as we proceed. So I appreciate being here. For regional development and planning, it's a fairly straightforward operational budget. Most of our work, as you can see, is done through special projects, whereas our operational budgets are pretty straightforward as far as just training and development and wages and that sort of thing. There was an increase in revenue from the 2023 budget to the 2022 budget. We are looking at hiring an intern this year, which has created a bit of extra revenue from grant funding. We did some shuffling around. Traditionally, our visitor center operations, community forest, and hiking guide were all special projects included in the pink sheets. And we've moved those to the operation budget this year. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the intern wages have been included as well. If we look at actual numbers for regional development and planning, if we look at the 2022 budget to actual, we had a budget for 2022 of just over 1.1 million. And we actually spent around 1.02. So we were underspent by about 20,000, which is 2% of the budget. If we remove the wages, it looks a little bit different. So if we remove wages and just look at our actual operating costs within the department, we were underspent by about $48,000, which is about 28% of our budget. And that was a variety of just small bits and pieces here and there, mostly associated with underspends for legal services, professional services, meetings, travel, meals, that sort of thing. And a little bit in printed materials and ads and promotions. When we look at the comparison between the 2022 budget and the 2023 budget, excluding, we see an increase, of a 2023 budget of 269,000. If we don't look at wages, we've got an increase of 96,000. And again, that's just essentially from moving those special projects over into the operations budget. With a little bit around $6,000 additional for training and development. So I'll just leave it at that if anyone has any questions.
Examples of contract services. So that would be the visitor information center. You contract that out, that sort of thing.
But yeah, the visitor, Edison is another one that we have in there as well.
Okay. Anybody else?
All right.
All right.
The meat and potatoes of the department. The operation budget is pretty straightforward. Yeah. So this year we've got 24 special projects proposed in the budget. Some are carryover, some are new. So I'm not sure how council would like to go through these, if you want to go through them one by one or just a broad overview.
What are council's wishes? I mean, it's all written, each one is written there, right? Each one has a bit of a request.
Yeah.
How would you guys like to proceed? I don't have any questions. I don't know if you've all had a chance to look through some of those. Maybe just to highlight each one maybe quickly.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right, so the bylaw updates is our first special project. So we started these bylaw updates last year. So the business license and regulation bylaw is in there. The building bylaw and the animal control pound and licensing bylaw. So each one of those are being proposed for updates for various reasons, which is documented. It is a carry forward of 29,100, and we are asking for an additional 3,400 just for legal review for the, for those bylaws. The next one that we're looking at is the 2020 wildfire prevention implementation. So this is 100% grant funded through UBCM's Community Resiliency Investment Program. So we've got about 43,900 left to spend in that project. Reporting's due at the end of July, and we're just finishing up activities from the 2020 project. The downtown revitalization plan, this was $40,000 of tax levy with 20,000 NDIT grant, and this project is wrapping up as well. Reporting is due shortly. We're just in the final stages of finalizing the conceptual plans, and there will be a report provided to council here shortly with the final outcome of the planning process.
So what we received in 2022 was not enough to cover the entire project. We need another 30,000 to finish it.
Yeah, so what we were hoping for was an additional $30,000 to start the implementation of one of those projects from that plan. So the plan will have recommendations as far as things that the community would like to see, and we'd like the $30,000 to start implementing one of those projects. And it's that idea behind making sure that we don't just develop a plan that's going to sit on the shelf, that the public actually sees some benefit from it, and we actually keep the momentum going on these projects.
Yep, thank you.
The next one's the housing/community needs assessment. So we have a carry forward of 18,200 from last year's budget. Last year, a housing needs assessment was completed, and based on the timing and the requirements from the province to complete this, we were using statistics from 2016. But despite that, there's some really interesting key findings in that housing needs assessment, and we'd like to continue developing that housing needs assessment and develop it into something maybe more around a community needs assessment. So including updated statistical information that was released in 2021. As well as start focusing on some of the things that we haven't had an opportunity to look at yet, such as homelessness and things like that. The next project is the 2023 wildfire prevention implementation. And again, this is through the UBCM's Community Resiliency Program. It's 100% grant funded. There's some things that we need to ensure that we are completing in order to ensure that we're eligible for funding in 2024. And a report was provided to council on December 12th, providing mayor and council with an update regarding this program. The official community plan update. So this one's a bit of a larger ask. It is $100,000 we're requesting to update our official community plan. The OCP is a foundational document to long-range goals and objectives for the community. It's over 12 years old, and significant changes have occurred with the economy and social aspects of the community since the OCP was originally developed. So we're excited to put out an RFP here shortly with council's approval for a budget that will allow us to update the OCP. The Business Facade Improvement Program. This is, I think, our 9th or 10th year participating in this program, and it's a generous grant funded from NDIT for businesses to be able to do improvements to their businesses and to help support that financially. So this is, again, $20,000, 100% grant funded through NDIT. 911 mobile services. So no new ask in this regard. We have 15,600 for carry forward from 2022. And this is to cover off various aspects of implementing 911 service in the Northern Rockies. It includes an exchange visit between Grand Prairie dispatch with ours, some signage, and then some contract services for some basically professional services from, sorry, can't think of his name, Glenn Miller. who helps us and supports us with 911 service. The next one.
Can I just
oh,
ask Trevor a question about that? Does that go on the, tax form to the homeowner as a separate item, or does it just go under general revenue, or is 911 a separate line item on the tax requisition from homeowners?
It's not a separate.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
So in regards to 911 service, just so that you're aware, and based on a question, I think, Mayor, that you had during the overview, the municipal overview presentations that we did early in the fall, we do have a report going to council this upcoming council meeting regarding connectivity and where we're at with that. It's a fairly lengthy report, but it's a great summary, and it's just so diverse, the different aspects around connectivity, broadband, and the work that's been done. So we will have a report at the next council meeting in that regard. The next project we have is a Shop Local program development and campaign, and this is we're anticipating this to be 100% grant funded as well through NDIT. It will replace the traditional Love Fort Nelson program that we had funded previously, so that should be exciting, and we're currently working with the Chamber of Commerce to develop a local program. The Boreal Caribou Protection and Recovery Plan Review. This is based, the budget is a carryover from 2022 budget of $75,100, and this is to complete the socioeconomic assessment related to the draft Boreal Caribou Protection and Recovery Plan. The next one is the Local Government Climate Action Program, and this is 100% funded through the provincial government, and this is just basically in support of projects that meet the objectives of the Clean BC Roadmap, and a presentation was provided to council on November 28th, 2022. Since then, I have also provided a presentation to the Environmental Advisory Committee, and we're going to revisit that and hopefully come up with some recommendations on how to spend those funds. The next one is the Green Waste Diversion Fund, which is a carryover of $9,500 from the 2022 budget. And this was based on a resolution made by council to support School District 81 to establish a green waste diversion project in the 4 schools administered under SD 81. 911 call boxes. So this is basically a carryover as well of $13,758. This is just to finish off the project that was started in 2021 for the installation of 5 call boxes along various sections of the Alaska Highway. Electric vehicle charging station. So this one was actually considered fairly low priority. And we kind of thought, considered just having this one being totally grant dependent. However, we did put in a budget request of $23,200 to install a second level 2 EV charging station. And this was based on a council resolution that was made on May 9th, 2022. For staff to continue investigating options for both interim and permanent EV charging installations in the municipality. The next one is the economic marketing opportunity with Viewpoint. So regional council would have considered this, and it was actually pre-approved in late 2022. For $55,000, and this was using a carryover of funds from the tourism strategy implementation budget. Accessibility planning and awareness. So this is a request of $29,500 to develop an accessibility committee and work most likely with a consultant to develop an accessibility plan, which is a requirement under the Accessible BC Act. And information was provided to council in December of 2022 regarding the requirements under the ABCA, which is a really weird acronym, but that's what it is, ABCA. So that was provided to council. $500 has traditionally been received through grant funding through Spark BC to hold awareness events related to accessibility. Local transportation solutions. So again, this one was provided, a report was provided to council regarding the regional economic development grant funding that was available to create a local transportation plan. And it's an 80-20 split. So we have submitted an application to the ministry for an $80,000 grant, which would require $20,000 contribution from Northern Rockies. The next one is the Northeast BC Tourism Marketing Consortium. This is a traditional contribution to the marketing consortium that we participate in of $7,000. Last year it was reduced from $12,500, I believe, to $7,000 based on council's resolution to basically match what other communities of similar size were contributing to the consortium. The remote washrooms facilities project. So this is a request of $50,000, and that's in it's a public washroom partnership program as well as the Gotta Go program. And this $50,000 would is committed through an MOU that we have with the partners as part of this project. The rural recreation trails enhancement. So this is a carryover of $10,000 plus an additional request of $10,000. So a small portion of this budget, approximately $1,000, would be used to help support projects undertaken by the Northern Rockies Trail Society. And the majority of the funding, though, would go towards new signage for our recreation trails that we have up the highway. The signage is over 10 years old and has become quite dilapidated and is actually missing in some instances. So the request would go towards new signage. The Tourism Advisory Committee Familiarization Tour, we have $2,800 of carry forward from 2022, and we're requesting an additional $2,200 to for a total budget of $5,000. And this is essentially funds that are available to the Tourism Action Committee to perform an up-highway familiarization tour. And they're requesting a similar budget for this year. The tourism strategy implementation. So the Northern Rockies tourism strategy and action plan was developed or approved by council in January of 2022. And the strategy lays out different actions to be undertaken to increase tourism opportunities in the Northern Rockies, as well as marketing. Essentially, there was $50,000 remaining in this budget. However, we used that one for the Viewpoint project. So this is a new request of $50,000. The tourism marketing strategy. So this was an add-on to the actual, the larger plan. So we're requesting $30,000 of carryover from the 2022 budget. And it's just basically to create a new marketing strategy, and an RFP was put out for this project, soliciting assistance from consultants to help develop a strategy. And that's what the funding would go towards. And last but not least, tourism trade shows. So this was also pre-approved on January 9th, 2023. And it's a $7,000 request to attend various trade shows, 3 trade shows, most of which are done now. So that's it for the special projects.
Questions for Ms. Thompson? Okay, I have one. Do you have enough people to do all this? You've got $993,000 in projects. You've contracted, or according to your 2023 contract, $225,000 to contract out. That leaves $765,000 of projects to be done by your team. And I see that we carried over $262,000 worth of projects from last year to this year. So that jumps out at me as we don't have the capacity to do everything we say we're going to do. So I'm just throwing it out there and just for a high level discussion about, do we have enough people to look after all these projects? I know you guys have talked about it. So.
Many times. One of the challenges, I'll be honest, with the department in the past was a significant amount of carryover work that was continued to be carried over from year to year, which has been whittled down quite significantly through the years by not adding new projects and trying to get through it. A lot of the projects, so the contract services you'll see here would be specific to operational. So a lot of cases, some of these projects will be, if it's in a pink as a special project, will be could be done by consultants to assist in that. That's what some of that.
I see.
Okay. For a lot, because that's what happens is you'll look and say project X needs to be completed this year. We don't have the capacity internally to do it. So you'll, even though we have staff person attached to it, a lot of the work can be done through a consultant or a third party assistance on that. And sometimes because of capacity, and other times because knowledge, right? So for instance, the OCP will do a lot on the OCP ourselves, but it's a fairly significant project. So a fair amount of that work is, our budget is going to go towards consultants, capacity, and also expertise when it comes to developing an OCP, for example.
Okay, so process question, I guess, for myself. So you're saying that the contract services in the green sheet is not reflective of the contracts that might have to be let in the pink sheet.
That's right. Yeah.
So where's that rolled up at?
Operationally, the contract services.
Yeah. So where's that rolled up at then? The contract, like, how do we know from the pink sheets how much of that budget is contracted and how much is done internal? Or do we?
Well, it depends on the project itself and how it's broken out. Like, so for instance, the OCP project will be the majority of the, because if the work is being done internally, then it'll be looked after through the operational budget, right? From a capacity perspective, anything outside of that scope of work or anything outside of an NRM employee that they could do or not do would be part of a potential consultants work on as part of one of the special projects.
Right. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is that there's a portion of contract services or contracted out services that's not accounted for here anywhere on these sheets that I can see so far.
Not the green sheets.
So yeah, so if we use internal employees to look after some of the special projects on the pinks, that's included in the wages portion of operations.
Yeah, that's correct.
And we have some contract services that we use operationally that are not in the pink sheet. There are other things that we're doing.
Yeah, that we would typically use contract service for year to year.
Right.
Yeah, and anything outside of that is what we're capturing on the special projects.
Right. So where do we capture that portion that might be contract services from the special projects? Is there a place where we capture that in a spreadsheet somewhere?
We do break it out within the budget. It's not presented separately as you've seen in the budget binder. However, for RDP, the contract services portion of the overall spend of 993,000 is 893,000.
Oh, okay. That's what it is. It's just not presented here.
That's right. And I can
Okay.
certainly put something together relatively quickly to include for council with regards to the expense types for special projects.
Yeah, that helps me because of the question that I had about, well, it sure doesn't look like you have enough people working for you to look after this. But based on the numbers I looked at, like I couldn't figure it out. So, but you've told me there's another number that's not here. It's $800 and some $1,000. That makes sense to me now.
Okay.
Okay, so I think if we can capture that somewhere, that would be a good thing. Thank you.
Because it is broken out in Questica as far as, yeah, of course. So just on the point around capacity as well. So this year we didn't add a lot of new special projects. They were ones that resulted from legislative requirements like the Accessibility Act. The OCP is a no-brainer. It needs to be done. And these have been carried forward, and some of our projects are carried forward. That's just the nature of, the planning department. So we've worked really hard to try and clean up some of these ones that have been a carry forward, like the downtown revitalization. I think that one, there was talk back to 2019 about undertaking that, and it just never got off the ground because of staff changes and things like that. So we are working at cleaning up some of those legacy ones. But as we do that, there's new things that pop up. The BC building code is, about to be updated. There's requirements around BC Energy Step Code and things like that. So that will require an update to our bylaw. So some things we can't avoid, but we are trying not to be we're trying to be realistic, but trying not to add too much to the list, recognizing that there is a lot, and that's just the special projects. The day-to-day isn't captured in here either.
Sometimes part of the problem is us, right? Because we drop stuff on you and throughout the year that you never anticipated, or we didn't anticipate at this time, comes up and we say, do it. So it becomes part of the priority, and things are going to drop off the desk and go on to the carryover. So we have to take some responsibility for that as well.
We don't talk about that.
Yeah, well, you don't, but we should. Right? So that's a consequence of us finding out stuff and adding more projects to what you're doing.
And there is one actually that's on my list to bring up to council that's not on here.
Sure.
Which is actually the discussion that happened last council meeting, because the information which specific to pullouts and signage and stuff. So the report had to go back to council, which would require a budget if that project was to proceed, or even to get understanding what the extent and the scope of work is. It's a significant undertaking, right? So that's something that if, most likely, because council's not making decisions at these discussions, but when we go out between a report that goes back to council and the budget deliberations, when you actually decide on that, will be most likely part of that to decide if you want to proceed with something. But then you'll also have an understanding what the full scope of work would potentially look like and what the cost would be. And then the other one, of course, it's not in here when we get to public works, is the potential sidewalk extension, right? So that's not, so it's on our list, but the document was published. But this is an example to support your comment, that sometimes things kind of get thrown out unexpectedly.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Any other questions for Lisa besides mine? Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time. For the recreation budget. Okay. So for the revenue in 2022, budget versus actual, we were $946 under. For the revenue expected in 2023, it's $340,695 for a difference of $27,525. Those numbers came from a reduction in aquatic general swim from 72,000 down to 60,000, which was actual for 2022. We also removed $9,000 from the gymnastic code. We are unable to run that at this time. There's no provider for that. So we will not receive that revenue. We lessened the dance revenue by $3,000. to meet actual for 2022. $1,200 from active events to match the 2022 actuals, and $1,000 from adult programming to make up that difference for this year. The expenses in 2022 versus the budget, we were under by $102,000 and $328. The net revenue was down by $101,382 because of that $946 less in revenue received. Our 2023 budget is over by $63,061. The reasons for that are insurance increases of $27,000. Janitorial supplies this year will be up $10,000, and our parts and supplies for mechanical is up $4,500, and then the rest of them are just little $2,000 and $3,000 changes because of the actual pricings that have changed over the last year or so. 2022 budget versus expenses. The budget was $668,000, and we actually spent $629,000. Materials was $516,000, and we actually spent $485,000. Utilities $550,000, and we spent $518,000, and the other $652,000 is debt servicing, I believe, for the loan for the rec center that was taken out several years ago. Contract services, the 2022 budget, as I said, was $668, $595. The actual $629. We were under by $339,000. Materials and supplies, the $516 versus the $485 was under by $30,000. Utilities $550. 400 was under by $32,000 at a budget expense of $518,107, and the debt servicing stays the same. 2023, the budget versus the budget of 2022, contract services is up $15,000 to $684,436. versus last year's budget of $668,595. Materials and supplies 2023 budget is $525,120 versus the 2022 budget of $516,235, an increase of $8,885. Utilities budgeted for 2023 is $546,800 versus the budget of $550,400 in 2022, which is a difference of $3,600 lower for this budget year. And the debt servicing remains the same at $652,000.
Questions? All right. 9% revenue, is that historically been the amount that we've been able to recover in recreation?
Yeah, sorry, Mayor. If you go back to, I think, 2011, when the old pool was there and this pool, we were about 11%, I think was the highest we've ever been. And since then, it's gone down gradually every year. And then after probably 2014, 2015, it got lower and lower gradually, a little bit quicker because we lost some of our population that would have attended the rec center, taken part in the activities that they would have in the past.
So it's mainly by reduction in the numbers of people in each of the services or each of the programs. So the programs still exist, they just have less people in them.
In some cases the revenue is up because things get taken on, like the aqua fitness class. I think there's 9 different fitness classes of that with 10 people each now, and they had to add another one on Sundays just recently to meet that demand. Whereas your general swim went from 72,000 down to 60,000 for the reasons, but that being said, we also get sponsorships of swims, which is a great benefit to the community now. Some of those swims see well over 100 people, right? Which would have been a revenue of whatever, and you get the sponsor swim piece. So you see it over in this column, not in the actual swim piece that you would normally see. So that's great. So we've had FNFN does a sponsored swim every month. I forget the name, West Coast Energy, whatever they're called now. North River. They sponsor a swim. Sorry,
That's okay.
Oh goodness, I hope not.
They probably won't ever
Sorry,
sponsor
North.
a swim again, but
Well, there goes the rock climbing too, because they also sponsor that. Now Krista's going to kill me. That's not going to be good. But we see different things like that occurring. So you don't see it in the actual revenue for the public swims, but we see it in those classes coming up. So sometimes it looks like besides the revenue for this, we hope to be up this year in our revenues because of those things occurring and people coming into it. And then the stuff we offer for seniors to come in and take place. Some of it, of course, is free because it's still sponsored by a company or a group. So you won't, right? You'll see it in the number overall. You just won't see it for that specific stuff. So, so there's some good stuff happening there. It doesn't translate into here with the big numbers, like you say, 7% on revenue versus your cost. But that's where that is at.
yeah, 10% is not unheard of. That's for sure. If anytime you're heating or cooling water, it's costing you lots of money, right? Arenas were freezing water and pools are heating water. And so it's
I think a key piece, Mayor, is over time. I mean, previous councils have, and councils have, mayor and council have elected to provide the service to the community, and have elected not to adjust the user fees to keep up or to maintain the increase in cost to provide that service. So so over time, as much as, I mean, the facility is still utilized significantly, and that's why we do the head counts going in to get an understanding the usage rates, which don't necessarily turn into revenue. But the other piece is that, you know, there's a gap being created to continue to increase from the cost to operate versus the revenue, because the revenues are the actual user charges have remained stagnant for years, right? So that's just been the decision of previous councils to maintain that when we brought forward some thoughts and ideas around.
Harvey, have you ever looked at analyzing those user fees against other communities?
Yeah,
just
Well, somebody's got to ask the question, right? Someone's got to ask the question. I'm the new guy, so I can be the bad guy that asks the question. I get it, but when you're at 9% recovery, I get it. But somebody's got to ask that question. So have we here? It's been politically not hands off.
No, it's been done.
That's a clear limiting move to
It's
do
been
that.
done last year. Stacy, while doing the director's role, done a large presentation to council, bringing in the surrounding communities' rates, and it was a lot of work to pull everything together. And I believe, I wasn't here at the time, but when she presented that, I think the final decision was to just leave everything status quo, but the information has been pulled, and I think we've pulled it a number of times over the years to be able to see where we were compared to other communities. And then, of course, council of the day at that time made the decisions they made, whether it was to, I think the last increase might have been in 2015 when the rec center opened.
Yeah.
For the pool piece.
Yeah. I mean, there's lots of good reasons to have it directly. Don't get me wrong there. It's just, you know, when you're covering 10% or less than 10%, you know, you've got to look at this. It's $5.5 million part of our budget, right? So it's a significant portion of the budget. For transparency, the folks got to know that it's costing them money. Nothing's free, right? They're just paying it instead of user fees. They're paying it under taxes. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, and then this is the first place I see the word other as a line item. And when it's 11.5% of your total budget, I have to ask what's in the other column? Because that looks like miscellaneous to me. Is that what?
It's to be
Is that
payment of
just
the,
straight payments? Well, can we start calling it that?
There are a couple of items, different items that go into that. In Rex's case, it is all just debt repayment.
Debt repayment?
But we'll also include interest charges in there, and if we were to record allowances, they would go under other as well. So we can certainly always give you the details outside of the report.
Well, it's just, it's the first time, like, there's lots of other places where it is, and I don't know if it'll be that simple to explain what's in the other, but we'll ask the question every time we get to it. So, okay, thank you. Debt repayment. No pinks?
No special projects from rec. They do have a couple capital, which we get to, when we get to the capital section, so we come back to them. I wasn't sure you mentioned, you wanted to take a quick recess. I wasn't sure if you still.
Yeah,
Because we're going from
yeah,
rec to.
That's probably a good place for a break let's take a 20-minute break, recess, and we'll have something to eat, and then we'll get right back at it. Thank you. So let's start up again. I think we left off at cemetery, public works, sewer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for coming. It is 6:23.
Wow.
Oh, at 14. Tab 14. 14.
So the 2022 for Public Works, pretty much standard, nothing crazy or over the top, with the exception of fuel, which was up exorbitantly, as well as gravels and winter sand were also doubled in cost per cube. So those items had impacts on our budget. In addition, our grader struggled in 2022, where we put significant funds into that unit, which is a 2012. And it's still got lots of life in it, but the circle and the arm from the grader broke. And that was an $85,000 cost. But that unit, it's worth the life. For the cemetery, you'll see we're slightly over budget a little bit. We did do some additional landscaping just to clean up some of those sunken areas. The flower contract and mosquito control, one's 40,000 and mosquito is 50. Both were slightly over budget in 2022, and we've raised those contracts in 2023. Though both those contracts have been holding their own at those levels for many, many years. So it was and for 2023, the increases there, we've already talked about the personnel issues. That's the big one for Public Works. I'm assuming that's the big one organizationally. We've increased our fuel budget, which will show up under Public Works, as well as winter sand and gravel budgets by $40,000. And those are the big impacts. Any question?
Yeah, can I ask, so is that increased volumes or increased price for volume?
Increased price.
Okay.
The price per cube on winter sand in particular doubled.
Okay. We're using the same, it's just costing us more, the
Yes.
price. Okay, thanks.
So every year the quantity of winter sand varies a little bit. We're pretty consistent between 9 and 1,200 cubes.
Okay.
Any questions on Public Works operations? For the special projects, we've got a few.
I had a question on the other. I didn't realize you were skipping through
Oh,
the
sorry.
cemetery and the water as quickly as you did.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just.
All right, so I'm on page 2 of 2, tab 14. And again, I'm looking at that other. $260,000 budgeted for other
And again, Mayor, that is all for interest on long-term debt
interest on long-term debt.
for both water and sewer.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
No further questions?
let's check it. Tab 15.
So we've got 3 special projects. The first one is asset management planning. So this is that grant that we had last year, ma'am. So we did the municipal asset management program gave us funding last year of $50,000, and we've completed that. We'll be wrapping that up March and completing those requirements for that grant. This is an additional ask. As we went through the process mapping project, which is essentially a dashboard for your asset management system, senior management actually identified the need to provide 4 systems. And in this particular case, document control and training programs, not just the process, but all the processes within that system. So this is proposed in order to start plucking away at those 2 programs. There is a grant opportunity in May for $25,000 through UBCM. And this year, we are hoping to apply for that grant funding. And without that grant funding, our hope is to complete the training program and a framework for document control. Both those programs are fundamental to survive our asset management system surviving as we go into transitions. The Boulevard tree lights, this is the carryover from last year. So these, the lights, the shipping costs on the winter lights last year were exorbitant. So we halted on that, and we'll be looking to acquire a little bit more this year. And this will be to complete all the lights, to have the same shade of white.
Councillor Growing has a question or a comment.
I have a comment, please. I don't want to contribute $7,000 more unless you're going to get rid of all the old lights and start fresh.
That is
Like all of, like done like dinner, and let's just do new. We can recycle them at what?
And all the same shade too. That's
hopefully it goes the blue as opposed to the yellow, but you know, that's
yeah, for sure. That is the plan.
Okay, thanks.
And the second part, or the third special project is the cemetery expansion project. So this one we started last year, and when we got into the data, it was pretty clear that the information that we had as far as survey and layout was not good. And so we are requesting additional funds in order to provide for that data so that we can plan for the future of both the Toad River and the Fort Nelson cemeteries.
So question to that, so it's, we're not actually expanding, we're mapping what we have there.
Yeah.
Because I want to make it very clear to the public that we're not expanding it.
No.
We're mapping what's there so we can plan for expansion. I think it's a key difference.
There it is. So the existing plot of land for the cemetery will remain the same. Essentially, we're building the subdivisions within it. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a mapping exercise more than it is a construction exercise.
It is.
Can I get confirmation on that though? Like you're mapping, but we are going to be expanding the plots within both cemeteries.
Yes. So up
So-
to anywhere from 63 additional plots to 150 additional.
Yeah, without changing the boundaries.
Yeah.
It's within it.
Cool.
The
Yeah,
mapping is required for us to be able to extend or expand the plots.
So are we putting in roads? Are we Or what, like, is all of that part of this project, or
So the
is it just the mapping that we're doing?
No, it's, this will be the mapping and the concepts for the future of that, of the both cemeteries, which will of course come here for your final stamp.
Right.
So
So
the
no-
landscaping aspect of it, once the designs are complete, would be a future discussion of council, probably in future years.
Right.
Right now, the space of the cemetery and its current development is sufficient, but we didn't have, our plot layout was very limited. We basically sold out of all reservations. I think we had a dozen plots left reservation in our local cemetery. So we needed a design to be able to even reserve more plots. And even within what's currently developed, even within what's currently developed, with that new design, we have plenty of space to work towards the future. But obviously to achieve the full design concept, it will need future work, but it's not urgent at all still. And we have no mapping currently. We have nothing geospatial to designate plots. So that was, we realized that was a needed piece of work. Yeah.
Does the cemetery include a columbarium right now? There's no columbarium right now? Okay. Okay, thanks.
Over to the airport. So a few significant changes occurred in 2022. The first was the reinstatement of the landing fees, which helped with the revenues a bit there. And there was a RADI agreement, so the Regional Airport Technical Institute, Transportation Institute, so I apologize for that. So they gave us 246,000, I believe was this year, and some of that was to acquire operational expenses, such as chemical was eligible under that, your de-icing chemical. So you'll see in 2022 we were over a little bit on materials and supplies, so chemical was 15,000 over, as well as fuel again. So in 2023, you'll see an increase for both fuel and de-icing chemical. In addition, there was, we reduced the contract services for 2023, as that RADI grant also allowed us to acquire some painting equipment. So our materials and supplies were increased for paint by $7,000, but the contract service was reduced by $25,000. That's a win. Any questions on the airport?
Just going back to fuel, have we ever looked into alternative fuel sources for our fleets or vehicles or anything like that? Like LNG, for instance. Like, what would it take to convert our vehicles to LNG and run on a gas that's, that's processed here?
I actually have not. I don't know if Scott, you had in the past.
We did back, excuse me, we did back in the day. It's been quite some time. It's the access to the LNG. I think that creates some issues, and then there's some limitations with what between LNG and CNG, compressed natural gas versus liquefied natural gas. The last time, honestly, was probably when Encana was in the community, because they had transitioned a couple of their, two anyway, for sure, of their trucks over, that they were using plants. But the challenge is the infrastructure to locally
refuel
for refueling perspective. Yeah, that's probably the biggest one. Sorry?
And if you have to go anywhere, like. to
Yeah, those
Toronto,
limitations. Yeah.
South. It's hard.
But that's the last time. Nothing recently. Also, for specific to the NGC.
We are making LNG in town now. We weren't before,
That's
right?
true.
We're making it here at least, so that's a step further. Yeah. So we might want to consider open up some discussions.
Take a look and see what's in.
Yeah. Counselor Dickey?
I was wondering on the utilities, because we spend a lot of money on utilities and we have to, right? But are we using energy efficient, low cost lights and timers on turning things off and reducing heat by 2 degrees? And have we done energy audits, you know, those types of things to try and reduce that?
It's ironic that you're asking that one under the airport, under the capital program.
Well, I was just
Yeah.
thinking about I looked at the other budget, and it was 1.2 million in utilities. So how can we reduce it, even if it was like
Yeah, so we're
limit?
picking away at that organization. I know Harvey's done a lot at the rec center.
Mhm.
We just did the water treatment plant last year. The airport shop was done 2 years ago. And then this year, specific to the airport, we'll be looking at those core buildings and an energy audit will be a piece of that.
Good. Okay.
And one special project, so obstacle limitation surface. You'll see this one quite regularly, maybe not every year, but these are the trees. They're too high and we have to cut them down. So it's just clearing the forest to make sure that the planes can land pursuant to regulations. So this particular one is actually a carryover that we're able to retain these funds due to some in-kind services from BC Wildfire, because they did some burning for us last year. So we're able to use these funds for other purposes. And the intent is to transition some recently cleared area into landscape, which we try to do as much as we can.
Can we transition this to operation? Or is there a reason we keep it as a special project? If it's an ongoing thing. Okay, it's just not complete yet.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Microphones, please.
My turn.
Thank you, Councilor Andrews.
Operationalize it and remove it from a special project for sure.
Yeah.
So there are years where we'll have significant scopes of work. However, if you have to clear a lot of forest, and for those, I would ask for a special request because it would be outside of an operation. It would be much more than $40,000.
Yeah, if you're dealing with it at the willow stage instead of the tree stage, it's pretty easy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, even if it means an internal mulcher or whatever, it's, yeah. Okay, thanks. Tab 18, is that where we're at? Nope, yeah. Flipping over to the major. Grants to groups.
Okay. Grants to groups. So just to preface the discussion, both tab 18 and tab 19 were replaced during the day. I had some trouble getting the numbers to agree to what we had last year and to what was submitted this year. We do still have a couple of outstanding questions that are going to be resolved relatively quickly, but we've got it's just a matter of degree with a couple of amounts we're just confirming. So, and one other thing, and we'll get more to it on tab 19, is we are looking at some changes to a couple of classification pieces, and it is currently, I think, introducing a bit of a skew with a couple of the numbers with regards to Toad River. We've been presenting some maintenance type work budget and work within the grants to groups, but it better belongs in operations. So we're going to have a couple of fixes there by the time final budget comes around, okay? So we generally break out the grants to groups between community organizations and then our big four, the golf course, library, museum, and theater. And it just shows the tab 18 does show what we've received for the by application. With regards to the golf course, we're going to see a bit of a change there. They've indicated that the budget that they provided us didn't agree with the application form. So we're just confirming a couple of numbers there, but we expect it to go up. The capital to 25,000, and I suspect operating is going to go up as well.
Maybe.
The request anyhow.
Yeah.
Yes. Any questions on tab 18? So tab 19 is where we get into a little bit more detail on the grants to community groups. Under the expense lines, the general community groups, that's generally $20,000 there. That's the council's grant and aid budget that we get the quarterly requests for. It's showing an amount of 21,447 due to a classification issue that I am working on. It's essentially some insurance amount that's going to be budgeted along with Toad River Hall maintenance. So that'll come out and even that up. Each of the other groups listed, the Arts Council, Search and Rescue, the Toad River and Area Community Group, and Northern Rockies Senior Society Transportation, all have supporting documents be supplied in the budget binder. I'm just wondering, do you want me to get into the details, like to go through any of the applications? I can say in general, I did take a look through and we worked together on a couple of the sort of larger questions, especially around the golf course. But I don't go too deeply into the financial analysis or financial analysis of it. I try to make sure that things, nothing jumps out. I did end up sending a question out to the library. They had an item with regards to a COVID grant that wasn't on their previous information, and Danica was able to get back to me right away and explain that there was both an offsetting revenue for that as well. So things like that, I did try to sort of address before bringing it to council, but I suspect there may be questions as well. And I'm happy to try to answer any you might have.
Do we have somebody who can speak to each of these?
Generally, yes, in terms of generally, Mayor, but not specific to some of if there's specific questions, we'd have to go back to the group. If the stuff that we don't have or information that we don't have, we go back to the group. So if there's any questions that council has, is a good time to ask if we can bring those back to those groups. In the past, what's happened at times, and the approach has changed sometimes from year to year based on council's direction and feedback, is the groups have in the past a lot of times have presented their information to council and answered any questions specific to their operations and whatnot. And that was an approach that's we didn't last year was we didn't post that. I'm trying to remember now when's the last time we've done that. Last year was the first year based on some feedback from council. We didn't go through that process.
Did the groups present?
Yeah.
I think this council had a discussion and we decided that we didn't want them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it just depends on
you made that decision as a council. I have some general questions, like.
Yeah, I only made it through the first one. That's as far as I got in the book, right? So I only got to the Arts Council is as far as I got. So I'm we got 15 minutes left.
Given the time, does council wish to possibly if there's some just dialogue, by all means, but at the same time we can need an opportunity to review it or go through it. It's up to council if you wish. We can start with that tomorrow. If you need more time to go through it, or we can answer any questions that we'll try to answer any questions you may have too, if there's specific ones right now.
Do you want to wait? You've got probably more than I've got, but like I said, I'm only be able to refer, I only got to that spot. Like, I've got some more reading to do.
Yeah, I would.
Oh, okay. Is there a question, Councilor Andrews?
I was just gonna say, I would like to have the night to review this. I haven't got fully through all of these other grants yet as well.
Can I just ask
Sure.
two general questions
Sure.
then in lead up for tomorrow's discussion? So at the, on our application form, it says, please ensure each of the following are included in your application package. So you have to fill in the grant application form and then a budget request summary, and then a copy of the most recent financial statements. And I don't know that every group has included a copy of their most recent financial statements. I think the library has, and I think the Arts Council has, but then I got to thinking maybe the definition of the most recent financial statement needs to be clarified. You know, so I think we should maybe have that discussion, or maybe that's coming up for next year, because the library has included an unaudited financial statement, as has the Arts Council, but then I believe, if I'm correct, the other groups have included like their balance sheets, if that's the right. And I don't know that that's what we were looking for, but I don't know that it isn't.
Yeah, I don't know that, I agree. We haven't been clear enough to ensure that we get a consistent response. One of the things that can go into the decision about what we request from the groups is to consider the timing as well. Generally, we're asking for them to provide their application and the information prior to year end. So we'll often get financial statements dated for the prior year.
Yeah.
So, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but you know, to provide some clarity on what we expect and then ensure that we receive it, definitely.
Okay. And then my other general question, just for clarification for tomorrow's discussion, is on the library. In your introduction, or the budget introduction, under groups, it said that the library's ask was 16,000, however many dollars more than last year. But when I look at the green sheet and you compare the 2022 budget to the 2023 budget, there's a difference of $34,247. So just seeking, it doesn't have to be today, it could be for tomorrow, clarification on which figure is accurate.
I can say now that the 32,000 that you see is the accurate figure. In my overview, I had based my calculations on the incorrect tab that we replaced.
Okay, because in their application form, it says the 16,000 too. So I'm just seeking clarification on, is that what the library thinks that their ask is 16,000 more, or was that just a typo or something?
Yeah, I can ask.
Could you? I would
certainly.
appreciate that.
It was interesting. I think it was coincidence that the mistake that I put in my overview of 16,000 agreed to what they had written in their application.
Interesting.
But I will follow up.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
And I'll add, I think when we looked at it afterwards, and myself and Aaron were looking at it, the library put a second request in last year and reduced their ask. So the preliminary budget had one number, and then the final had, because when I looked at the last year's document, after chatting with you earlier today, Councilor Gerling, the reduction brings you to that 34,000 or 32,000 difference, where the original ask was around that 16,000. So I think that's that coincidence, is that because they changed the number between the preliminary discussion and came back and reduced their ask.
I thought that was reflected in the 2022 actual. So that's why when I came up with the 34,000, I was comparing the 2022 budget ask to the 2023. If you take the 2023 budget ask compared to the 2022 actual amount, then you get even more difference. So I don't know, because the actual to the library was 285,987, because they had given back some of that money that they had as a surplus. At least
You-
that's
that's
how
gonna
I
take-
understand
Staff is
that
gonna
to
take
be.
away. When we get to the library, they'll have all the answers for us.
I would say all.
Some of the
We'll do what we
answers.
can.
Some of the answers.
Usually when we
right.
answer a question, two more questions will pop up.
Are there any other general questions that we would like staff to research before lunch tomorrow? Seeing none, thank you, everybody, for the work that you've done so far tonight. We'll recess this meeting until noon tomorrow. Thank you. It's noon. Let's call this committee of the whole meeting for the presentation of the budget back to order, please. It's noon. Like to do the territorial acknowledgement of our neighbors and the First Nations in Prophet River and Fort Nelson and the traditional territories that were on a meeting here today. So thank you to them. Today's meeting is being slight delay echo. Today's meeting is being live streamed and is available for the public to attend. So I think we'll turn it over to staff unless there's any questions about yesterday that any of the council members have that they would like to bring up. We'll turn it over to staff and let them continue.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So where we left off yesterday was we were going to jump into the grants to groups. No presentations. We were going to chat also something on the medical side, but we'll probably defer that maybe till this evening. Just a couple questions specific to the health fund and some discussion with council. So I'm looking at Jay because we had intended to do it and we didn't get a chance to kind of line up this morning. So I'll defer that till probably 5 o'clock. We'll go into that one there. So specific to the grants to groups piece, hope is that council had an opportunity to read through the information and review it section by section. We don't have any specific presentations as per se, but what we can do is, given that this is a prelim discussion, if it's good to hear council's dialogue, and then whatever that direction, questions, clarification that we can't provide as part of the discussion today, we can go back to the groups and do whatever's required as part of that piece. So I hope that council can have some discussion specific to this. I'm not sure if there's anything else you want to add, Trevor.
Just as we get into it, there was a couple of questions that came up yesterday about partial answers for, but we can look at those as we move through each group.
Okay, now that was going to be one of my questions as we got into this, is that as I read through these in more detail than I've been able to, there's information missing, right? There's the inability, in my view, to make a decision on some of these, and perhaps if we keep that in mind, we'll at least be able to bring up what's missing, what we feel is missing, so that we can go back to the groups. It was interesting to me that the group that I saw that had the smallest request had, as far as I was concerned, one of the best packages in there. Though there were some that were better than others. There's no doubt about that. This is my first time through this process with these groups, and so I feel I need to understand the service that they're providing other than just a really high view. And I know that we said that we wouldn't ask them to come in, but potentially there might be the need to ask some of these groups to come in, which means we need to give them time to prepare. If we can give them our feedback with respect to where we feel they're falling short on the application, that would be good, allow them to prepare. But I'm wondering about timing, right? From a staff perspective, like how much time do we have to be able to pull all of this together from the groups? Like, do we have a month or 2 weeks or?
Well, the information that we have, the information from a final budget perspective can be pulled together relatively late in terms of once we collect it and get it into the document. The sooner the better, obviously, but
Yeah.
When we looked at the information and reviewed it as a team also, then unfortunately, when we get to it, when we're dealing with our own business, honestly, it's hard to have the same focus on the other requests that come in outside of
with information that we don't have any control of or processes. So I mean, we recognize there's definitely parts of this missing, and the nice thing and the fortunate thing with having this part of the process, we have the ability to go back and have some time to do that. In some cases, we have had some conversations that we can provide hopefully some clarification to some questions council you might have. With that said, we didn't cover all the bases for sure on our end in terms of those questions, but the dialogue will help us prepare some of that feedback and then work with those groups to get that information wherever those gaps may be or clarification. And to be able to bring that back to council so that when you get to budget deliberation time, you've got information where you can make a decision. And that would be the intent. So,
Yeah.
So to answer your question, yes, you have the ability to go back and do that. And it just depends on the amount of information and the availability of those groups. We'll do whatever we can.
So just, I've got to learn. Just remind me then of the, when we were planning to go for public input, because I suspect there will be some questions or issues around what we're talking about, particularly when you start talking about grants to community groups that could stimulate the discussion in the public, that then they might want to come back to us and give us their view on sort of what we're talking about. So what was the timeline with respect to when we wanted to get to the public?
So right now, no definitive date, but where you have targeted right now is the week of March 6th, possibly March 6th, which is a Monday, right, Jane? I think we're looking at possibly.
So we've tentatively booked the community hall for the 6th and 4 to 8. Just based on some other events that we're occurring at the rec center already. But I think we've just put it as a hold in the calendar and kind of we're waiting to get through this process to confirm whether council was prepared to take the preliminary budget to public input. We're going to release a community survey as well in time that kind of span a couple of weeks, and then that feedback would be brought back prior to the community resolutions.
So depending on what comes out of the discussion today, if there's potential for that, we can defer that if we need to. We're not rock solid on those dates, because I do want to give these, if we've got some serious questions, I do want to give these groups the opportunity to come and sit with us, whatever that looks like. Councillor Growing, please.
Thanks. Historically, the library has included their AGM report and a letter of rationale, and I don't see that in this package. So did they just not do it this year, or did we just not get it?
I'm just going to check into their file, just to confirm what all they sent in. There was a couple of pieces that I didn't add to the budget binder. That may have been one of them. I tried to make it similar to the prior years, but let me check in that right now, Councillor.
Okay, yeah. I'm just thinking in terms of Mayor, how I think the one that you're made reference to, they have all of their reports and stuff in there, and that's usually what the library looks like as well. So just wondering if it was different this year.
Yeah. Yeah, understanding what they did, what they accomplished in the last year, and did that work with the budget, and that was where I was having some difficulty, is understanding, because we asked for financial statements. The most recent ones, sometimes they were from 2021, and so unless you got a balance sheet and a income statement for 2022, and then there wasn't necessarily an understanding or a list of sort of what the budget was looking like from what did they say they were going to do, and then what did they actually do. I was having trouble sort of justifying moving forward without that information. So the consolidated, audited financial statements are important, because you get to see, whether or not there's money flowing places that, that's going to get picked up, where application for a loan, or not a loan, sorry, for a grant is not necessarily going to pick those things up. But understanding what they did with the money last year and how they want to apply some of it moving forward, or what that looks like with this budget, is important to my decision. So I don't know how anybody else feels. Councillor Andrews?
Yeah, I know when we were hearing the reviews, like from Luann, that answered the majority of my questions. And
most of the time in the binder, come final budget, I know we're still in draft, we have those written reviews in there, and having our directors here to go over them kind of alleviates the questions. But when we're into our grants for organizations, like I've seen them before with the theater, it gives us a kind of review, and the museum will do that as well. We don't have that. So that's where some of my questions are coming from, is the lack of that review prior hand. And then I've noticed with the museum, for instance, we don't have a 2023 budget. They have some asks in here, but we don't have a laid out budget for them. That is going to make it hard for me to decide yes or no on approving a grant.
So with regards to the library, they did indeed provide an annual budget report. We'll get that added and out to you. With regards to the museum, that was a known deficiency, and they are working on providing that document for us, the budget document for us.
Awesome. And I think that would answer a ton of my questions. So we can wait for that stuff to come in for sure.
Well, yeah, so I guess I'll leave it to staff. Do you want to go through each of these applications and hear our feedback so that then you can take it to the service organization?
If council's okay with that, I think that's probably the best approach, because in that we can hear that dialogue and we can relay that information, capture that information, and have the discussions with the group. If that makes sense, Mayor.
Well, that makes sense to me. How about council? You guys all okay with that? Okay. Oh, yes, please.
So I just want to make a general comment. I find it extremely difficult to make a decision. First of all, because not all the information is the same. All of these groups provide valuable services in our community that I would not want to see that I want to see continue. But that said, it's like, like the capital requests. I mean, it's so hard. Like one group will want 100,000. I'm just making up the numbers not to illuminate any one other group. And then one specific group, and then another group we don't give any capital to. So, it's like, sort of seems like it's an unfair process. So as we go through these individual asks, there isn't a comparison, right? Like one group, we aren't funding any capital, but another group we're funding a lot of capital, or in another group we fund a little bit of capital. And I think that I have had this struggle for all the years that I've been on council, is to how do you make an informed decision when you are comparing apples to potatoes? So that's my struggle.
Yeah, and as somebody brand new to that, I don't see that struggles, but what I understand what you're saying. I look at it from the perspective of, is the item that they're asking for, should the taxpayer, right? Because I have no history. So should the taxpayer be funding that, whatever it is you're looking for? If it's an item of capital that makes the asset of the community better, then I'm leaning probably towards a little bit that we could help or work with that. But if it's enhancing their product, that's a debate we need to have about whether that's something that should be paid for by the taxpayer or not. So I put that lens on it a little bit, and we'll I'm sure all of you will have your own lens with respect to the service function that the organization is providing to the community, and whether or not capital should be part of it or not. So
Can I respond to that?
yes, please.
That's exactly my point. It's like how can we make that decision? Because we all have a different lens. So what's important to me, and my perception of what is important and valuable to the community could be different from yours. And so we don't currently have a decision-making mechanism to help us to get to a decision that isn't just based on our emotions or on our likes or dislikes. So that's my struggle, as to how do we make an informed, transparent decision and unbiased.
Yeah, there's the unbiased part. Informed is there based on the information we're looking for, right? That whether it's biased or not is the difficult part that you that we have to struggle with. And there's no matrix. unless staff can help me with the application process and how they see that, because again, it's the first time I've looked at that too. If that's giving us the information, or is that just the way we've always done it? And
It's been a bit of a,
yeah,
and my mic was on for that one. It's been a bit of a dog's breakfast, for sure. And it's been a struggle on our end. I'll be honest, the struggle on our end has been just from a capacity perspective. We always have best intentions in a plan, and then we haven't delivered on what we hoped to deliver on. And the other component is we did bring information forward to council here a few months ago to start building that process. It got very broad, and it was more focused on the financing. How do you ask for the funding, and what does that matrix look like? And you know, some discussions we've had internally, it's even broader than that in terms of what you're looking at, because it also comes down to the question got asked during that process is, you know, is this a reasonable service that you would expect the municipality to provide, right? And then within those questions, there's it's not apples to apples. It is apples to bananas, apples to potatoes, honestly, because you know, when you look at, you know, we'll pick on the golf course. The golf course is operating an asset on our behalf. We're basically contracting a society to perform a service. That's essentially what we're doing. And that society is doing it honestly and bluntly much cheaper than we can as an organization, right? But there are holes in the process. And we have some thoughts and ideas on how to plug some of those holes to maintain a similar type of service so it can be cost effective, but have some consistency in that approach, right? The curling lounge, you don't provide a fund to, and we chatted about it yesterday. They're not self-sufficient as an organization because they receive services that we provide just being part of the building, right? They don't pay for the ice plant to run. They don't pay for the various maintenance requirements for the building and the HVAC stuff. There's stuff built into their lease. You know, library again is another different animal. The theater is another one, and they all provide good services. But how do we differentiate and understand that piece? And it's been a struggle for us. And I think it's not because the financial statement is just one element. That doesn't say how well the organization is running. That just basically outlines how are they from a cash perspective, cash flow and profit margin.
What kind of assets do they have? Do they owe any money?
Yeah, right. But I mean, just because as an organization you might not have any money doesn't mean that you're being run poorly. And just because you do have money doesn't mean that you're being run well. So there's more to it. And I think that story is important. And I think the key piece is one of the key pieces is working with the groups in an appropriate way so they don't feel like they're on the hot seat either. Because they're volunteering their time, many of them. Right, many of the organizations are in some cases, or putting lots of time in to make those organizations successful, and those individuals aren't of an abundance in any community anymore. So I think it's important moving forward. We have to recognize that as an organization. I think it's important for council, and I think we all have to share the same struggles. And I think, I mean, when I look back at the conversation we had when we went to when we started to build the process, right, all best intentions, and had a conversation, and then we broadened out around, well, is it just nonprofits or is it business? Is it this? We got really, 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 really wide and broad. And I think we need to hit the timeout button and probably collectively put our heads together. And this is where probably a good community, the whole discussion comes in to say, what are some options? What are we looking for? What are those challenges around? Again, we don't want individuals sitting in the hot seat and turn around and say, oh, we're done. We can't deal with this anymore. And then, do we provide the service? Can we provide the service? There's potential consequences of that. So I think it's important that we have that ability to circle back, make the time, have that discussion, and have a good dialogue in that community hall meeting, so we can take some of that information and bring it back to council and as a group discuss what are some of those solutions, right? But in order to get the solution, obviously we got to understand the problem is first. Now, in some cases we don't, because we're looking at, again, the financial statement's a good document that's needed to ensure that if you ask for 100 grand and you only spent 50, then should you just ask for 50 this year versus 100? Where the other 50 go, right? But it doesn't determine how well the operation is being run either. So there's a number of items, right? So
I know I've rambled on, but that's essentially where we are right now as an organization with it. It's something, I mean, we've always had good intentions, but then you made the comment last night there, something gets dropped on the table and pushes it out. And then, we're back to budget time again, and we're having the similar conversation with these groups. And I mean, I recognize in my role that it's something that we really got to prioritize, because it's an issue that on a $48 million budget, we're talking $1 million, and we spend a significant amount. We went through $30 million of stuff yesterday fairly quickly, and we're going to spend a lot of time on this very important piece for the community. You made a comment too, Mayor, yesterday. It's important to understand what does the community want. That might be that survey, right? Just because a referendum passed, and it's not, we don't need that referendum today, because council can decide to not provide funding for any organization. You're not legally bound to provide that funding. But at the same time, it's important to understand what's the community willing to bear from a taxation perspective to provide that service. So,
yeah, there's only so much money to go around, and the requests for grant money are starting to broaden with respect to organizations in the community, right? And there's only so much money to go around, and so it causes us to be much more selective, or just say, oh, we're going to raise taxes. So that, there's only so much money in that pocket as well to go around. And so we have to be cautious. I wonder, we're working on a policy, like the grant and aid policy. Are we not? So is there any opportunity within that to help clarify some of this process?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it was kind of a three-pronged approach. There was the grant and aid, discretionary grant and aid policy, which really it's just a policy decision that council set years ago, that it's $1,000 per organization per year. I mean, council has the discretion to change that value at any time, and perhaps something like the Arts Council, if the policy met their, like, you could adjust the value to award at whatever level you wanted to. We looked at a facility fee waiver policy, so that you could, so that addressed, because by and large, requests for grant and aid are mostly for fee waivers at our rec center.
Mm.
So if you're addressing those in their own policy, it frees up cash for those organizations that need funds, not relief from the rental fee. And then the third was to try to address these annual requests, but also those ones that we see emerging, like Grace Manor, for example. And on Monday, you'll hear from the Lamplighters with a similar proposal. So we know that there's these emerging needs in the community. There's no clear pathway for people to approach council to ask for annual funding. We have some legacy organizations that have received that, but as we're experiencing now, there's no objective criteria. There's no consistent necessarily requirements for application or eligibility or reporting. And so we heard those concerns, and in starting to develop that third policy to address these larger asks, it's work underway. So the grants and aid policy is close, but again, I mean, it needs council's look to say, you know, are there requests that you routinely see that could be addressed under discretionary grants and aid if there were some small adjustments to that policy?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it something that $1,000 per group is, we want to run with that for another year and see how it goes. There were some eligibility requirements that were amended within it. But just in terms of timing, we haven't brought it back. So we wanted this group to have eyes on it again before it was finalized. So.
Yeah, so that's a work in progress is what I'm hearing. We're in the middle of budget deliberations right now. And so to be fair, if we're going to make some kind of a change, you have to give the folks that have been receiving funding and expect it to some degree. You've got to give them at least some kind of transition opportunity between what's happened and what will start to happen. Unfortunately, I guess we're stuck right in the middle of that transition time, and perhaps all we really can do is look at these applications and in the way we've looked at them in the past until we've got the new policy up, and hopefully we can come up with a matrix of eligibility and need and whatever else we might need to come up with, because that then broadens it out, and perhaps a maximum amount, you know, whatever we come to, which ultimately leads us to a maximum budgetary amount. Is it $1 million a year? Is it $500,000 a year? What is it? And then you have a process of how to split that up fairly between everybody, and then we get feedback from the community about whether that's going to be enough for these service organizations to actually operate the way they've been operating. You know, maybe there'll need to be cutbacks, or maybe they'll need to be, but we're not the ones in the best position to decide what that service level looks like with that funding. It's those organizations that are in the best spot to determine whether it's cuts or shifting or whatever it might need to take. But I know there's only so much money to go around, and the public should be telling us how much that is.
So if we're going to be moving forward in the same way as we have in previous years, which I agree, at this point in time, I think as disappointing as it is, it makes sense. But so I have a question then. If we're funding capital, so we being the NRM funds a capital purchase at whatever organization, that purchase belongs to the organization, not to the NRM. Is that correct? Or?
It depends on the organization. There lies, like I said, there lies with apples to bananas piece, right? I mean, that's why it's not just as simple of sitting in here. I mean, I agree in the matrix 100%, but there's so many other factors because it depends on like, pick on the golf course as an example, because we just chatted about the lease a couple of days ago, and the lease clearly says that the assets that are part of that golf course are owned by the NRM. Anything that's purchased, if that society was to walk away tomorrow, it's my understanding anyway, based on the lease information, that any of the assets linked to it, the golf course, are the NRM's assets. The theaters language is different, right?
I was just saying, even if they've fundraised for it themselves and purchased it.
Well, therein lies, because the interesting thing, and again, we are absorbing some previous work and activities that have occurred in the past beyond our control.
Yeah.
When you look at their financial statements, there's assets on their books and it's stuff that they purchased, right? But it doesn't, and construct it. But the lease agreement doesn't necessarily reflect that. It doesn't suggest that. So that's clarity that we have to have with those organizations, right? To understand, because we don't necessarily, we haven't ripped that Band-Aid off, right? So those are, it's like anything. You find an answer to a question, and you'll probably have 3 more questions that you have to answer after you understand that, right?
For instance, somebody has $60,000 to put towards something. They think that they've saved it up and scrimped, but at the same time, they're getting $200,000 a year for 25 years. So whose money is that actually?
Exactly.
Is it theirs, and everything they've bought with that, or any money they've had left over year, is that theirs? Or is that the municipality?
And that needs to be clearly defined.
Yes.
And in some cases it's not, because to me that lease agreement isn't the area where it should define that. It should be almost a memorandum of understanding, an MOU signed when you say we're going to, and again, council, you can drive that. You're in the driver's seat for that. Because with all due respect, if you're going to provide funding, it can be attached to something, right? If we're going to fund anything and fund this, and anything you purchase, whatever it looks like, right? I mean, the sky's the limit within reason, of course. But
fairness,
right?
Because you've got to let them know how this.
And some level of consistency and the ability to justify your reason for why you provided that, right? So, and again, it depends on the situation, right? The theater, the envelope is owned by the NRM. We rent the space, but the assets, the majority of the assets in that theater are theater assets, right? So it depends on the group and the situation, the history, and how everything came to be. So there's work required to understand that, and that's why I said it's more than just looking at a financial statement or even just trying to develop a matrix, because there's a lot of things that impact it too, right? In terms of that, to me, that's discussion that needs to occur with council to help build fundamentals, the foundation of it as we move forward, because it's not a simple.
Yeah, it's sort of similar to what's happening with the CT scanner or any other thing that, right? You fund it, you pay for it, they put it, but it becomes theirs. It belongs to them. after that. You know, it becomes property of Northern Health, and I've even heard that they've moved some pieces of equipment like that right out of this community that was fundraised by this community. I don't know the truth of all of that, but I've heard that. Right, so it becomes theirs to deal with as they want. It's almost the same situation. And if groups are fundraising into these services that we've been funding for 25 years, if 2000 or 1996, I think was when the referendum was. Is that what I read here the other day? So, you know, that although we're not bound to that referendum anymore, it's the last public opinion poll that we've gone through, exercise that we've gone through as a municipality. So we have to bear that in mind as we move forward. At one point, this municipality said, yes, we want to pay for these facilities. But that was well before the circumstances that the community is in now. So it lands on us again to make the transition and to decide who will get what this year. So Councillor Growing.
Thank you. So I hear and have heard it can come down to a capacity issue. So I know that everybody agrees that this is very important, and there's been a resolution on the books for a while that it was supposed to be ready for this budget season, and due to like a gazillion different reasons why it didn't happen. And I'm not pointing fingers or placing blame or anything, but we're talking budgets. So we know that it's going to continue to be a capacity issue because we don't have any more staff now than we did last year. And so, and we don't have COVID currently, touch wood. But you know, there could be something else that comes down the pipe. So I'm just wondering, we're talking budgets. Do we want to earmark an amount of money to hire or to dedicate resources to a coordinator, or to call it what you will, to keep this project on task?
But
would that help to have like a set funds that would support a person to actually coordinate the work? Or maybe coordinate's the wrong word. I don't know.
So
I see the three eyes shifting.
yeah, the work is being done, right? But to me, this is a strategic planning issue. This is important enough that we should be prepared to prioritize it into the strategic plan, because it's a strategic issue. How do you deal with grant and aid, you know, in the circumstances that we're in? And if we make it the priority, then staff needs to shift to tell us what needs to shift or what needs to drop off the table so that that can happen. Or we can't do it. We need to hire somebody to do it. Right? That's one of the solutions, is to hire a contractor to do it. But until we determine in the strategic plan that this is something that we must do as an organization, staff's just going by the strategic plan that they've had in place since the last time we did strategic planning.
Sorry, they're ahead of me.
Yeah. So go ahead, Councillor.
There's also one more option where we can be a little more patient and allow staff to get that work done on their own terms, and have faith in them that they'll get it done when they have the time and when other things more pressing are done. So that's another option we have.
Councillor Dickey?
I think it's a big discussion for 4% of our budget. You know, we're talking $1 million out of a $22 million budget. And I think the staff are on track with getting policy developed. And I think for me, these proposals that come in would be more impactful if they included things like we've applied for stimulus funds, we've applied for grants, we've applied for infrastructure. You know, what are these organizations doing to support otherwise? You know, when I look at capital, it's only it is 110,000 out of a $1 million budget. So I think if we allow staff to take their time getting the policies that might suit us better, and supporting these organizations, like maybe before budget time, is we pull all those accounting people from these organizations together and say, this is what we need. This is how we can guide you. And we also need, say, a strategic plan for 5 years because it helps us plan, right? So if we can find some time to support the organizations, bring them in. I mean, I was talking to the Senior Society and they need help with grants. They need help with grants, they need help with planning, they need help with their strategic plan. So I think, you know, if we can provide them with some support prior to the budget season, you know, calling a meeting with them and saying, this is what we can provide.
It's sage advice, but what do we do in this cycle? Right? I mean, that would help us with the next cycle. And, you know, I'm hearing from Councillor Gerwing that we've gone through this exercise as an organization before, and that we'd hoped that we'd get to a place today where we wouldn't have to go through it again. But as I said the other night, councils have a way of dropping new priorities on staff, and they end up getting done as much as they can. So do you have any, Councillor Soul first. Okay, Councillor Soul.
I too was looking at the ratio there, and it depends on its, if you count the 22 million taxation budget or whether you can count the $48 million overall budget, which should put it at 2.1% of the whole thing. I think that when I actually think of the community groups that we are funding at this point, and I realize that we haven't developed yet a standardized reporting system or communication system with each one. And at the same time, knowing that there are other groups that are wanting the same discussion. This is a forward, the solution for this can't be made right now anyway. We have a forward-looking idea. And I am inclined to, like, my overall perception of every one of these groups who've submitted things is that they're operating cheaper than we could if we were running it, the organizations themselves. I don't see anyone with grandiose plans of changing the pattern that they've been on for a very long time. And so that's actually a good sign. There's some of that. There's some a little bit, but I see overall that there's an idea of, I don't see anyone except maybe one group that that is not looking at the idea of maintaining and providing a good service for the community without creating an increase in cost. So I don't think we can hold up a whole lot on this. There's maybe, if we want to pull a discussion of one group out, that's fair enough, but the rest of them, I'd say, let's go for it.
Anybody else have thoughts? All right, well, let's move through these then and determine whether we need more information or whether we're satisfied with the applications. In anticipation of the fact that we will do something about this before the next budget.
I'll just add, Mayor, I think from a strategic planning perspective, it's a great opportunity. Grant, and I totally appreciate we do have there's a resolution in the books, but sometimes what happens with staff is it's not our role to determine which resolution is more important than the other. We try to gauge it based on the discussion and dialogue that occurs at a meeting, right? And this isn't an excuse, it's just reality. And what the strategic planning helps to do is helps to prioritize the items and how much effort you want to put into as an organization, and really, you know, do you want to take the time? Because from a capacity perspective, we determine that when we start to factor in bigger plan. And then in addition to that, do we need that external resource, right? Which we have someone in mind that can help us. We had someone working our previous treasurer. We still have a phone call away that can assist us, who actually is helping us in the background with that. But there's a facilitated discussion needs to happen with council, because we need to drive out some of the foundational information. And that's not just a matter of staff developing a report, coming back and saying, this is what it's the dialogue to help build it. And that's the piece that I think really needs to occur. We need a time way to do it, but to do that, it's looking at the bigger picture. I think from a strategic approach, and council saying, listen, no, this one here is important. We want this one at the top of the list. Just get this done, if that's what council wishes, of course. And then we remind council when something gets dropped to say, hey, do you want to push out the discussion on X so we can do Y or not? Yep. And as an organization, we haven't we haven't done a great job in strategic planning in the past. I mean, this will be our first real strategic planning process with a facilitator coming in specific to local government. Previously, we did one internally. It was a solid effort and a good job done by us internally. Capacity wise, involvement was tough. We chatted about it. Prior to that was the first time, and it was someone who hadn't done strategic planning with local government before. Before that, there was nothing. So as an organization, we're growing that. We do to work on it, right? So I hope, I'm optimistic that that process will help drive out steps to deliver that council's wishes. Whatever they are.
So it was good that we had this conversation because you know, there's obvious frustration. I'm not frustrated yet. I'm just new to this, right? But there's obvious frustration, and I think that we need to hammer it out, and because it gives certainty to staff, it gives certainty to the budgeting process, and gives certainty to the folks who are applying for money. And it's that important that we get it done. Yeah.
And I just want to wrap up by saying I'm not meaning to point fingers at anybody at all. I hope nobody took it that way. My suggestion of finding the resources to hire somebody should we need it was just to relieve any workload issues that we may have. It wasn't, I didn't mean to imply that somebody wasn't doing what they were supposed to be doing. Harvey, stop laughing at me.
All right, so I'll turn it over to you, and I guess we'll just go through each one. We'll give you some feedback.
Yeah. So the first one on the sure, now I've done so much talking, and I've talked more than I really should have.
Tab 19.
Yep. The tab 18 is the summary, and once you get to tab 19, so we can just, council can walk through each one individually here. The first one, I guess, if we go in order, is the Peace Regional Arts Council.
So the only question I had was the letter that they wrote asking for 3,500, and and then later it's 5,000 in the application. Yeah, is that just a mistake on their part? Did they ask for 30? Was it just a printing of the letter and it didn't change the figure? Councilor Andrews?
It just says here that they're requesting 5,000 this year. It's an increase to offset the cost of providing hybrid, virtual, and in-person programming, which is more accessible for the NRRM artists.
Yeah.
What are we at? Page 3 of 49?
Yeah. The page 8 of 49, and they're asking for 3,500. That's what the confusion that I had. So is that just a mistake because they used last year's letter?
We think so. I don't think we've confirmed.
I did not go about confirming that. I took it for a mistake.
Okay. Any other questions with respect to the Peace VR Health Council? Or sorry, Peace. Now my tongue tied now. Please, Peace Arts Council. Everybody's okay keeping it there? We're not looking for any more information? All right, move on to the next one, staff.
Are we voting on each individual one?
I think we're just leaving it there, right? I mean, it'll come.
You're not making a decision.
No.
Oh, right.
We're not making a decision. We're moving it on, asking if we got more, if we need more information, if we want them to come in, et cetera. Okay, so.
Yeah, and we will reach back to them just in terms of that number. We made some assumptions, but if we can just we'll connect with them, just confirm that number for when we go to deliberation. Next is SAR, so search and rescue.
Tab 20.
Tab
I'm sorry.
Page 20. I'm going here. I'm getting page
That
28.
same
Yeah, that
tab.
same group. Page 28 of 49. 27 of 49. As where the document the request is.
Questions?
I just have a question as when this is this is for capital as well, just to make note that someone's looking for another quad, another, when you're buying equipment, there is equipment in this organization, but whose is the equipment? Just illustrates the same thing that, yeah, who owns the equipment?
Because there's a lot of equipment.
Ralph, have you got an answer?
Not a good one,
Not a good one.
I'll be honest. Again, those things are things
So, but-
that haven't flushed out in the past.
So it's a question to be asked then, because we should ask them at least who they think it belongs to. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
And I'm gonna think I know
it's
the
on their
answer.
balance sheet, which tells us that they think they own it, but it, you know, so it's a discussion that needs to be had, I guess, at one point or another, and what they're thinking about it. I guess I had a question about their income statement, and they said they received 30,580, but it doesn't show it anywhere. But I just realized I looked at the dates, and the dates were from April to October, so maybe we paid it out in advance of that. That's why it's not shown here. Right? Because it goes through their entire income statement on page 35. Doesn't show the $30,000.
Yes, it's NRM.
Yeah. So do they have $30,000 more, or is it so I have a question about that. I mean, they've justified sort of their expenditures from their income from Sarah, but then they've got expenses, and it all matches, but it doesn't show our grant anywhere. So can we ask about that, please?
Yep.
Okay, so that's what I had there. Anybody else? To me, that's a significant enough question to ask them to come back. Okay.
After that, track, go on page 36, Code River Area Club.
Right. Now, can I ask a question just generally about, so there's one grant we give is to the club, and one grant is to the community for looking after the community hall? Is that, because there's two here for Toad River, right?
How do we break that one out now, Trevor? We have to.
So this is one where we're going to work towards better clarification, but it is the same organization, two different activities. One is the maintenance of some assets of the NRMs, and one is the grant and aid portion.
Okay, so one is maintenance, so that's an operational issue for us. Right. Oh, Harvey's got his hand up. Go ahead.
It looks after the furnace servicing and servicing and exit lights and stuff like that. We have to do yearly, so yeah, usually take care of that as well.
So this 15,500 is in our budget. They've just said that that's what they expect to see us spend or ish.
Yeah, so a bit of history. So it used to be part of their budget as track, and you said, well, that facility up there is owned by the NRM, it's NRM
Right.
asset, right? So it's one of the areas little simpler if they're
A little
because they're
simpler.
providing, if they're providing this like a community service, right? So
Yes.
so we have an agreement, for lack of better words, with track where they look after items around the community. They'll do mowing and basic maintenance and upkeep, and then the maintenance facility rec group manages from recs and buildings and facilities so it's been separated out. So it still shows what the budget is specific to Toad, but it's not necessary. And Track and Randy has on his request, but it's an operational budget for us.
Okay. So it's not an additional 15,000 going to this group. That 15,500 is spent within our organization. We're just accounting for it here.
Yeah.
From a financial perspective, I don't have the ability to necessarily answer that.
So are we giving them 28,250? That's right. Are we giving them 28,250, or are we giving them 28,250 and 15,500? If you can find that out, that would be awesome.
We'll confirm that.
Okay, because it matters.
Because yeah. Because what should be happening, we'll confirm, is that when we go and look after that building, it'll get quoted to that budget.
Right.
But we'll just confirm that.
All right.
Specific to that. Yeah.
All right.
So we'll confirm.
Well, let staff work that one out, but if you can come back with more information on that, please. If we're going too fast and we're not catching these questions, then
We're getting them.
please let us know.
Okay, I'm asking.
Only another thing we could think of is a standardized sort of way they report, you know, in the future. So we're comparing, and even the way they write their application, so you can compare the
Oh, yeah.
same thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
We know exactly what it is. Okay, so we're at the golf course.
Golf course.
Oh, did I miss? Oh, I'm sorry. I missed them. Pages all look the same to me. All right. Yeah.
46.
46 is the start of their application, but they're. All right. Questions? So we're no questions. We're okay with what's there. Then they're asked. Okay, that looks like that'll stay.
So tab 20, the golf course request. Look at Harv met with the golf course, I'll say yesterday morning. We chatted with them briefly on Friday too, so you can shed a little more light on their request. There were some errors in the budget they provided that didn't match the numbers of the request, specifically their capital and also their ask for their operational ask. And we also did have some questions along within the budget that we were just getting some clarification also from them.
Take it away, Harv.
Alrighty, so for capital for this one is $25,000. When they sent in their application, it was written down as 40 with the NRM paying 20 and 20 from their monies. That's not the case. It's a $25,000 ask for the cart pass, which is actually owned by the board. So if you go back, so we started to do research on this to try to peel back all the layers of what's gone over the years, because it is very confusing. So if you go back to 1980, when the first agreement that we could find, the board signed off to look after what assets were there belonging to the regional district, I guess, at the time. And then each subsequent agreement, that piece of information was kept in, that the assets are the municipalities and what they put there, such as the cart path, which shows up on their income statement as assets, because they show $950,000 worth of assets. We're trying to dig into that right now to see what they actually own, because we truly don't know. And what we need to do there is go out and inventory everything again. It not only helps us with the assets, but it also helps with the insurance piece. Who's insuring what and for how much, and the value of everything there, which we need to go and do. Apparently there's a trailer for the superintendent that's there. But if we value it at $30,000 or $40,000 on the books and pay insurance for that, but it's truly not worth anything, why are we doing that and incurring that cost? So we got some work to do here this spring to understand the buildings that are owned and who built what and who done. So the cart for the golf carts, who built that? So some of it would have been they bought the wood themselves and done it with volunteer labor. But if the board dissolved tomorrow, who would be responsible to look after those cart holding places? So we've got a lot of work to do with that organization to be able to find that out. At the end of the day, though, in 2005, maybe, they put in an irrigation system, which is a big need for a golf course, but no major work has been done to that system. This year, inside their request, it wasn't a capital, but it's inside their operational request, is $15,000 to start work on this irrigation system, which I don't know if they've ever had that in there in the past, but they realize they need to start doing work now. truly at the end of the day, when you get into the building and facilities and all that stuff, is it truly an NRM asset? And should we be doing inspections on that and looking out for life cycles and maintenance on that and what's got to occur, which will all come out with the stuff we're doing now with the building and facilities piece. So we can actually get a program in place that's similar to the roads and sewage and all that stuff. And we truly haven't had that program because of capacity and not getting the information we needed from outside groups to help us build what we need. So we're trying to build that ourselves now and then get the expertise to come in and do all the assessments for us on what it is, whether it's a building or a park or campground or whatever that.
So essentially, this asset was not included in the asset management plan. 'Cause that's exactly what you're talking about, right? Is determining
Or
what's
does
there.
it belong there? We don't know quite yet.
Right, so you have to determine who owns what, and then whether there's an asset management, whether it fits into the whole asset management process that we've got, you know, and you've been awarded for your asset management process. So you've got we just have to do it.
Yeah.
Because, well, we have to do, there's a step before doing it. We have to determine whose asset. I mean, you know, I mean, there's kind of an easy way to do that. You look at it from the perspective of who funded it originally and is it something that can move off the property or not? The irrigation system, they might have put it in there, but it's not going anywhere if they fold up, right? This is the same as they might hold it on their books, and that's something that we'll have to figure out how to do that. But there's some obvious things. The less obvious is who owns the cars, who owns you know, who owns the assets that can be sold, who owns that sort of thing. And so those are things we'll have to sit down with them and talk openly about so that we can figure all of that out so that, you know, I know it's only 4% of the budget, but the fact of the matter is it creates a ton of hard feelings in the end if nobody understands who owns what or how to move forward with it.
And if I can just add, and how to protect the asset, right? Like, because as Scott pointed out, it's, you know, a few individuals are working really, really hard, doing the best that they absolutely can to keep that going. But with, as we've said so many times, with the declining population, I should say the declining volunteer base, you know, it's getting harder and harder and harder. So from a protection standpoint, the NRM, I believe, has a responsibility to do what we can do to ensure that that asset remains a viable place of enjoyment for the residents and visitors to our area. I don't think we can just leave it on the backs of two people that, as they've said, just want to golf, you know?
So that's an overall discussion. I jumped in on you, so
No, that's okay, Mayor. One thing we have asked the question on what's included in their $950,000 of assets they say they own, so we can see what that is. So we're waiting to get that information back, because when you get your accountant to do it, you have to give that list in order to provide that number. Just if you can provide that list to us, it gives us a starting point on our end. We know the clubhouse belongs to the municipality, and the cart path belongs to the board because they bought and paid for it, however it was. I think maybe up to 2014, 2015, I don't know if they've ever come forward looking for money because it was self-sustaining at that point. And I think 2014, 2015 is the first time they came forward looking to pull money out of the reserve. I think that was there for another purpose, I'm not sure. And then that started then because the population continued to decline. Their membership still averaged between $40,000 and $50,000 worth of fees per year, right? So they kind of hold their own with the amount of memberships, but things they do, and I'm probably going too far out of this now, but the pro shop, the people that just want to golf, they made $2,500 last year. They spent a lot of volunteer hours. They sold $22,700 worth of goods and paid $22,000 or $20,200. So all their volunteer hours to run that pro shop netted them $2,500. So I don't know how much that was per hour, but very little for what they put into it. So I'll stop now because I start to get on it. but sorry.
But at the same time, we're paying for wages or potentially paying for wages in the clubhouse. Significant amount.
That could be, I don't
Right.
understand their operational piece inside. So maybe when there's times when it's, whether it's tournaments or whatever else is happening, when those people are off selling the bar or the food stuffs, because they did sell a considerable amount of food and beverages there for 165,000 or whatever it was in total. So maybe when that's when those other people go into that pro shop then and spend their hours there so that they can rent clubs or sell balls or whatever they do.
May I?
Go ahead. Yeah.
I know we're getting close to the time and I have some specific questions. Or we're stopping at 1 o'clock, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
everyone
stop
already
and want
stopped.
to come back at 5 and carry the
Okay,
conversation
so
on.
I'll just do it then at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just have one quick question on the simulator. It costs $80,000 to run it and they basically say they're gonna make 35,000. So, if this was a business, you'd be out of business. So I think when we do our public engagement, $1 million is $1 million. And if the community is prepared to fund $1 million worth of activities in the community, I think it's well worth it. Right? I know the people that go to the golf simulator really enjoy it, but I think they have to find ways to increase their revenue and either apply for grants, or there's lots of COVID stimulus funds still out right now. So I don't know if we've tapped into that.
And they're seeking additional grants and they're looking for those. Also with the simulator, there's an expense there for $23,000, which was a one-time expense last year because they had just gotten this machine, and it was to make the building facilitate the simulator. So whatever modifications they had to do. So they had said that was a one-time cost to do that. So they're $25,000. They're asking, I think it's 35 for labor, 25,000, which would cover utilities, the $5,000 for the program, and one other thing in there, and then the $9,000 for the machine itself.
Oh, yeah. I think there's a debate probably needs to be had about whether that's something that the taxpayer feels is part of golf course operations. I mean, there's 80 some thousand dollars there potentially that they don't need from us if we don't feel the taxpayer is prepared to pay for a golf course simulator when it has really nothing to do with the golf course. So that's a debate for us to have at 5 o'clock, perhaps. Councilor Andrews?
Just a quick one. From what I recall, when that simulator was brought forward and looking for funding requests from the municipality, it was supposed to be offsetting expenses. It was supposed to make them money, and it hasn't been there for a full 2 years yet, but they're already budgeting of a break even. We were looking for an offset on the subsidy and it's not doing it. So I say we got to reevaluate it for sure.
It's a break even on the wages, but it's not a break even total on all the expenses that they have. And I mean, I could see if their revenue was just based on a very short period of time because they didn't get it up and running, but it's 35,000 for the entire year, 2023. That's what they're budgeting for. So, it's a losing proposition, and we have to make a determination as to whether that's something that municipalities should be paying for or not. Did I see another hand? Did I see your hand? John, did I see your hand? No? Okay. All right, so let's recess, and we will be back at 5 o'clock to continue this discussion. Thank you, Harvey. Thank you, everybody. This meeting back to order, please, for the preliminary budget discussions. I think that we left off at grants to community groups. I think we were at golf course, and we were discussing some of the questions and information that we wanted to see. Is that right? Okay. Tab number, I'm busy moving stuff around, 20. Thank you. Tab number 20. Did we learn anything more with the golf course this afternoon at all? Anything more with the golf course?
I just coming for your mayor, so I don't know what Harvey will want.
Yeah. Well, I can't imagine after the discussion we had this morning that staff went away quietly. Well, maybe they went away quietly, but I can't imagine that they didn't make a call or two.
Except for their day was probably.
Yeah, that's right.
I try to be quiet, but that doesn't, I really, really do. So some of the questions I did ask when I went back was about the insurance piece where both the simulator building and the insurance for out at the country club was all housed under one. And I did mention about the breakout because after reviewing the November 23rd council meeting, it was asked to have that broken out. So you would see the 6,500 for the simulator. And so I did get a response to that. And the piece was that they wanted to keep it housed together. So it's all under one budget item. That is the answer right now. But if what we had asked for in the email is needed, we can make sure that that's like that going forward. The second question was wages for the simulator, included the clubhouse staff, and were there any other wages for managers inside of that piece? And it was strictly clubhouse staff underneath the simulator wages. Since then, since this afternoon, they've changed the operational hours somewhat to have the manager that's on salary to cover most of the simulator hours with an offset of a few of the times with the hourly staff. Don't know what that breakdown looks like now and what it means to the overall budget items, but it's something that they have put into practice this afternoon. I wanted to understand the clubhouse wages, and that's a breakdown of $49,000 for clubhouse staff and $74,000 salary for the manager. That's the yearly salary. So it all houses in that $129,000. So earlier today, talking to Councillor Gerwin, that the bar sales and the food sales were X number of dollars, and having the $129,000 put them underneath or at a loss of, I think, 49,000, I think was the number that we looked at roughly.
At the simulator.
No, at the clubhouse, at the clubhouse. So that being said, they pay that manager 12 months of the year. So whatever that is broken into the 74,000, whether that's 6,000 a year or month or whatever that looks like. So that they could probably break the manager's salary out over the greens if we wish, and to make it more accountable that way. But at the end of the day, that 74,000 looks after everything that they do for the golf course.
Including the simulator.
Including the simulator. So when that person is there, they're already on salary. So having that person there operating during the simulator hours won't incur any additional cost. If the simulator was closed, that person still gets paid. Next question was sending the financial statement to finance department for the budget, and they don't believe that their manager had done that, knowing that I was the only one that got a copy of that in January when I asked for that. So knowing going forward, they would provide that statement along with the application, because it states right in the application that it needs to accompany the application. Last year on their year-end statement, it showed a net income of $30,385. And then I asked about the $25,000 that they came to the council table at November 23rd for, and wondered if a part of that $30,000 was the $12,439 remaining out of the $25,000 once they paid off the outstanding debts. And that would be a part of that $30,000 to show that. And the superintendent's allowances was not only for the groundskeeper, but it also included the manager. And that's the information I got back on that so far.
Thank you. So I'm looking at their 2023 budget and revenues. They call it capital revenues, but that's on their page. And there's an item there called NRRD capital grant. Could somebody tell me what they think that might be? Is that us? So the advance is there. And then that's a capital grant they're asking us for, an additional $25,000.
And that's for the
what they
cart
put.
path.
So according to this, they're actually asking for 225,000.
Yeah, I was questioning that exact line too. I've been looking at that. If we look on the chart here, their funding request, they're listing 175,000, and then it carries on to their budget line item here is 200,000. You've got a negative 200 or negative 25,000 for 2023. I'm assuming to take into account the 25,000 grant we gave them, but then they're wanting another one. So like that's 225,000 for this year they're looking for, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow,
According to the paper.
they credited themselves. Is that right? The 25,000? I don't know.
I'm just finding it very hard to follow.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. So I
Maybe-
still have a question.
Oh, do you want to do?
No, my mind is not satisfied, I guess, with the question that now. No, I don't. Because there's no one here who can answer the question.
Okay, so maybe I missed it, but do you have any information on the BC Northern Development grant? Oh, never mind. I got my own answer. Forget it.
Yeah. Okay, so do we have a list of things that we want these folks to? The last thing I had was the 2022 budget under G&A expenses, and actually what those were. It's blank. They give us their actuals, but they don't give us the budget. And for me, it's important to understand the budget and then their actuals for that same year. Did they do what they said they were going to do with a budget request that they made? So most of it is there, but you know, I need to understand, particularly, you know, around the supplies and the irrigation system particularly. So if we can get the details on that, and then if somebody can ask them to write a plan for their irrigation system, can we ask somebody to do that?
Then the right plan on the irrigation system.
Yeah, so exactly what's wrong with it, what they think they need to do, and how long it will take them to fix it. Right, just like we would do a special project at Pink Page. So we can ask them to do that for the irrigation system. For me, you know, I think they have to have an irrigation system. I get it, but I want to know what's their plan. Are they going to piecemeal it? Are they going to contract it out? What's their plan? So I'd like to see that, because that's something that could be ongoing year over year over year, depending on what they do. So what do they see that's wrong with it? You know, and just reaching the end of its life is not good enough for me. At least, what are they seeing for electrical breaks, water line breaks, you know? And if it's significant, the next question is, what are they doing to maintain it to make sure it doesn't freeze up and bust every year? Okay? Those
Do
are
we actually understand what's even there?
Yeah. So I don't know if they keep their groundskeeper around who can explain those sorts of things or not, or I know that, when they were here making the presentation to us in November, was it November? That they, Wes was talking about some of the things he was doing with it. So there should be some knowledge and understanding of what's happening with that irrigation system. So that's another thing I'd like to see presented to us. Councillor Growing?
Maybe I missed it, but did we get an answer on that irrigation? 2022 actuals is listed as $7,977. But when the golf course executive came and asked for additional monies, I thought they had said that they had spent 18,000 on the irrigation system, and this statement doesn't reflect that.
I tried to find that information when I looked at the council meeting from that night. And I specifically, look for that $18,000 number. I heard the $7,900 and something number, and which matched what was on the sheet here. So I only looked at it a couple times, so I might have to go back again and see. But I couldn't see anything this afternoon with everything going on and trying to watch that.
Maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but.
But I'll go through it again, Councilor Graham, just to make sure that I didn't miss that.
Brenda, you think of, okay, all right.
Do we have the document that they did provide us with a summary there? They didn't provide us with a summary that evening.
Yeah.
That had some of the things
Yeah, we
on
can
it.
take a look at it.
Yeah. So we're just.
You obviously got to circle back with them and clarify some stuff, and we can just confirm some of that stuff and bring it back to council.
Okay. So the golf course is on hold. Is there more information that we're looking for? Anybody?
Well, I'm just wondering, and I don't know how much capacity Harvey has in order to sit down and maybe go over some of these numbers with them to ensure what is here is an accurate reflection of where they are and where they would like to go in 2023. Just another set of eyes, but I don't know if he has any capacity to do that.
Based on, speak for Harvey capacity, but I'll kind of speak for Harvey capacity, but based on the information, based on, we'll free up the capacity. Based on the information here, there's some questions, and we got to work with that group. So we'll circle back with them and walk through it and just get a good understanding of what's occurring. And I mean, good question with regards to the irrigation system. I don't know if they know even, and that might be a conversation with council to say, how do we figure that out? Right? Because you could, well, I'm not sure they know. Yeah, well, then talking capacity, but at the same time, it's understanding what's there and spend an awful lot of money chasing a ghost out there, not sure where things are versus, hitting the pause button and saying, okay, what truly needs to happen here? And again, can't speak on their behalf to say that. I just know when they were here last time, they didn't really have a good level of confidence that they knew what the issue was, right? And totally get it.
And sometimes that's just a matter of going back to suppliers. They have, inspectors or professionals that understand irrigation systems. And, it might be better money spent to find out exactly what's wrong and what it might take to fix it than it is to piecemeal. I don't know what their plan is, but that's why I asked.
You can dig up an awful lot of stuff before you figure out where the problem is.
Versus
stop and try to make a plan in terms of what the plan might be. Very well, let's develop a plan and figure out what the options are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll circle back and bring some information back. We've got our laundry list of clarification that we might.
Yeah, and if they can break the simulator out in its entirety.
Yes, yeah, that's going to be part of the
entirety. Break it all up.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand the intent of the simulator at the time was it came forward with the intent to look at increasing some potential revenues to offset some of the deficits of the golf course, right? And at this point, based on the information, it doesn't, the document doesn't support that, the information, and there are some potential possible tough decisions that might have to be made specific to that from a funding perspective from their end. So that's another part of the discussion that's on our list too.
That's everything I had for the golf course. Is there anything that anybody else has? Okay, I think so they're just on hold till we get more information. Okay. Hi, Barry.
I can clarify the difference. Do you know the difference now? Are we good? In terms of the ask, so the, okay.
So this is the 16,000.
This is the 60,000 versus the 32.
Make sure that everybody knows.
34,000. So yes, so what had happened is the library last year put forward a request that they changed. So their original request was 332, 337. That was the original request that went in during the preliminary budget. Then after they'd done some of the year-end work, they realized that there was funds left over from the prior year, from the 2021 year. So their actuals came in under what their budget was. So they were able to reduce their ask to 314, 337. So that was their ask for last year, essentially, but how they calculate the number is a little bit different. So they were thinking it was a carry forward and their ask was the same, and they have to carry forward. We just reduced the ask. So we reduced it by that amount. So we reduced the amount from 332, 337 to 314, 337. Because that's how from a financial perspective, we flow the number. Does that make sense?
So operationally, they still required the same amount of funds. They just didn't require as much funding from Northern Rockies.
Their budget remained the same, but their ask for Northern Rockies, the contribution was reduced from 332 down to 314 because of the cost savings. Because of cost savings.
What? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, just gonna sit on this. I just wait to, because if you take the 348,584 minus the 314, that's 34,247.
But if you take
But then you reduce
if you take 348,584 and subtract 332, 337, which was the original ask, that's the 16,000.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the original ask during your preliminary budget last year was a $16,000 increase.
Yeah.
Difference. Sorry. It's more
And
than that.
yeah,
This year the difference is that because they're using them.
Yeah. Good.
Okay, so that's past the green sheet and some of the numbers. And then they have a request this year for 348,584.
So once again, my only ask is if we can have the actuals for 2022. I don't think they're there.
I think they are.
Did I miss it somewhere? What page? The 2022 actuals, the 2022 budget is there, but not the 2022 actual.
The information they provided, you mean, from their financial documents they
Right.
provided, yeah.
The 2022 budget is there, but not the actuals. I mean, there's no way every single line item is going to end with zeros if it's an actual. So that's their budget. So what was their actuals for that? And I know we haven't asked them for that before. So, but I would like to see that because again, it's about understanding what they asked for and what they actually used it for. Did it get changed around? Did it get moved anywhere? And that may generate some questions.
Yeah,
for me.
the intent of requesting information actually is look at what the actuals were last year or the previous year to see that if there's any remaining funds left over.
Right.
That's one of the reasons. So we'll ask them.
Thank you. That should be easy for them to do. Print that right off their simply accounting or whatever they use. Okay, did anybody else have any questions with respect to the library? I'll get a chance to read through all the rest of this that you tell me is really good. Yeah, awesome. All right, that takes us to the museum. And I know we got a whole big package, so I haven't had it. We just got it before the meeting.
Most of it's the same, except for this.
There's some actuals in 2023 budget, right? So is it 20? So in this case, unless it's in this other information.
With the actuals on 22.
The actuals are there, but not the budget, 2022. Budget ask, right? So that it's for 2022. Those are swapped, right? That from the library. So the library had the budget, but not the actuals, and the museum has the actuals, but not the budget. So for comparison's sake, it's we need the other set of numbers.
And Trevor had mentioned that he's communicated earlier today. Trevor mentioned he communicated with them at the meeting during noon, right? For the museum, that still waiting on the information from them.
Okay.
Additional.
We did get some information from them. I think the mayor's point is.
Oh,
that
the budget, but the actual.
Yeah, we've just got
We
different
asked that one, so.
presentations from the organizations.
Yeah.
We will always, in these cases, we do have the budget information because we used it last year when we approved the grant, but it's obviously not contained within this. So we can put it together for you.
Yeah, that makes good sense. I mean, we had it last year, so we have it somewhere in our files. So one way or another, if we can get those, it'd be awesome.
Okay.
I mean, these 5-year plans, you know, they could be easily structured in such a manner that all that information is there every time, right? Last year's budget, comparables to the actual, then this year's budget, the way you do yours. It's pretty simple stuff. Okay. Please.
I just noticed there's in the 5-year budget, there's an ongoing request for capital funds. I'm just curious on what those expenditures were for. And as of a note, that the total request, they're projecting it to drop and ever so slightly. Interesting enough.
Were you asking, sorry, what's that composed of? What that request is composed of?
Yeah, like just, I see the ongoing 22,000, like what would
A
that?
couple of years in the future?
Yeah.
What we do know is what the 90,000 is composed of. They're interested in looking at purchase of vehicles from the Marl Brown estate, and then $10,000 for special projects. What I don't know, and I can certainly reach out to them for, is to understand what those for future year amounts are proposed for. Yep.
Yeah, and you know, I think that once we get all the information and we come to a decision, one of those decisions I think needs, from my perspective, needs to be, is it the taxpayer's responsibility to build their collection? And that's what I see this as, is this 90,000 request is to build the collection. You know, past councils already made decisions with respect to the building and, you know, and assisting them to put the structure that they're house their exhibits in, and their collection. But have you ever funded the development of the collection before? Or do we know?
I think we would have to go back and look.
Yeah, that's.
Couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Right.
here.
I mean,
Yeah.
but it's something for us to think about, right? It's a decision we have to make. Is that our function to help them build the infrastructure of the site and the buildings? Or is it also our responsibility to build the collection that they're showing to people? I think there is a difference there. And
I think that's a really valuable point that we can use for all the groups and can be part of our decision-making matrix, right?
Yeah.
That hopefully we develop for next year so that we have a matrix to help us make these decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, that's just my thoughts on this one.
Have all of the reserves been allocated to the Historical Society now?
So there's about $56,000 actually left over after their last claim in 2022. And there is a note on their application that they'd like to use the rest of it. but they didn't, it was just a sort of
Yeah.
an item with nothing attached or behind it. So, but there's about 56,000 left.
So that, I'm not saying, just food for thought, that if they wanted to use that $56,000, which has previously been allocated for capital from previous years, and if they wanted to use that to purchase those vehicles or that they hope to purchase from the Marl Brown estate, I mean, that could be a solution for them because that money is there. That, I don't think it's anywhere in here, right?
No, it's not presented anywhere in here.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And so I'm confused about that. So that's a reserve that we hold for them, for monies that's been put aside over the years for capital?
That's right. I think over the past few years, some money was essentially put aside on our books within a reserve for the museum to build their new addition. And so after, during the last 2 years, they started to build and make draws against that reserve. And there's about $56,000 left in it at the end of 2022.
Right, but that reserve was set up for building. So the same principle applies, even though there's money there. Is it really the responsibility of the taxpayer to build the collection? So but it potentially is an option if the answer to that is yes, then potentially that's a funding source. Okay. Anything else on the museum? Okay. I think we're at the theater.
We're at the theater. My request from the theater is $184,500. Compared to last year's request of $178,500, and we're actually still at $151,000. Just council have any questions specific to the
Request the 2022 budget rate. Sorry, the operational budget breakdown for 2022. Their actuals are there, but not the budget. Thank you. So maybe that's something we have already and we can dig that up.
Last year's budget binder.
That's all I have for that one. Anybody else? It's good to see that they are in the black. There's some $42,000 in the black there, and it looks like the capital projects that they have planned are mostly covered off with their own funds.
I really like the format the theater presents their capital requests in. It makes it easy to see, follow. Yeah, I do like that.
Good. Are we done? Everybody else? Okay. It's tough when you're dealing with volunteers. It's tough. As has been pointed out, it's a small part of our overall budget, but there's fairness. There's other people, other organizations that are interested in asking for money. We have no real decision-making matrix or policy, and so you just start flying by the seat of your pants, and it doesn't feel very good. Because you're asking these, or we are asking these questions of folks who are doing us a favor, right? It's really, they're volunteers. They're doing us a big favor. And when they ask for money, it's substantial money. And so the flip side of that is that we represent the taxpayer of the residents of our community. And I think that's why we need to come up with a structure. Okay, does that take us to capital?
It does. So the capital budget is rolled up here. So you have your summary here under tab 24. It will be a bit of a revolving musical chairs. It's a various department heads will walk through these the various requests. I'm assuming council similar to how we've done the
I guess I shouldn't assume, I'll ask the question. Yesterday, there was just each individual request or justification or pink request, was highlighted by the, department head. And any questions could be asked specific to those projects. You'll notice here that, the majority of the projects are IDCA eligible. So this year, of course, there's either projects that are occurring this year or contribution to reserves to help make up the IDCA components that we report to the province on. So our contribution is in the neighborhood of about 3.8 million and for this year to and the requirement, I guess, for lack of better words, the number we need to be at from an average perspective is about 3.4. So we've surpassed that based on what we're currently at. And that 3.4 million is that average to meet our commitment that we made to the province to match the fund over the 20-year program.
So they'll give us 5 million if we put up the average year over year?
So
Or they're only gonna match the 3.8 million?
No, they'll match the contribution to the province annually is 5 million.
Yeah.
And essentially a lot of the projects and whatnot, even though pending budget approval have been submitted to the province, as we do that by the end of October as part of our infrastructure development plan package that we provide to the province. The commitment over the 20-year program is whatever the province has contributed, we match over the 20-year program. So it's not year for year, but we measure it each year to ensure that we're on par, right? So I mentioned the council previously when I talked about the IDCA agreement a while back, one of our lunch and learns, that when we first started the IDCA or the infrastructure development contribution agreement, when that first occurred with the province, we approached them in the first year or two and basically said that we front loaded the program. Work that we did at the rec center, various projects. So we basically provided them a document to say we feel that we front loaded the program, and that eased some financial pressure on us annually, because by front loading the program, it reduced so instead of matching, we did that in addition to, we said, we don't feel that we need to match every year. We don't say that to get our 10 million, which was the original part of the agreement. We shouldn't, the matching funds should be based on the 20-year plan, not every year. So if we are short 1 year, we shouldn't get shorted by the province, for lack of better words. They agreed to that, and they also agreed to front loading the program. So we keep a running tab to ensure that we're keeping up with our contribution. And right now, based on the laws of averaging and the fact that we front load it on an average between now and the end of that agreement, we would need to be approximately $3.4 million annually is what we'd have to contribute on an annual basis on average. It doesn't mean that if we're 3 million 1 year, we can do 3.8 the next. This year, if it remains at 3.8, it'll knock that average down for future years, right? But
so that was signed in 2014?
Yes.
So it's good till 2034?
2034. I always had to think, because we had the year we signed versus the first check we received. There was a delay, but yes.
So we're 6 years into a 20-year agreement, essentially, and we front loaded it.
We're more than 2023.
Sorry, I was thinking of 2020. We're 2023 already. Yeah, 9 years. My math is bad.
And the first,
I'm stuck in 2020.
It was a good year. Yeah, so essentially, yes, we're that far into the agreement. The first 5 years was $10 million annually, and then due to the downturn of the economy and whatnot, it was reduced to 5 million, and that gets reevaluated again after 5 years. And there's indicators that support that would basically determine if the funding would increase. What they have indicated is that it won't decrease.
Question? Councilor Gerwin, please.
Help me to understand the numbers, like transfer to reserve, solid waste renewal, reserve contribution is IDCA eligible. Expenses is 70 thousand. Net tax levy is 70,000. So because it's IDCA eligible, does that mean that it's only 35,000, or does that mean that it's 140,000, or does that simply mean it's 70,000 and I am misunderstanding the entire concept?
Okay, so sorry, I lost you at solid waste. With all due respect, I need to look at what you're looking at, sorry, Counselor. So you're under,
Did you write that down for me?
are you looking at?
Sorry, okay,
Are you
tab.
looking at the
I'm looking page 2 of that.
summary? Yeah, okay.
Right at the top, just as an example, because there's, so
Solid waste projects?
Yeah, the very
Yeah.
top line on
it
page 2.
says transfer to reserve fund. And it says solid waste renewal reserve contribution. And it's IDCA eligible.
Mm-hmm.
And the expense is 70,000, or what we're putting away is 70,000, and the tax levy is 70,000. Oh, so sorry.
That's okay, that's okay. Well, I know I was looking at solid waste here, so my apologies. Ah, there's the 70, sorry. Okay.
That's okay.
Okay, so
Are they?
No wonder we confused them.
Sorry, Scott. And this is just to help me to understand, like what's the point of this being IDCA eligible? Like, do you understand what my question is?
yeah, and I think I brought it up earlier in the process. Myself and Trevor have had, and Aaron have had some discussions about this in length because we've done a pretty good job trying to confuse you. So, and so the result of this, the reason why this occurred this way here is a function of the system and the way it presented the information. Quite simply with the IDCA agreement and the system is that we put together a number of projects, and then the province, back in the day, because we'd have previous mayors saying 50-cent dollars. It's not 50-cent dollars. It's basically, we present a capital plan, and once it goes through all the processes and accountabilities, a recommendation is made. It gets presented to the Treasury Board. A recommendation is made based on us and the province to support it, and the Treasury Board, when they agree, and they have every single year, and it's pretty much been operationalized now. In June, we get a check for $5 million. So it shows up as a $5 million revenue. And when you go back to that first trifold page that rolls up all our projects, it'll say capital projects are X, and there's a $5 million revenue that basically reduces what the tax levy would be for all those projects. This year, new projects equal about $8.8 million for new money required. Out of that, we'll get a $5 million. We're supposing, we hope to get a $5 million check, and based on the way the programs worked, we should. Which requires $3.8 million of new money, which we call net tax levy, which impacts the tax levy. That said, the capital plan might have more than 8.8. We'll have more than $8.8 million because there'll be some carryover funds. There will be or carryover projects that are from previous years, right? So when you look at the contribution, when you ask that question, in this particular case for the transfer to reserve fund is it's $70,000. We're basically, that's new money for this year, and we're taxing that based on the program. But it's the way it's laid out, I can understand why you're confused, because I brought up the example around when you get your paycheck goes in the bank account. If your paycheck's $1,000, it shows up as $1,000, and if you have $500 worth of expenses between hydro, mortgage, and whatnot, then that comes out of your bank account. You don't, your paycheck doesn't show up in the bank account as $500 because the expenses have come off it earlier. And the system, the way the system spit out the information this year, I've made it clear I'm not happy with what we haven't presented to you. So as we walk through, we can explain it, but it's challenging when you look at the contribution to reserves versus.
Sorry. I know thank you for that simple explanation, by the way.
Did I confuse you more? Probably.
No, I don't think I'm, well, I'm probably confused, but, essentially, contributions to reserve isn't really, an IDCA eligible. It is, so
It's our way.
to front
I'll
load.
be, turn over to the provinces watching, but back when we originally had our agreement, we were basically said you use it or you lose it.
Yeah.
We develop an asset management program that allows us to contribute to reserve funds. So
For the types of infrastructure that this was supposed to.
yeah,
If the
exactly.
answer is yes, then I.
Yeah, so we have, sorry, so yeah, so we have the ability and it's just back through the years, it's been, you know, well, if it's $70,000, it's worth 35 and it's this,
Yeah.
but the basic answer, yes, and I apologize if I use you more
I
or
was
whatnot,
just
but
teasing you. I was just
okay.
teasing you, honestly.
Where
Don't
the
apologize, it was good.
just down the same page, the machinery and equipment renewal, which is the very next one,
Thank
the
you.
M&E reserve contribution is not IDCA,
Mobile equipment is
right? Because
Yeah,
mobile
mobile
equipment
equipment
is not part of it.
Yes.
So
yes.
it's important to differentiate. So one reserve contribution counts towards that 3.8 million, where the other one doesn't, because it's equipment. It doesn't meet the requirements of the
That's correct.
IDCA. Would you, for some of us that are new, I think I've got it figured out, but maybe some of the others haven't. Just explain the titles and just this spreadsheet. Go across and just talk about the different titles.
And I'll
that
reserve-
everybody following along will understand total expenses and where you're getting it from.
So, how do I do this and not confuse you more? Because I do a good job of that today, apparently. What's that? Confident, yeah. Keep it simple. So basically, on the left-hand column, you'll see each component is based on funds. So we have land improvement, capital, sewer, water, airport, buildings, renewal. And we break it out based on renewal and capital. And it's just, again, I wouldn't get caught up in terms of the titles. It's just the way we register those assets. When you look at the various items and how they're rolled out, we outline if it's IDCA or not, of course, and then if it's been pre-approved and it just carries those expenses forward. When you look at, I'll go down to water is not a good one because we've got here. I'm gonna try to keep a simple one for you here if I can. I'll get you to go to the next page because we'll walk through these
Individual.
project by project.
Yeah, because each one of these has a pink sheet on it.
Each one of these will have a pink sheet,
Yeah.
but just to go to the renewal piece. So if you look at machinery and equipment, as the fund here, you'll see that there's a number of items here that, you know, that have a pink for each individual item. The renewal contribution annually for machinery equipment is $860,000. It'll show how the various pieces of equipment add up to that $860,000. And if it doesn't, then you have a reserve contribution, which will make up the difference. So if you look at the category total for all the equipment, it's a $490,000 tax levy. And then when you do a reserve contribution of $370, it gives you $860,000.
And the 860,000 has been predetermined by past councils as the amount that we're going to put into machinery and equipment every year.
So no, because if you remember yesterday, I made the comment that there's some items, mobile equipment's one, the sewer reserve fund, and the buildings reserve fund. We provided recommended numbers to council and we did the asset management presentation to council a few weeks back. So we've loaded the budget with those numbers, and that's based on reevaluating the number
based on the system, increase in costs, inflation and whatnot. The number previously for mobile equipment was 720,000 annually. And then the number for sewer used to be 600, and that was increased to 1 billion. And then the number for buildings went to 1.5, which isn't enough, but we're still working on that program.
Right.
Those previous numbers, however, yes, Mayor, were previously established based on policy and a presentation to council based on that 20-year plan. And we intend on bringing that back to council here in the future to reestablish, to I guess formally change those numbers. And that's why I brought it up yesterday, because if council wish, those numbers could be reduced back to their previous established numbers. But in all honesty, what it will do, and just you haven't really seen the impacts, is that we'd probably have to catch up in the future. And that's when Council Roper also asked the question, you know, if you don't contribute or reduce, what are those impacts look like? And we haven't presented the council yet. We just haven't had the opportunity to do so. Yeah. So when you walk through these, you'll see how the numbers roll up with the various funds. So machinery equipment's the 860. The renewal is 1 million. The stormwater renewal is 1 million. Transportation's 2.2, and that's a combination of asphalt roads, gravel, and cement and sidewalk. So sidewalks, cement, and curb and gutter. And then and so on.
So the blue is the total of the two sections above, and the gray are the subtotal.
The subtotal, yes.
Of their individual sections.
So in some cases, if we didn't have enough projects this year to look after the full what your contribution would be, then we'd make a contribution to the reserve fund. If we had more projects than the contribution would be, then we pull funds from the reserve fund. And they're all IDCA eligible with the exception of the mobile equipment, which our agreement doesn't cover the, it explicitly says that the mobile equipment's not.
Great. And I'm good with that. The funding sources columns, the carry forward government funding, transfers from reserve, that's just telling us where we're pulling the money from in order to make the expense total. And if the total of the carry forward government funding and transfer from reserve, then we need to levy it. Don't make it, then we need to levy it.
Yeah. Yeah. So in some cases, there'll be a carry forward, there'll be a project that's didn't get completed last year or is in substantial completion. You'll see that in the sewer outfall project. There's some funds that are being carried forward from previous year because they were already part of that project. Right. And in some cases, in the pinks usually outline it is if there's a project that's been carried forward from the previous year where there's existing funds, but all those funds aren't required, they'll acknowledge to say, you know, this budget's been on the budget. We need these funds. Any remaining funds go back into the reserve fund. And that's a lot of the financial movement that occurs in the back.
Okay, so I have a specific question with respect to one of these. So I'm in M&E projects, third one down, the road sweeper. And I don't know anything about the road sweeper, but it's just the way it's laid out in the chart. The total amount to buy that road sweeper is $460,000. We've put away $350,000 over time. But we need to be able to, in order to pay for the full 460, we've got to levy another 110,000. Is that correct?
Yes, this is where we do a good job computing. So last year, the road sweeper was budgeted to be purchased for $350,000. And when it was time to pull the trigger on it, the price went through the roof for the road sweeper. So we didn't purchase it.
Yeah, and I'm not questioning that. I'm just sort of, so it's not because we've been putting money away for it. It was because it actually was budgeted for to buy it last year. Yep. And it never happened.
And we carried the 350 forward into this year.
Okay.
Yeah. And what we and again, this is, we're looking at simplifying this process so that it's not so much of a movement in funds. What we're looking at doing is those funds would go back into the reserve. We'd still acknowledge that it was budget last year not used, and then we would say that there's a 450.
Take the whole amount out.
Yes. Yeah, because there's a lot of numbers to get to the end number. And from a financial perspective, that's fine on the finance side, and Trevor's recognized it too. But for the purposes of the public and for council, we can simplify those numbers a lot more and have less steps to get to that end number.
Yeah. Sometimes carry forwards have been put into budgets because councils in different places have said you use it or you lose it, right? So staff will identify it as a carry forward so that they don't lose it. Oh, you didn't spend the money last year, so we're gonna use it for something else. When really you still need that food money. So it's, but if we agree, right, that something that's been budgeted, approved, and then for one reason or other doesn't get bought, if we support staff that the next year will be the year you buy it and you trust us, then you don't need that carry forward column. You just put everything back in reserves and pull it out again.
Yeah, and we use carry forwards. We use the carry forward statement when we have projects, especially on the special projects, they don't have reserve funds attached to them, right? We would still acknowledge it's just how we present the information, essentially. Okay. And like I said, the challenge, honestly, that we had when we looked at the information is that to get to that number, there's a lot of steps that you have to kind of do the math. And then it's just we want to simplify it for council. We spent a lot of time over the past few years trying to get this document to a point where it's simplified, and not that we've overcomplicated it now, but there's some tweaking that we need to kind of pull back. We've kind of stepped over it a little bit, we feel, and we're working on that. And then there was a result, like I mentioned, I think yesterday, that our financing, our program is what's spitting this information out, and it's how the information's fed in and how it kicks it out. We might have to change how, once it's kicked out, how we present it to council. So it's easier to digest. That's all.
So then the pinks is just a individual line snap like of this.
Each
right?
pink goes
Each
in order.
pink has a little graph in it and talks, and all that is a representation of what's.
If you look at that, it'll be right after there. That's all it is. This just rolls up the information.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking about the chart that's in each pink, but you're right. The verbiage is there that sort of gives you an idea of the rest of the project.
Yeah, you'll see across the top, what's in the top portion of the pink.
Yeah.
Will mimic or match what's in each line item on the.
I just have one question on, so the summary of this sheet says that the tax requirement is 8.8, but the budget summary says it's 3.8.
Subtract the 5 million
The
from
5 million
IDC.
from the IDC. Okay, got it. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's your revenue. That's the revenue component.
Councilor Goodwin, please.
So you're talking about simplifying, but you'd still include the pink sheets.
Oh,
right?
yes. Oh, yes.
Because
It's.
I like those explanations.
We had no plans on removing the pinks.
Thank you.
The intent is, you'll see, and again, it's more of an internal thing too. We take some pride in trying to provide a document, and the process has been, we'll see, streamlined. And we try to do it so that it's understandable for when a counselor is at the rec center explaining projects to a constituent, right? Which we've seen you do, Councilor Grewing, in the past. You can flow through the number and have a fairly good understanding what it means. When the CO sits here and tries to bounce through the numbers and fumbles the ball having the conversation, I have an issue, because I see these numbers every day and work through them, and my comments have been, we need to make sure that we provide the information that's in a reasonable, simplified format. And this is nothing taken away from the finance group or whatsoever, because
it's a work in progress.
Yeah.
Always is every year, right? And we've rolled out a new system that makes our lives easier, makes finances lives a little easier, but at the same time, we're sometimes asking that program to do things that it's not meant to do, right? So we've tried, spit out some numbers that we're not necessarily happy with in formatting, and we're gonna probably back up the bus a little bit and reevaluate.
Yeah.
Fair statement?
Leslie?
Yeah. So for people that are new,
Meeting lights, I don't know who's going.
sorry.
Go ahead, Councilor Dewey.
Oh, sorry. So for people that are new, keep your budget binder really close with all of your pinks once the construction season starts, because then you're gonna be getting the phone calls and you can go right to your pink sheet and you can read the explanations. So there you go. That's my tidbit.
Yes, so the other thing that the summary allows us to do, if for some reason we feel the budget is too big, we can't afford the capital items, it gives you an opportunity to closely look at all of the capital, and if you start cutting them, you start to understand how it all, what the
impacts are, absolutely.
Of either cutting it or moving it to the next year or whatever you end up having to do. And right, that's right, the reserves are there, and if we, for instance, you've already told us that we're 1.4 million above, we could change this so that it's not, that disappears.
The
right?
the tax levy.
Yes.
Yeah,
tax levy.
any cuts that you make would reduce the tax levy.
Yeah.
So for sure, and that's why we also indicate what that annual contribution is from our end, municipal contribution for the IDCA piece, because we always try to keep our finger on the pulse in terms of what the that average amount is that we annually contribute. So anytime if we were to go below that, then we're making it up in future years.
Oh, one more.
So something just twigged in when you said that. So we're $1.4 million over where the budget for last year, right?
The
And the
tax
levy.
levy, yes, yep.
The tax
Required
levy,
tax
sorry,
levy,
okay. So something to remember is that we have a larger contribution to reserves because we changed the ceilings.
Yes.
Right? So I guess I could figure this out myself. Out of the 1.4, how much is that because X amount of dollars was additionally allocated to reserves?
Just over $1 million.
Just so then in actuality, if we hadn't, or if those ceilings weren't increased, then we would just be 0.4 different than when we were last year.
Essentially, yeah.
Considering, I think I just really want to make this point, because considering the additional payroll expenses and CPP contributions and all of that, like that's an incredible feat. So like, congratulations, everybody.
I
Like,
appreciate that.
that's huge.
There's a number and
Huge.
we'll always take credit when we can, because not all the time are we.
When you're passing it out.
Well, we don't walk out in the streets and get high fives on a regular basis from the locals, but there's other factors that also influence that, right? So Trevor mentioned yesterday the what was posted for we didn't book anything for bad debt this year, right? So that was a little over $300,000 change from last year, because we've done some things, but again, there's been some activities that have occurred in the background to bring in some tax revenues that have been sitting and lingering out there for quite some time, right? And we're starting to see that those efforts are starting to be rewarded.
Sure, yeah.
And then there's a number of items like when you look at revenues, right? I mean service charges or interest. I mean, we actually had a good year with interest, with money in the bank, right? We're fortunate that we've got those reserves that sit in the bank account, bring in interest. And when the cost of borrowing goes up, well, so does the interest you get on money that's in the bank. So we actually overachieve on that interest. Well, that impacts our bottom line. So that makes a difference too. If you add up all the increases from this year's budget compared to last year's budget and subtract those numbers, it doesn't equal just 0.4, like $400,000. It's a bit more, but there's other influencers that have reduced the levy.
Yeah.
Too. I know, but at the same time, I think the mayor made a coconut comment a week or so ago, and it's not that we play with coconuts, but I think it's important.
Shell game, I was thinking.
Shell game, sorry.
Shell game.
I call it the coconut game, the shell game, and I think it's important that as council, you understand how that number is, right? Because I brought it before, the budget is $48 million, right? When you subtract all the revenues, that tax levy is sitting at that 22 million, and there's a number of things that influence that, and we do what we can to shave off here and there and to reduce it, but there's other things that are out of our control, or in some cases, something we've done in the past that's paying dividends today.
Or they are in our control, and we've got, like, the fact that we've raised the ceiling on some of those.
Exactly.
Right? That's absolutely within our control. And so recognizing that by making that decision, it impacts your budget.
Yes.
Not in, I wouldn't say a negative way, in a different way,
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
In a different way, because that revenue is not gone. It's just being reserved. for the
Yes,
future.
absolutely.
So are there any other questions generally before we start getting into the pinks? It's probably a good time to take a break and something to eat. Unless there's any general questions about sort of the capital process. Okay. Good. All right, let's recess for 15 minutes. Thank you. We'll come back at 6:18. This meeting. Thank you. We'll call the meeting back to order. Guess 15 minutes wasn't quite enough time, but we're all done and ready to go again. So I think we're ready to start getting into the capital budget and reviewing some of the capital projects and the pink sheets that are in our book. So I'll turn it back over to staff. And
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna hand it over to Luann, who will start walking through some of the justifications or projects that are linked to her department. All yours, Mike.
I'm gonna ask if Harvey can come up because he's got a few up in the first couple of tabs. This is where we'll play musical chairs a little bit.
Or can we just pull up another chair?
Yeah, we got one.
You can sit at John's spot. Sure, John's not here.
Harvey.
Right there. Oh, there we go. Now I'm jealous. So the first pink behind tab 26 is the airport renewal reserve contribution. You're going to see the pinks for the reserve contributions. They're all the same, just specific to their own assets. So I'm not going to talk to those. Let's skip right over those. So the first one we have is the airport master plan. So rather than reread to you everything that's in the pink, I'll just briefly summarize it. Feel free to ask a question. Essentially, the airport infrastructure is old. Some of that stuff was installed in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and nothing other than water, I think, after. So it's time to take a look at those assets and the service levels that we're providing, and take a look at what we truly need and the ideal situation for those assets. And that's the intention of the airport master plan. Any questions? If you want me to speed it up or slow it down, just let me know. The airport lift station backup generator. So that's essentially, we have a lift station out at the airport. It's equipped with 2 pumps. During power outages in particular, we run a risk of having an environmental spill from that lift station, which is your raw sewage. So we're proposing the purchase of a backup generator in order to help reduce some of those costs and frustrations and risks.
I noticed there's a few generators listed in here. We're gonna try to get a bulk discount.
A few generators?
There was another one in here for the rec center.
Oh, maybe. Why not? 10% discount.
Do you know a guy?
I know a guy.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Why not have fun?
Please do. So we're into buildings and facilities, and this is where Harv and I think Jay's got one, maybe just the one, I think. She can speak to. So the first one's reserve contribution. The second one is Jay with technology and communication.
So we annually put a contribution to reserve for tech and communication renewal. We, for a long time, didn't necessarily take full stock of what we were maintaining from a technology perspective, but it's become more and more apparent over the years that there is a plan needed for replacement renewal because we can't afford the downtime if something like the server or phone system goes down. So work continues to be underway to fully assess that inventory and then start developing a detailed asset management plan around it, just as we have for other capital assets. So there are some things that we know are approaching their retirement or failure, such as servers and phone systems. And we just maintain an annual contribution and essentially run to fail. So yeah, that's what this one's for.
So something about reserves just kind of jumped into my mind. Do we ever set a maximum? And this would be not like the roads where you need tens or or millions of dollars, but have we thought about making a reserve maximum on some of these reserves that we have? So once you reach a certain level, you don't contribute to it anymore.
Yeah, the policy actually speaks to that.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, yeah. And this particular one's an interesting one. This is in its infancy. So this actually rolls into the buildings one. So it's a subcategory within the buildings and facilities one. When you look at the number, I mean, we still need to massage it, but basically what it allows us to do is say within that 1.5 million this year, that buildings and reserve fund, it allows $180,000 to be kind of the subcategory to look after the infrastructure specific to the IT piece, and we'll flush it out a little better in the future here. But our policy does outline for certain for some of the basic categories that'll have a minimum. Right. Falls below a certain amount, and then it'll have a maximum. And we'll be bringing that back to the council for your review as part of that whole asset management piece and reserve policy piece.
Right. Do we know what our total IT asset is worth? Total IT assets are worth across the organization?
The last full inventory we conducted was in 2019. We need to refresh that inventory. And I can't remember the total value from that year.
Order of magnitude, couple of million?
You'd be surprised when you start adding photos, copies across multiple facilities and, it's of the mobile devices we all carry, or most of us carry.
The order of
It
magnitude.
adds
Yeah.
up.
Okay, thank you.
The next one is the asset management continued development. So this one is essentially we're missing some information yet from our asset management system, and I'll pick on the water side of things. So we've got our mains and whatnot identified in a GIS layer in CityWorks, but we don't have the services, and the services are and that's from the main to the property. So this year we're looking to spend probably about half, 30,000 we've identified just to GIS and provide that layer for the water services so that we can provide specific annual renewal for that. One of the main things we've got, if you look at 44th, that area, those services are old. They're due for renewal. And locally, we've got some hot soils. So that area we know is subject for renewal. But the other areas we don't have as much information, and they're underground assets, so it's difficult to determine that. So that's to start to kick off that program for the water services. In addition, we're also looking to set up City Works to address spatial assets. So that's your buildings and your vehicles. The lineal stuff's pretty good.
So I have a question then about that.
Mhm.
So isn't the service owned by the homeowner, the property owner?
Service to the property line.
Oh, so you're talking about from the main to the property?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Any other questions?
Town Square renewal, I think you're fairly up to date on the Town Square. I don't think we need to go into too much on that one. Essentially, we're working towards detailed design, which we should have mid-year, and then we'll be coming back to you guys for some decisions.
Okay, the next one is the recreation lighting upgrade. This one is for the natatorium. It'll replace the 89 existing lights with 17 lights to cover all the needs we have for that building. The payback on the amount savings is about 137,000 kilowatts. So we'll get, if approved by BC Hydro, some of that money back, $12,000 to $14,000 they figure. So, and the one we can't really tell is the amount of maintenance savings that we'll see with the number of lower lights and not having the issues of getting too hot. We've had issues because it gets over 40 degrees with the lights on and stuff. It just burns those fixtures out, and we've had to use considerable dollars to keep those going. So using this light it's an LED, so we're not going to get the heat given off from the device, and it'll help compensate inside that environment. So with the rec center in the last 3, 4, 5 years, we've done the 2 ice arenas, the curling slab, the community hall last year, the lobby and concession area, 2 hallways. And so each year you see savings in our utility costs for hydro, even though the utility costs keep going up. And I think this year in April, they're going to the board for another 2% hydro hike. So our goal is still to get under $500,000 for this, and we get close every year, but they keep jacking up the prices. So we'll keep working. Just like to see that happen before I leave just once. So that's the lighting piece. If there's any questions, please.
I have to ask what a natatorium is because I don't know.
It's the pool.
Okay.
Just sounds better.
Yeah.
Sorry. Dan Patrick.
The pool?
Recreation backup power. Funny, but it's hard to get a generator now. It is, it's crazy. Just saying. So we just sent out another request to update the quote. So first of all, you got to source something and then get a quote and get it here. So yeah, we'll see. So anyway, the purpose of this is to be able to use the kitchens in the rec center in case of an event in the community. Currently, we can't power up anything in either concession kitchen, community hall kitchen, or the curling kitchen. This would give us the ability to do that.
All 3?
Yes. Yeah, they've sized it. I think it was 247 kilowatts or a kilowatt, whatever they call that. Any questions on that one?
Is that, do we have existing backup power for lighting and so on?
Correct.
Do we not?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll give you half the lighting inside the facility.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
The next one is the park accessibility improvements. Hillary and Sean have had lots of discussion with council for the Andy Bailey Park and the Art Fraser Park. And this is the budget to continue on with those designs. And I don't know if there's anything else that Hillary and Sean haven't already answered on those.
This potentially is 100% funded, or at least the Andy Bailey Park.
The Andy Bailey piece, the funding is there for, I think, a considerable amount of the funding. Yes. I'm not quite sure on exactly what that is. This will just get you to the design piece.
Okay. Okay.
The next one is DHRC programming upgrade. So in the beginning, when we started to do things at the rec center to improve efficiencies in consumption of utilities and gas, we got a lot of the areas, or we got pretty much all the areas done now that we could save hydro and gas without incurring a big expense. The next big expense would be to replace the equipment, which is only 5 to 10 to 12 years old, which it's not practical to do at this time. But we do have opportunities to change the controls on some of the equipment. And the big one we have right now is the DHRC, which takes the waste heat from the ice plant and helps preheat the water that goes into the pool. We've maximized what we can do with engineer air controls, to the point that their engineer in New York State couldn't help us, but between Tom Fish, Shane Watson, and a guy in Edmonton, they tweaked it even more to save more energy. So that was great. Now we're to a point that the engineered air controls won't do anymore. If we go with the Hool controls, which runs into the DDC system, which is the direct digital control, we can go in and start manipulating that system to allow us to gain more heat savings, and then that'll equate to less gigajoules burnt from the boilers, which is exciting, well, at least exciting for me.
Gets you closer to that 500,000.
It's a great thing, and it'll pay back itself within probably 4.5 years or so, because so it's 1.5 million BTUs in one of the boilers. There's 3 up there that rotate, taking on the lead role weekly, so the wear's equal on all boilers. This will get rid of one of those boilers out of the loop. We keep the boiler, so it's there in case we need it. But every time we save 1.5 million BTUs, we save $20. So every hour of runtime, we save $20. Or every time it doesn't run for an hour, we save $20. So it's small, but it's significant over 365 days. Yeah. Couldn't tell you what we could do in the end, but that's what we figure on right now. So that's DDC, the DDC and the DHRC programming. That being said, the town square will hopefully have DDC controls as well. It was brought up in the meeting during the design, so that'll also help us tweak the units that get put in as well. So that was a good one. Boiler replacement number 2, cost of $42,000. Last year, one of the 3 boilers in the loops that looked after the west side of the rec center died. What we need to do is replace that one, because it puts the strain on the other 2 boilers in that loop. There isn't redundancy, but there is, because of the way it goes on and off. Every week it takes a lead roll. So we get that. Right now there's it's just 2 running hard. So we need to replace that boiler. We tried to limp it along, but there's not much you can do.
Back over here. So the Public Works and the Fire Hall Building Foundation. So I don't know if you know the history on this one, but essentially we went to replace some aprons, and the foundation, the cement foundation around the Public Works Fire Hall was like pudding. So we were able to get a grant, and we've awarded last year the foundation portion of that building. And the remaining part this year, we will be looking at capacity of both those apartments. So when you get an opportunity to tour that facility, you'll easily see that the fire department and Public Works are both beyond capacity. So we're taking a look at the best use for that remaining grant, because we have some internal structural work that we're planning on, but if we can gain some efficiencies and look to address the capacity piece, that's what we're looking at. In addition, we've added some additional funds in there to specifically address the capacity needs, because it's that facility will not meet. So with the breath of life that we're putting back into that building, which we anticipate in at least 25 years, what's the long-term plan for those departments? And we're going to try and achieve those. Any questions on that one? You look like you're brewing a question.
I am, but it's not there yet.
Oh, okay.
So it will come to me, I'm sure.
The airport facilities renewal. So this links back to that master plan that we're looking at. So there's 3 critical buildings. So the terminal, the airport maintenance garage, and the storage garage. These are old buildings, the most recent being 70s. One's in questionable shape and not ideal to the operational services. So that long-term focus is really required for these particular buildings. So that's what we're after on this. And this will also include energy assessments. Councillor Tiki. That's one. So composting and waste diversion. This is the Burma composting grants. So there's some funds remaining. And the activities we have relate to a little bit of cleanup and landscaping where the trial was, as well as some awareness initiatives.
Councillor Growing has a question.
So I don't see, and maybe it's somewhere else in the budget, but so our residents are really anxious to get a hold of the castings. And so do we need to set aside an envelope of money that will address the current lack of casting availability for residents?
No, we're in talks with GHD to confirm what that might look like. And operationally, my concern, I want to make sure that we've got that traceability to those castings, to the analysis in place, which won't take much. And GHD, we're working on what's the plan for the castings, what kind of quantities will we have. That shouldn't take much.
Just for councils, GHD is the
Yeah.
environmental consultant.
Yeah.
That's new to the table.
So you don't anticipate there being a need for funds to set up a process for disbursement once we decide that we can do it?
Not at this point.
Okay, so not to just keep going on, sorry.
Yeah. No, that's all right. I'm wondering now, is it bulk sales? Is it bag sales?
Well,
Is it-
that's what I mean. Right? Not
But
at
I
this
guess
point.
what I don't want to see happen is that, 3 months from now, that, well, we could do this, but it's not in the budget. So I'm just anticipating, do we need to set aside some funds to cover the costs of disbursement? Because I think we're at a place now where disbursement could be happening for this year's gardening season. And there is going to be a cost involved. And so where is that going to come out of if we don't have it set aside in the budget?
So I'm not there yet at that point. So I could be, probably pretty quick.
Okay, so then perhaps before we actually make a decision, you could be there? Okay, I'll put a little sticky to my hand.
Yeah. It's
Somebody wrote that down, right?
yeah. So it's the options that we need to identify what those options are, what we pursue before we can get to that. If that makes sense.
It does.
It does make sense. Just curious if is there some unknown volume of castings that is what we would base our thinking on?
So from an operational perspective, what I don't want to do is guarantee availability of castings that we can't make. So I wouldn't mind a little bit of that projection in place. We know how much we can make today. And we can start to formally take a look at the development of the next steps and the time it takes for that composting to process. So we're getting to that point now, but it's that how much can we offer? And what does that model look like? Is it bags? Is it truck delivery? Is it pickup?
So, okay, no, I'll just,
we will expedite.
With a note.
well, I was just thinking, like, I feel there's going to be additional costs because it all has to be screened. It all has to go through the little sifter machine. Thank you. Right. So I don't know that that is currently built into
That's
the
operation.
right. So
we do that anyway.
okay. Okay.
Well, is it safe to say that the challenge right now, providing a dollar amount, is that we don't know what we'd be literally thumbing it, like pulling it from the air? So that's really the information from GHD. So hopefully we can have it back for final deliberation and have more information.
Don't pull your sticker off yet.
Are we done with that project? Or is 2 stickers for the same project? So back, we're into tab 30 now.
Yes.
And that's a solid waste renewal contribution.
Yes.
Over to tab 31. So we're into some mobile equipment. Oh, 2-sided paper, sorry. So essentially this is to fix the very muddy, wet landfill road for our commercial waste disposers. Any questions on that one?
This is for access to the back cells?
To the active, not the
active
transfer.
piece. Okay.
Not bad if it doesn't rain.
Yeah. If it's dry, it's wonderful. The equipment purchase, so we're looking at a few different mowers. The first one up is the greens mower. So I just got a call yesterday. We ordered that last year from Rollins Equipment, and we were supposed to receive it in March. They called and said it'll be 2024. So this one will actually be carried over into next year. The fleet and pickups and passenger units. So this one includes 3 trucks, 1 3/4 ton that we received yesterday. So yesterday was vehicle day. 2 half tons that we're still waiting for. And an additional purchase. This is the only purchase that's not carried over from previous years. And that'll be to replace the Honda CR-V for town hall use. And we're looking to get an electric, a hybrid. All-wheel drive type thing. Any questions on that one?
So that's 3 trucks and 1 pool vehicle.
Correct.
Okay.
The next one's a road sweeper. So we talked about that one already. Essentially, the price came in a lot higher than we budgeted for. This year, we're looking to acquire the batwing, just the mower deck. The tractor itself is still in good shape. We get a few more years out of it, but the deck is obsolete. I'm trying to. It's difficult to get parts at this point. The next vehicle is what James was talking about yesterday. So it's truck 1 replacement. So our hopes were to keep that truck alive, and Public Works would absorb his old truck. But doesn't look like that's in the cards. The wide area mower we're looking at purchasing this year as well. The current one is pretty old and it's well used. And this one will help us to do those larger areas, help maintain that. And then the next request is a reserve contribution. sewer outfall replacement. So this one's hanging over. So from the sewer outfall project, part of that close up of all those sewer works that we did on request from the ministry.
I gotta go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So that's all right. I'll just catch up with you tomorrow on whatever we do between now and 7 o'clock. So. Thanks for reminding me. I was getting into it. Well, it's up to you guys.
We can call it for you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're not missing
Because
anything.
we're not gonna finish it tonight, right? So, all right, so then let's recess this until tomorrow at noon. Thank you, everybody. I can talk fast. Thank you, everybody. Okay, welcome everybody back to the whole meeting where we're talking about the preliminary budget. Start the meeting. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional territories of our neighbors in Prophet River and Fort Nelson, and as well as the Métis people who have spent a lot of time here and who've done a lot to help this region be what it is. Today's meeting is being streamed live for the public to attend, and I think we're going through the capital budget pages, so I'll turn it over to staff for them to carry on.
Thanks, Philip. And I'll pass on to Luann, and we're on tab 32. Starting off with the
Sewer
outfall project.
So we started this one a little bit last night before we adjourned. The sewer outfall project is just the final step in all the upgrades that we made at the wastewater treatment plant. So we've made a preliminary application to MODI to fall so that we can fall under the MWR, the Municipal Wastewater Regulation. And they've come back with some further issues that they would like us to address. So that's the point that we're at. And these are carryover funds from that project. (52nd) Avenue East Sewer. So this is the project that we did last year. So we repaired some grade and some aged sewer line on 40th and 52nd Ave East. This project actually finished under budget. We didn't carry all the funds remaining over, just some to complete some contractual work that remains and whatnot. Under budget, yeah. True. It's a record. The next one behind tab 33 is a reserve contribution. So we'll get past that one. The next one is a lift station renewal program. So this one we started last year. We bought a new pump in 2021, installed that last year, pulled an old pump, rebuilt it. It came back end of last year. We're now pulling the other pump and we're sending it for rebuild, and then we'll have a critical spare for that very critical infrastructure. Any questions on that one about what a lift station is, or? Pretty much, yeah. Sanitary CCTV program. So this is carryover work from last year. So the CCTV contractor had some issues getting the camera work done last year. So this is carryover and extension to provide some clearing in some of the things that we experienced. Sanitary sewer collection renewal program. There are 3 priority 5 repairs. So sorry, 1 priority 5, 2 priority 4s. So 5 being the worst, meaning we need to repair that imminently. And 4 being, yeah, it's time to make those repairs. So these funds are for those spot repairs in the system.
And was it the CCTV program that identified those areas?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd just like to add, sorry, just so you're aware, one could suggest that the CCTV work could be used or could be done operationally.
Because typically in many organizations would be, it's part of your maintenance program. The reason why we don't is because it's passed the test for IDCA eligible. So we actually shipped it there. That's the reason why we continue to fund it from that mechanism, because it provides it provides that
You can count it towards
province for eligibility. Yeah. Okay.
No worries. I'm just like, which page? 44th Street. So this project is for the sewer rehabilitation on 44th Street. The tender closed for this work last week, and it's substantially over budget. So we'll be coming back to council, and I have a meeting place marked for this afternoon to talk about what our engineers are finding with respect to that overage, and we will be coming back to you with the findings on that.
So that's on hold.
No. So the next tab behind 35, drainage renewal reserve contribution. Over to the next one is drainage renewal work. So these projects we have identified, generally the bulk of this work goes along with the road works. So open ditching and structural repairs and whatnot. And this year we'll be doing some additional culvert repairs, and it's time to start focusing on that.
That's work you'll do in-house?
Very little will be done in-house. We do some operational level ditching and whatnot, but the bigger ones, we usually do a local contract or couple it with the roadworks. So next tab is roads renewal. First, we'll talk about the gravel. So every year under the roads reserve, so I just want to provide a little bit of clarification. The roads reserve includes gravel, asphalt, and cement. So it's a 2.2 contribution. Gravel's a $500,000 contribution annually. So this year we're going to be doing some crown and graveling. Some stuff was scheduled last year. So the McConaughey Loop was scheduled. I think we had 3 or 4 kilometers last year that didn't occur due to gravel issues that we had with pricing. And this year we're going to do a little bit more on McConaughey, as well as some other areas such as mile 307 Pioneer Way. And a lot of effort will be put forth this year in the industrial sub Musco Heights area. It's time for that area to get a little attention. So asphalt works. So this year's program includes carryover work from 2022, as well as some additional works for 2023. So Airport Drive and 50th North is identified within that program. The Poplar sub, so Poplar Aspen, we've added Cottonwood to that this year. We're going to do some structural drainage repair as well in that area. And on 50th North, on 54th, and this is in line with one of those sewer spot repairs, we'll be doing some road works there. For the concrete sidewalk renewal, we're asking in total for $600,000 this year with transfer from reserves. A lot of this work is concurrent with the road work, so your Poplar sidewalks and things of that nature, and roughly $100,000 worth of major fault type repairs. So Mountain View sub, Angus sub are those areas where we see some faults, so we'll be repairing those. Nonda Bridge. So last year or 2 years ago, we acquired the Nonda Bridge, and these funds are to start to prepare and finalize environmental assessments and permits and the design in order to repair that bridge. Downtown core paver replacement. So these are the bricks you see downtown. We struggle with maintenance on these bricks. Historically, we spent a lot of time and effort replacing those bricks. And we decided, I want to say 10 years ago, roughly, that we would replace those bricks when we need significant effort with concrete. But we're at that point where they're degrading, that we need to proactively plan for these repairs. And that's what's happening here. So last year we awarded some of this work to Ben Wall, BKT Wall. And due to the Sickney Bridge issue, fly ash was not available. So that work will take place this spring. And then we have additional work that extends from Airport Drive over in front of on 50th North, that area. The next one you're familiar with, and that's Toad River Water Supply. So this one's just pending decision from the granting agency. The next one is for a common filter header at the water treatment plant. To put this one simply, we have 4 clarifying trains where we remove sediment from the water coming in from the ponds. And we're at this point able to produce more with the new dissolved air flotation processes, which is 2 of those trains. And if we have the ability to use any filter, which are currently independent to each train, we would be able to match the capacity, the design capacity for those trains. Currently, we're producing 28 liters a second. And if we had the ability to access any filter, we could lift that to potentially 40 liters per second.
I'll add, this one's a good news story for new councilors and for yourself, mayors, because back in the day when we did our 20-year plan, and one of the reasons to a conversation we had last night, Councilor Gerwin, regarding how do you reduce costs or how do you prevent the cost from going up? Well, one of the issues with the water treatment plant was if there was growth, originally it was planned to build onto the water treatment plant, which is significant capital costs. And through time, what we've been able to do is change the treatment process a bit, which is what we call the DAF program or the DAF process. So essentially today we're treating water for the community that we used to do on 4 trains, 2 trains. And been able to basically shut 2 trains down, which reduces maintenance and whatnot. The challenge now is the DAF process is actually accomplishing what we thought it would accomplish, but now the bottleneck is at the filter. So it provides a little bit of additional flexibility during those high demand times, but it's a really good news story because we're treating water with less maintenance, less time, less equipment as previous compared to what we did previously traditionally at the plant with basically a retrofit of the existing trains. So 2 of the 4 trains are done. And if there was ever a need for growth, it doesn't require the expansion of the plant itself. It just means the retrofit of those 2 other trains if we weren't able to keep up with the existing 2, and significant reduction in capital expenditures in the future if required. So it's a really good news story in terms of an adjustment that occurred just a few years ago.
So I have a question about that then. So you're using 2 trains. So have you mothballed 2 trains, or are you rotating between the 4 trains so that you can keep it all, right? Because sometimes something sitting there without it being adequately mothballed just deteriorates to the point you can't use it anymore. So how are we dealing with making sure that those 4 trains are available to us in the future?
We can fire up the other 2 trains, but there's a conventional process still. They haven't been converted over, so they have the ability to be utilized. They have been, and there's another request I think to do some work.
Great segue to the next project.
For some work on the other trains so that this is a bit of corrosion stuff and work that needs to be done on them. And then it's this where we currently are is relatively new, because last year we were actually rotating those trains in as we were working through some of the startup components with the other 2 trains to make sure that if we did have I'll call it a blip in the system, we didn't run the community out of water. So it's only recently that those 2 trains have essentially been shut down, and now we're working through that mothball process to ensure that if we were to need to fire them up, that
they're not all corroded.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Thanks.
Speaking of corroded.
Tab 39.
Tab 39. So the first one's a reserve contribution, and the next one talks about corrosion in the trains 3 and 4, which are not the DAP trains, they're the conventionals. So we've got some plans to repair that corrosion. So although primarily the intention is to use the DAP going forward, maintaining the existing 2 trains for either future conversion and or backup is just smart. In addition, we'll be acquiring and installing a water treatment plant pump, which is currently at its end.
And the previous project just allows the DAP system to use the filters, the sand filters on the other 2 trains. So they'll still always be in the process of being used, and it just helps increase that capacity. So the only portion that wouldn't be used would be the actual clarifier portion of with the honeycomb filters.
Yeah. Yep. The next product is SCADA. It stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. So essentially, this is the communication system for the water treatment plant primarily. We installed that in 2008, and we've done upgrades and reprogramming and replaced this piece of equipment. And it's just time to do a recheck on that system and give it an oil change, so to speak. That's what these funds are for. Well, water quality improvements. So this one is for the installation of raw water intakes, which we have a tender opportunity ready to go. This is that with the carryover project from last year. And in addition, some of the pilot testing that we've done, which includes testing of a filter called pyrolusite, as well as the use of a chemical called potassium permanganate. Both are intended to treat manganese. The issue that we have is it's manganese and organics. And what we're trying to determine is the seasonal changes that impact those chemicals. So we'll be also looking to establish a baseline for those seasonal changes throughout the distribution system. So these funds are to provide for that. The river intake pump station, very critical piece of equipment for our water supply. We will be looking to do a condition assessment on that, and that includes the river intake pump and screen. So the actual connection from the river to the river well, condition assessment of the well itself, the electricals, which is currently stored in a sea can. And in addition, there is a line from the river well to the booster station that we believe is ductile iron. So we'll be looking to do condition assessment on that one too, and eventually rid ourselves of that material. The final project is the raw water pretreatment options feasibility study. So this one's essentially just to take a look at our abilities and alternatives associated with bringing water from the river in times of where it's dirtier. So high turbidity. So in the summer, which is our higher usage, so people are watering their lawns and whatnot, that's when we might run into some mechanical issues. So if we are going to do that, we're looking at what the risks to our existing system is. And if there's an option for pre-treatment, what those alternatives might be. So that's what this one's for. Any questions?
Same comment as I had before, and that's the volume of carryover work. And do we have capacity? So again, most of this is contract work, correct? And we have the capacity to manage that contract work?
Yes, yes. So for some of the, well, actually the bulk of the carryover, so the river intake work is one that's coming to mind. That one, it's tender ready. It's sitting there. We're ready to go with that one. That's the only one that's coming to my mind right now. I apologize, but yes, I don't have any concerns with the capacity at this stage.
Okay. And can we pull together a contractor number for all of those, for this work? Same as we were considering with the planning department, how much of it is contract and how much of it is internal work, please? Thank you. Good.
Yeah, we'll pull the number for sure, but I'll add the same as the planning. The majority of these projects are typically contracted out from a tender perspective. From a capacity perspective, anything that's operation wise would be in the operations budget. Anything that's outside the operations budget, in most cases, with the exception of internal resources to help manage the process. And in some cases, because of capacity, again, in the summer months, we do bring on additional resources externally to help manage those. A lot of cases, it might be the consultant providing contract administration, on-site supervision, and they report to either one of the exempt staff, if it's the admin manager over at Public Works or the Public Works manager yourself. But the majority of it is contract, with the exception, of course, within these difference between that and planning is the majority of that is planning work and studies and whatnot, where Public Works will have lots of contractual, but within that, of course, is purchase of materials and supplies and stuff to look after the projects. Additionally, a lot of the carry forward could be as a result of finishing up projects, right? Things get to substantial completion, you run into weather issues, run into a bridge getting taken out, whatever that might be. Or some cases, we know that the scope of work is not going to get completed in a year. We budget for it, because not sure how far we're going to get as far as you can, and then stop based on timing, other whatnot, and then carry forward the funds necessary for the following year to finish it off for sure. But a lot of work occurs, and I mean, fortunate to have the capital plan we have, and a lot has to do with the fact that the funding agreement that we can maintain the infrastructure that we do and look at stuff, and of course the other piece, which was a bit of a test on our end to see what the province would accept from a sniff test perspective, was what can we fit into that IDCA agreement. So a lot of the assessments and stuff that usually isn't, it'll lead to potential capital, but it's not actual capital at the time, we could argue, is fortunate that we've been able to have that as part of our IDCA eligibility too. So
sometimes you can bite off more than you can chew.
Yeah.
All right. And so then what you can chew doesn't get swallowed very well, right? So in other words, you can't manage it enough to really make sure you're getting a quality product. So that there's a trade-off, right? To be able to have the money to do it, and then to be able to have the capacity to actually do it well. And so that's why and then that's why you understand what how much of it is capital, how much of it is inside, and then you can look at the capital and say how much of it was awarded locally, how much of it wasn't. You start to be able to understand a little better from that local providing the services from the local group. You understand that a little bit better. I know that you do everything you can from what I can see so far to try to hire locals, but understanding what that bigger picture looks like, because we've got contractors out there who probably want to know.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Good. And we do bring the contractors in also as part of when we have an understanding what the projects look like. We come in and do it, especially the local contractor piece, so they have an idea what's on the docket, so they can gauge too what capacity they have or what they might be able to look at themselves. Because of course we do everything we can, as you said, to keep those funds in the community if the community can bear it from a service perspective.
Well, it also helps to keep those services in the community, right? We don't lose them because they filter away because they don't get enough work. And if you don't have the internal capacity, then when you do need to work, they're coming in from someplace else. And you never get the opportunity again to redevelop that capacity.
And the ditching's a perfect example. And you asked the question about the ditching. We don't have the capacity. We've got 4 operators over at Public Works, plus equipment operators. Yeah. By the time you look through, so Public Works Lou's group does a Gantt chart essentially and says, okay, because once upon a time it was like we want to do it all internally. Well, you don't have the ability to do so. I mean, you want to take holidays this summer, so if you have one employee taking 3 weeks holidays, well, times 4 employees, 12 weeks you're down 1 employee guaranteed without sick, and someone saying I got to take my child to Fort St. John for a medical appointment or whatnot. So that's done and looked at in terms of, okay, what's the basic stuff we gotta get done? We still gotta paint crosswalks and paint curbs and look after signage and flushing program with the hydrants and the
Water
schools
leaks.
and outside of,
Yeah.
out, yeah,
They just, water leaks just screw the guy
Yeah.
car up.
yeah, absolutely, right?
Yeah.
And then of course, the street sweeper and street
Yeah.
sweeping, all that stuff, right? So ditching is a great example because we have the ability to ditch. We have the equipment we can ditch, but we can't do it all.
Yeah.
So that's when you'll do some basic ditching internally as some overflow work. But the ditching program will go to a local contractor and we'll split it up between the contractors, and then we'll have an external resource that'll help us manage that so that there's a level of scheduling and efficiency that's done there, right? Because originally it was a bit of a daunting task when we first rolled out the agreement, because it was just that. It was literally drinking from the fire hose, as we tried to do everything and get it done. And we've learned from those mistakes. Not that there's not room for improvement, of course, but there was lots of opportunities that were recognized at the onset. Right?
Okay, good, because I had one that was formulating and go ahead.
Okay, now you have a minute to think about it.
Yeah.
Can we go back to fire for a moment? So that would be tab 8. So I don't know that I see in here an allotment for first responder training. I got the training list. Thank you very much, Aaron. So it lists the different training that is allotted for the fire rescue service 2023, but I don't see anything, and maybe I'm just not recognizing the right words, but I'm looking for that allotment for those that might be interested in first responder training.
I don't know if you have any first responder. Yeah, I'm thinking EMR, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
And it's open up fatal calls, but we use our in-house instructors for that, so it's no.
Okay, thank you.
The training budget would outline any external resources needing additional costs to provide that training.
So, and is that where we're planning on stopping then for training our fire department personnel? We're stopping at first responder, or are we going to the next levels?
They're already trained EMR.
So
the career staff's trained EMR, and we have one paid on call. It was offered to all the paid on calls, but it's a significant requirement for them for time wise and work and whatnot. Yeah, time commitment to attend that training, right? So that was been offered. But all the career staff, including the 2 duty officers and chief and deputy, have all been EMR trained and have passed, and everyone's been successful. So all career staff in the 1 POC. At this point, I think your focus is on
level 3, sorry. Level 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then in the future.
Okay, but that won't be happening in 2023 because it's not in the budget. Okay. And then what do we need for transport? Like, it isn't further training that we need for transport. It's a actual vehicle, or what does that look like? And where would I get, if I may, sorry, where would I get information on that transport endorsement training? What does that look like? Like, that would be out of house training, or? So is that right? Just that regular transportation endorsement course?
I don't think.
Yeah, it isn't that much.
I don't
so-
think the hurdle is necessarily the training per se. It's the ability to provide the service, the cost of the service, and also that component with provincially what we can do or not do because of the service levels we provide as a fire department. It's right now, I mean, we just went through it a month ago with the council passing a resolution
what service level you provide, but there's certain things that you, I'll say generally can or can't do based on what the province allows from a legislative perspective, right? And
I just think it,
And labor relations with internal to the ambulance service,
yes,
right? Because as soon as you start transporting people, you're starting to creep into that, this is our work kind of a thing. I mean, yeah, so that's.
I understand all that political stuff for sure. I just
Good.
think it might be something to think about. Just another step in the direction to being a little bit less reliant on a service that is perhaps not necessarily always meeting the needs of the community.
So it's a great,
It's a long way to say it's not good enough. A lot of words.
It's a great discussion for strategic planning. And it's also something good to bring back as a specific topic if council wishes part of that strategic planning discussion to understand what the consequences of that are. Because one thing that you have to recognize is the more services you require the fire department to provide, you take away from their primary functions, which needs, it's fine to say they can do all these functions, but then the challenge we're into is if they're tied up doing those, they're not providing the primary service, which is basically what their intended use is. That's why they exist. And then you, in order to provide those additional services, you have to add services, because even today with the first responder program, we run into situations where if we are attending a scene, we're tying up 2 firefighters. So that's 2 firefighters that can't respond to a fire. And we run into the challenge and risk that we run is that if we did have a fire call, you can't abandon that patient until that patient's handed off to
But that's not an insurmountable problem, right? It just takes will and money. Right?
Absolutely.
It just takes will and money.
It comes
Not insurmountable.
No, it comes down to that. That's just a consequence of the process, right? You have to recognize that if you start moving that pendulum that way, then the reality is that you'd have to fund more most likely to
But
increase the service.
you totally just made my point though. It's like we do have 2 firefighters tied up with a patient because we can't transport. If we could transport, that patient gets to the hospital and then the firefighters are released to go back to their primary duties. So I think that is important to remember, because currently we have to respond for various reasons and we should respond. But in some cases, our firefighters do get tied up longer than is maybe desirable. And if we had that transportation endorsement, then we could move them to the hospital to get appropriate care in a shorter time and be released to do the rest of their duties.
And what we're hoping to see in terms of increases of service response from BCEHS, because it wasn't the local staff, it was a local lack of staff. And what we're seeing, especially with the recent agreement that's been the CBA labor agreement that's occurred, is we're seeing a significant, according to the BCHS group, local group, we're seeing a significant uptick when it comes to potential staff opportunities to fill the vacancies, right? So, which is really exciting, because if they're there to provide a service and can provide a service, it takes the pressure off our people to our department, right? So that's what we're hoping to see, an increase that way.
Councilor Roper?
Would transport training allow our guys to accompany medevacs out of the community?
Go ahead.
No, well, from a depends on the type of medevac. So high acuity, no, because you're high level of required training and service from a paramedic perspective. The only one would be the ad hoc, which in this case is Dan. But at this point, the system, the PTN system is a little complicated. So it's not just a simple yes. From a training perspective, I'd say yes. From an ability, when you look at, as the mayor mentioned, in terms of labor relations, who provides that service, who has a liability for that service? No. So put it in perspective. If the chief went
and got hired part-time because of his training. Currently, you can get hired part-time at BCAS and put on that BCAS shirt, then yes, but he had to be working for BCAS, right? That said, I've had some conversations with the local staff and the regional manager just recently, and then yesterday with a gentleman from BCS whose name is Paul Vallely. His title eludes me right now. I've requested that they, instead of us as staff trying to explain how the system works for BCAS or BCHS, I've asked them to discuss some of those components around the ad hoc piece, because it's regarding the ad hoc piece, the lack of use of the ad hoc piece and why, and ask them to do to present to council, or if they would present to council how the system works, how the patient transfer network system works. I also said it doesn't mean that council is going to agree with the program, but at least you can make a determination based on facts and how the system works versus, so they'll provide reasoning as to why Dan hasn't been called, for example. It doesn't mean you have, you still pass your opinion on if that's right or not.
You might disagree or not.
Exactly. Right? But at the end of the day, they'll provide stats as to how that system works. So that I just received an email this morning from John and the regional guy, and we're just working out some dates so they can come and present that to council, and then you can ask them some of those questions too in terms of due process.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's got to be a way to work with this, because industry does it all the time. Now, their first aid attendants are trained perhaps to a higher level than a first responder, right at level 3. Yeah, they've got that endorsement, and they actually are moving people in mobile treatment centers all the time in industry. And so there's just some kind of a political hiccup that doesn't just allow this to be easy, right, for firefighters, right, and or first responders to kind of do that whole transportation.
There's some history there for sure.
Yeah.
There's one local government in BC that has the fire department basically operating with it's not the BCHS, is basically operating that service.
Themselves.
Yeah. But there's some interesting dynamics involved.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, because the industry's doing it. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to add, I just brought it up because I like to bring it up every year, but I also got an email from a resident last night who has a relative waiting in the Fort Nelson General Hospital for over 2 days for a medevac, and not utilizing or not being allowed to utilize the ad hoc one. Ended up getting moved out this morning, I understand, but it was 2 days. Got nothing to do with this budget conversation, but just wanted to share that with council. I have permission to share that with council. And then to the other point about having our firefighters trained, so the last word from BC Emergency Health Services is they weren't using the ad hoc program because they didn't have enough paramedics in the community to send a paramedic with the ad hoc plane, right? Because then that shortens it in the community. But if the firefighters were interested in securing on-call employment with BC Emergency Health Services, then they could backfill. So if we had a paramedic that had to accompany a patient or a resident on Villers Air, so leaving the community, but there wasn't enough paramedics, we could bring in an on-call firefighter to fill that vacancy for the time that paramedic was gone. So just another way of looking at a situation.
So if I may, I can comment on the transfer issue without suggesting who or whatnot, but it's my understanding it wasn't a flight issue. It was a bed issue. So VC, well, that's my understanding from two sources, one from Northern Health and one from BCHS, because on my call yesterday with the BCHS rep, I was told that because there were 7 additional aircraft from an acute perspective, acute aircraft added to the BC fleet, which has increased capacity And I was actually given a number in terms of how much that was used that day, how many transfers they do, and they'll provide that information. But when I heard that there was a capacity left yesterday at this time, this is how many flights we've done at this point today, which was like at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. I asked the question
because we knew there was
because I
somebody
knew there was
waiting.
a person waiting.
Yeah.
And that's when it came back to, it's not just this issue, which been part of the process before, that for that flight to come up, they have to have a bed secured in another area, right? Which is, again, that's process. You don't have to agree with it, because you can present yourself at any hospital in BC and they're going to accept you, not going to turn you away. But if you're in the hospital and you need to be transferred out, then they have to have a bed available. So when that plane comes, there's a bed available for you to go to a receiving hospital.
I just want to quote back the exact words. So, I mean, this is not anything new to any of us, that one story is coming from this agency and another story is coming from this agency, but this is directly from the person that contacted me last night. And so the patient has been waiting 2 days for a medevac, and so this was last night at 9 p.m. and was just deferred again due to a more urgent situation somewhere else. So that's all the information we're probably talking about.
Which could be a bed. I'm not saying it is or isn't. There's not. I'm just saying. I'm just relaying the information that was provided, which could very well be a bed, right? Because literally, that plane could be on the way, and then that plane could be diverted if something else happens. And it doesn't mean that there's another plane to pick up the patient, but that bed's just been diverted because of the patient's rating from an illness perspective. And again, this isn't about what's right or wrong. I think it's important that council understands what the system is. You can argue the system.
Yeah.
Right.
Or make our own.
Whatever that is.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely.
I'm just saying, in order. I mean, yeah, but at the end of the day, I think it's important to pass judgment. You got to pass judgment based on facts, not on perception, right? And I did follow up.
We could have a system that makes sure there's always a plane waiting to go, but if there's no bed at the other end, what's the use?
Yeah.
Because they control the beds unless we're building a hospital of our own.
Yeah, and therein lies a bigger system issue, honestly, when it comes to healthcare. All right, it's not just specific to one component of it. It's multiple components and how they dovetail together. And it just, in terms of, when I got that information, I then followed up with the HSA too, just to see if the right hand was speaking the same as the left hand, and it was at that time. Like I got the similar information from a bed perspective, and I've seen situations where a plane's been diverted, not because the plane had to go, because of the beds, right? And that's part of that PTN network piece. And I think it's important. Like I said, that's one of the reasons for having that conversation. I think with that group, I think it's important that they're going to talk about the ad hoc plane system, how it works, and then council can pass judgment on facts. Yeah. Facts being how the system works, and say if you like,
and lobby accordingly.
And I advised them of that. I said, well, be prepared. And again, don't take it personal, because you didn't necessarily develop your outline of the system is, because secondary triage is another one that's new to the system, right? Which we dealt with one of the situations, right? Didn't know it existed, talked about the lack of communication, all that stuff. But again, that is part of the process now, right? Their belief and their information is that it provides a better service globally within the province, I think, but locally doesn't provide better service. Is there ideas that we can do that can be done differently? That doesn't necessarily fit the mold from a provincial perspective.
So this is an important topic, but we're way down.
Yeah,
the track.
absolutely. How is everyone with the budget? In terms of information, we do have information to bring back. We don't have it right now, of course, because you're gathering. Still recovering from last night's meeting. We do have some stuff we need to go over. So in terms of the budget, I mentioned there's a couple things that will be added to this, which would impact that number. Is the sidewalk piece, because if you add a $200,000 sidewalk, it adds $200,000 to your budget, which adds $200,000 to the net tax levy. That, which rough and dirty, that's what the cost of sidewalk would be if you put a paved sidewalk in and whatnot from the museum to the campground. There are some opportunities which, sorry, Mayor.
Or we find 200,000 in the budget.
There's an opportunity to find $200,000 in budget. And there's also opportunity where there are, a few years ago, we put together sort of a financial stabilization fund. So there's some opportunity there to offset, I'll call it one-time costs. It's not good to defer operational costs because you're gonna pay it later no matter what. But if there's one-time costs this year that we have, there's an opportunity also from that and possibly general surplus. And Trevor's working on the reserve fund piece and the stabilization fund piece. And we just want to provide a number that has we have some relative confidence in, because there's still cleanups in year-end. Yeah. Right. So that's why we continue to say the disclaimer on the actuals will change, not might, because there's still cleanup to year-end stuff. We're fairly confident when we do the final deliberation with council that those numbers are good. But there are some opportunities to offset some of those one-time costs to reduce the number. Additionally, there's most likely some funds, some report and some information will come together regarding the pullouts, the signage piece, because that's not just a matter of putting pullouts in, it's a significant engagement piece and some work occurred. But to do that, we need some capacity help to help us take a look at that. So that's something that isn't budgeted either in this document.
Yeah, and those are the types of things that can take an order of magnitude higher with respect to, right? You can go from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands.
Yes, yeah. Like the project itself, potentially, I mean,
It's within the budget, I mean.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. It will skew what we've done from tens of thousands that you might have outstanding that you're trying to do year to year operational to hundreds of thousands, because now we've got some significant projects.
Yes, exactly. Grace Manor isn't in here yet. Grace Manor is not going to impact because it was resolution of council. So
We used last year's funds.
but it's not going to impact the net tax levy because it's going to come out of general service.
Yeah.
Right. So that's already been a resolution of council, but you will see that it'll get inserted as a branch root piece for the 25,000 for Grace Manor. And then there's a discussion that we wanted to have from the health perspective. We have the RHD meeting Monday to go over the Northern Health's proposed capital plan and where those reserve funds are. Trevor's is working on a report now. We hope to get the plan to get published tomorrow.
Will they be making a presentation to us?
Pardon me?
Will they be participating in the presentation?
They're not. They can, or we can arrange that. When I chatted with them, they provided us information. I'll be honest, I didn't get back to council. My apologies. I advise at this point that you as an RHD might just want to have your conversation.
Yeah.
And then they can come join the party later. The information's to be generally the same.
Okay.
In terms of, we might not be able to answer all the questions, but from what they provided us, and I don't think they're going to change what they provided us because it's just gotten past the board, and we can talk about what that process looks like, and they can go into more detail at a later date if you wish. But I think it was important for council to know where the reserve fund sits, what's on the docket this year, what's proposed over the next 5 years, and how that potentially impacts what the levy may look like from an RHD levy and what the limitations are there, because there's a max for that levy. And then also that conversation around the CT scanner.
Yeah, whether there's available.
That's front and center, right? And then we do have some information we can share too, specific to that, which has been just recently communicated to us, just from an update perspective. And I'm sure there'll be more discussion following that piece.
So we'll do that at the regional hospital.
That's Monday. Yes. And lastly, me and Jay wanted to chat about a gap we have from a service that we typically provide to the community from a doctor's perspective, and that's a shortage of housing. So we have an additional doctor coming this year, and Jay, I can hand it over to you, but the long story short is we're shy a house. And the question is how do we wish to deal with that? Because we don't have anything budgeted for that.
So we have 2 new positions starting this year, one in April, and we're set for he and his family in terms of available housing. And we have another physician joining us in July. Both have 3-year returns of service. And the physician that's coming in July with her family, we don't have anything suitable at all for them. So we own 2 houses currently, both one's occupied and has been for a long time. The other is the one that we're slating for the position coming April. And when we considered our options, we could rent, but finding a rental for 3 years is going to be challenging given the changes in the market, and someone may not want to rent a home for that length of time if they see markets improving. And so it becomes a question of acquisition and finding something that's suitable for a doctor and their family in terms of neighborhood and accessibility and things like that. So yeah, so just kind of trying to collect some thoughts on that. We've the 2 homes we own, we acquired in 2012. We've put a fair amount of money into both of them to keep them well maintained and extend the life of them. And it's definitely something that's been communicated is so appreciated. It's just, it creates that experience for them to walk into the community and start working and not have to worry about finding a place to live. And it is a commitment that we've made in our READY program is to provide housing. So we don't say how, but we say we will. So just, yeah, we welcome your thoughts.
I'm not looking for a decision, of course, right now. This one was in front of you and there's more information to come, but again, it's something that happened fairly quickly on our end and didn't get captured in here, and wanted to broach the conversation with council.
Councilor Roper?
Is there anything on the market right now that would be suitable, that might be affordable for the municipality?
Yeah, I mean, affordability, thankfully, we're in a buyer's market. What gives me some relief is that we have till July to find something, but we're in budget discussions now. So to come to you in June or something and ask for that is not, I want to give as much advance notice. So it's not to say we have to buy something now. We would just kind of keep our eyes open for something that would work in terms of an option for a home. The good news is it's a small family. This time we've had some very large families, but they're a family of 3. So, yeah.
Councilor Andrews?
Has any solicitation went out for potential leases or rents for the 3 years? Just with the market the way it is, a lot of empty homes, somebody might jump on a 3-year lease or rent at the time. Like,
yeah, and that's definitely an option. So Diana's been great. She's been, I mean, for many reasons, she's been kind of surveying the housing market for rentals and housing. She just hasn't connected with, say, like a private owner. So she's looked at some of the more larger property management folks to see what's out there. As she's connected with some of the real estate agents. She hasn't done a public call for, you know, that individual that maybe moved away. This house is sitting empty. So, yeah.
Councilor Growing?
And so I'm just assuming that if something were to be purchased or leased, that cost could come out of the reserve fund currently in the hospital budget? No, that cannot. That has to stay there.
That was one of our learnings, was that the act describes that hospital district funds have to be used for hospitals essentially. But to Scott's point earlier, there's some of that those surplus funds that haven't been earmarked for any purpose. And this was a challenge I think we knew we would encounter in this program moving to the NRM budget, was that we would have to kind of look away from those reserves from prior years from the hospital district.
Yes, similar.
Or raise the money.
Or yeah, there's
raise
a
the
couple
money.
of, yeah, so the reserve fund, even if it was available at the regional hospital district end, it's pardon the pun, is going to be taxed over the next coming years based on what we've been provided from Northern Health. So that's one of the reasons for the discussion Monday. So you have an idea of what's available.
What's coming at us.
What's coming at us, exactly. But from an operational perspective, right out of the Northern Rockies budget, there's three basic options. Option one, raise the money through taxation, so increase the net tax levy, reduce the current tax levy by reducing some of the services or some of the projects here, to basically reduce what's already in the document you look at. Or 3 is also to be able to access some I'll call it reserve / general surplus that we'll have, that will be able to provide some information specific to what that looks like from an affordability perspective, or any combination of the three.
Yeah.
Right, to offset those one-time costs.
Please, Sanders.
So if the two houses we own were filled, we would still be running into a potential issue sometime for traveling. Because we currently allow nursing and stuff to utilize those houses when they're empty, right?
So we also have 2 rentals.
Okay,
Which
so
would be
that
also-
side's covered.
Yeah, so one is occupied full-time by agency nurses and techs and things like that. The other we maintain for locums. So every few months, for a few weeks at a time, we have a locum physician. Dr. Fourie comes for sometimes 3-4 month spans. So we reserve that kind of for them, so it's ready to go. We don't often have a lot of notice that they're coming, and that's them. And actually, so the physician that's coming in July, her husband and son are coming early because they want to come to BC while she's doing her clinical field assessment. So they're coming in April, and they're going to stay in one of the rentals. And they understand that they'll be renting it from us. But being mindful of a need for a permanent solution, because it's quite small for a whole family. It's probably okay for the 2, but once she comes, it would be nice to have them in a home.
So there's a potential if we add another house to our inventory that we will have an extra house we could unload.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, or drop the rental.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not lost investment on our part, right? It's not, we always have a house. So it's not like it's money that's gone and poof, it's gone. You've got a piece of property that goes with it. I would suggest that you pull together what might be available out there and give us a ballpark figure to consider for the budget, the purchase. And if we have that, then we've got an idea what we might need to do. Can we slash this to make it work, or do we increase taxes to buy it?
And that's our intention.
Yeah.
It was, we just didn't want to surprise you with, oh, by the way, so we want to give you want to give you a bit of a preview, right? Oh, by the way, we've gone out and taken a look at these houses and whatnot, and what the heck are you guys doing? So, yeah.
Their thing, because the $310,000 increase for medical or for health initiatives, had we added a house to that, it might have been quite the sticker.
Yeah.
So we wanted it to be a discussion, obviously.
And by then too, we most likely have some options too, in terms of some financial options you have to if based on the choices you may or may not want to make. Okay. In terms of, so back to the document. So that was just some housekeeping. We tentative date for the March 6th date was for the engagement piece up at the rec center. You know, we're going to prepare our documentation and whatnot for our platforms and stuff, but have you had an opportunity to take a look in terms of availability for that evening, for March 6th evening?
March 6th?
March 6th, it's a Monday. You're back. You're from Kelowna. Yeah. So it's fine if
I'm here because there's another meeting scheduled that day. So, and I've already responded to that one.
Yeah,
at
noon we
so-
have we've lined the RCMP Staff Sergeant Rummy is going to do an intro and talk about the decriminalization of illicit drugs. With council. So at we're going to tentatively roll with March 6th. I mean, we got timing stuff and they're going to make sure, but as Jade mentioned, we've got the hall booked for that. In terms of, with the exception of the outstanding items, is council okay if we start preparing the other things in this document? So the other items you've gone through that you haven't questioned or haven't asked us for clarification, or to proceed with starting to develop the communication piece towards that, because we'll start piecing that together. Okay with that?
I'm certainly okay with that, with the caveat that we reserve the right to go back into that if we have to.
Oh, absolutely.
There's nothing outstanding in my mind,
Yeah,
but,
so
but we
what,
reserve the right to go back into that stuff.
well, what happens, I mean, at any given time you can, of course, and what happens is in terms of due process is the intent of this is just, it's basically, it goes out to the community to do a bit of a sniff test and provide any feedback from the community, right?
Yeah.
So through our various platforms, website, Facebook, whatnot, and then of course the face-to-face engagement component. And then we provide any feedback we may or may not receive, because we at times have not received any. But anything that we've received comes back to council for further discussion. At any given time, we can reconvene and discuss a topic or an item or items, which we still need to do. We still need to come back and talk about that, because there's some information we still need to bring back, which I'll get to in a second.
I know you give us a notwithstanding sort of what's outstanding, but before we go to public, we need to know what we're doing with the grants to community.
Well, that's the
right?
piece.
Like
and
that
that's the
has to be
piece.
finalized. before we go to
So I was gonna get to that. So in terms of process, we, once we get past the engagement piece, then of course we have the final deliberation. That's where we make the decisions, right?
Yeah.
But at any given time, we can reconvene to discuss other items. In the meantime, there's still some outstanding items that we have to look after prior to the engagement piece to firm up that number.
Yeah.
Which is the grants to groups piece, because we had some questions specific to that we have to clarify for council and go back and meet with those groups. So we need to do that, and then I have to get back to you to try to look at availability to have that discussion. So you have the ability to discuss, because it won't be email information back and forth. I mean, we might provide some information, but not to have the dialogue.
That only allows us next week if we're still going to try to hit 6. And
That's what we're trying to do.
March 6th, too early.
You're gone that week. Well, next week? Yeah, you're gone.
Of course it matters, particularly the discussion around the community groups. Because you're tight, right?
Okay, so let us take that back and take a look, because we'll confirm the schedule piece. There might be options there you can dial in a meeting or something.
Oh, before you, so are we done?
Oh,
you weren't able to tonight to come back anyways, right?
Oh, yeah.
So we're not on for tonight?
I don't, unless council wishes, because we don't have anything to bring back.
What was this?
We actually,
The amount of.
we've got leftover fried chicken.
Leftovers for supper.
Leftovers, we'll throw them in the air fryer oven, just like
Okay, so
we're good for tonight.
Okay, good. Nobody will miss anything.
And then, what I'll do is we'll just connect back and try to firm up some time and look at scheduling and what's realistic from the other, with the engagement piece and stuff, but, because we do need to get back. Yeah, we have council meeting, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes we need more than one head to put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, that's right.
So are we?
No, I think you're putting it in. I think what he's saying is that they want to review that, but it's still on for now.
We'll take a look to see what we can information. I mean, the other thing we don't want to do is March 4th, communicate with the community to come out and look at this and not have time either. So we'll evaluate that and see what that looks like. So stay tuned, please. Stay tuned. Yeah. It might be a little aggressive.
Yeah, I think it's.
And if Brenda's not here next week to join in on the
discussion.
discussions, I think that, I think it would be important that that
Absolutely.
we all have the opportunity to participate in the
Absolutely.
discussions.
Yeah.
What's
that?
Any more?
Yeah, we have a little bit more room because we've moved the budget to middle of April. So there is some wiggle room.
Because someone's on a cruise or something. Just say it. Never mind.
So you use it or lose it. Use it or lose it from 2017.
All right.
Anyhow, so yeah, stay tuned. Other than that, not on for 5 o'clock tonight. Are we good otherwise? Besides
I
the
think we're-
outstanding items?
I am. Anybody else? All right, so we will adjourn this committee of the whole meeting because we're done. Then. So, adjourn. Thank you, everybody. Oh, thank you. Yeah.